Slap myself in your mouth, Dooku Daddy.
Daddy,
Right.
Do you feel better about yourself, Haz? Do you feel good about that one? Do you feel proud of yourself? I hope you're proud.
Right, let's get spaceship boat.
You're so proud, OnlyFans? That's what you meant, right? I reckon if I had an OnlyFans, I'd probably make money. I reckon I'd make money if I had an OnlyFans. I'll just be honest with you, frankly. So, my plan today, I was going to be reacting to some spicy videos because I thought, why not? I multi-stream now, so if one platform doesn't like me, then I'll just fucking go to another platform at this point. But then I thought, you know, I should watch some State of Plays because Yul sent me a picture of 3 pickles, and the second one looked interesting, but I don't know if I could handle the third. And then that got me thinking maybe I should react to some of the gaming trailers. So I found 2 videos that have just got all the highlights, like all the all the announcements back to back of the games that were announced at the Xbox showcase and the State of Play for PlayStation. So obviously I don't want to play favorites, guys. I'm just hoping that if I like a game in either, like obviously Xbox, it's going to come to PC because of the Xbox Game Pass, but I want to check the Xbox game showcase first because Game Pass, so I'll have access to it. And then I'll check the State of Play for PlayStation because some people are console players. You might be a PlayStation fan. Speaking of a PlayStation fan, Newt is over there. Newt plays PlayStation for his stream, so maybe he might like the PlayStation. Maybe he might like the PlayStation State of Play. So I'll watch that as well because maybe there'll be some games on there that'll come to PC or might come to PC. My number 1 pick for the game that won't show up on the State of Play is Bloodborne. I doubt that's on the State of Play, but you know, a little bit in the back of my mind's like, but what if though? Because I'd love to play Bloodborne or even Demon Souls on PC, but I don't think we're going to be able to get that. So anyway, I figured I got a welcome message on the stream for you guys through my Chatgpt. We're diving into the latest Xbox and PlayStation game announcements, breaking down every reveal, trailer, and surprise drop. I don't know about the surprise drop, but if Bloodborne or something shows up, that's a fucking surprise. And then drop your thoughts in chat. I agree. If you like a game that we see, let me know. Because I'm curious to see as well. I'm going to be judging the games based on my interest in the style or genre. Whether I've heard of it before or played the previous example, if it is a sequel. And if it just looks good, right? I mean, how it looks is also important. Because if it's just like multicolored and bright colored and people saying,
Well,
you know what?
you little
I'm
shit.
triggered.
What do we have here, you little shit?
You're overthinking it. I bet Resident Evil is going to be there. It has to be. I mean, yeah. I'm pretty sure Silent Hill is going to be on the thingo. Maybe State of Decay 3. Is that... It could be. Well, you little shit. What do we have here, you little shit? So it's King. About fucking time, King. I've been sitting here stalling because I'm like, I know King wants to watch this. I'm finally reacting to game footage and announcements and trailers, King. Where the fuck were you, mate? Do you have a life or something? Do you have a family and a work life, huh? Is that what you're about to tell me? You're a functioning adult, contributing to society, unlike me? Is that what you're gonna say? So keen for walking Sim Hill? I mean, who's making it? We'll have a look at the devs as well. I've got ChatGPT here because if I see a game and I think of something on the topic, I'm gonna just run it through ChatGPT. Now understand that AI is 100% correct. It never gets anything wrong. Okay? You're playing Pokemon Emerald? Well, fucking... That's a fair argument. That's really fair. I can't argue against that. That's good. Spot on. Fuck me, I guess. S2 when they come out. let me pause my music, bro. Let's pause that. And then we'll get that up. We need that. You have to have the notepad, you know? Just make sure I've got the right one capturing. Oh, that's my hentai. This should be loud enough. I skipped ahead because all of this is just announcing this deck thing. I don't know what the fuck this was, so when I thought that was an ad. I'm now noticing I thought it said this is an ad. It is now saying this is an Xbox. I thought that said an ad when I was skimming through. But anyway, we'll skip through that. Still better than the Switch 2. I mean, we'll look at it. So this is just a 16-minute video that I found because I saw that the stream's probably going to be like 3 or 4 hours, so fuck that. I just went, give me everything that was announced back to back. This video exists, so I'm just going to watch this video. So this is apparently all the games that were showcased. But I'll start it from the start so we can just look at this Steam Deck thing. How you doing? Also, how you doing, y'all? How you doing, Haz? How you doing, King? How are you doing, Newt? Sorry, Newt, I'm saving PlayStation for second. Because I know that you're probably keen on that, so I'm going to have a look second. Alright, I reckon. Let's go. It's actually an Xbox, is what they're trying to say. It's essentially a controller with a screen. Will this actually work? Will I be able to mix my current access? Like if I have a PC game... No, because it'd be PC Game Pass. They're probably going to release a handheld or like a Xbox handheld Game Pass as well. Xbox handheld with built-in Steam? See, cloud gaming's where it's at, man. Microsoft knew that. Just a side bit. I'm not going to pause it. I'm going to wait till I watch the whole game before I pause it. I'm just pausing here because I don't care about this. But I just want to say they went with AMD, and I'm like, you did yourself a service because there's a lot of flack going towards Nvidia lately.
The Xbox Ally is an Xbox you can hold in your hands, bringing together the power of Xbox and the freedom of Windows. On this Xbox, you can play games across your entire
Freedom
library,
of Windows.
including all the Windows PC game stores, from Xbox and Battle.net to Steam, GOG, and Ubisoft Connect. Every new game you see in today's show will be playable on the Xbox Ally. That's why we're investing in
Is her
Xbox
voice not
Play
synced?
Anywhere. Your library, progression, friends, and achievements.
Is she AI?
There are over 1,000
Doesn't look
Xbox
synced.
Play Anywhere games on Xbox today. And every new game you see in today's show, from our partners and our studios, is Xbox Play Anywhere.
She sounds weird? That's what I think.
An adventure made for capitalism by capitalism.
Outer Worlds 2. The game looks dog shit. Okay, I got a interesting thing about this, right? I'm assuming Obsidian Entertainment made this. Now, I remember when they made the first one, it wasn't announced yet, and this was during the time where a lot of RPGs were shit. And Obsidian was considered one of the last sort of true RPG makers, and they said they were working on a secret project. So a lot of people were thinking it was New Vegas 2. Because there was a new Fallout game in the works, and they hadn't announced what it was. I think it was going to be Fallout 76 or something. Or it could have been Fallout 4, I don't know. There was a new Fallout game in the works, and so they thought Obsidian was working on New Vegas 2. So when they had to come out because of the amount of pressure, we were like, Obsidian's going to save us, they're going to give us a good game. And they came out and they're like, listen, we're not working on Fallout. And we're also making a game that isn't going to be like super heavy, long story. It's going to be a pretty tight package game. It's not going to be a long game. I played it. I wasn't crash hot on it, to be honest. Didn't like it. Wasn't my style. I was kind of like... Yeah, I just wasn't feeling it, I think. I just wasn't feeling it. I wasn't expecting a Fallout game, but I don't think I'm going to play Outer Worlds 2. I'm just not interested. It might just be the humor, I guess. I mean, Fallout was it Borderlands 1 and 2. Like, even Borderlands 2 was a bit of a stretch for humor, but it was focused on the gameplay. Borderlands 3 went full story and tried to lean into humor, and it was shit. The jokes were shit, the writing was shit, and the story suffered for it. Yet the gameplay is good, but it's crippled, and that looks like the next Borderlands. Borderlands is mid. Yeah, I think number 2 was I really liked number 1. Number 2 is really good, and then 3 is just, what a fucking weird game that is in the series. I'm not a fan of that one. Oh, obviously, is that a cat or something? Is a turtle? What is that? I know people are gonna like it. I don't think I'm interested in that either. Didn't they have a game that was similarly like that? High on Life? Of course I made another. Yeah, I thought that game exists. Wasn't that like a Rick and Morty thing, or am I insane? It was like the game's made by the creators of Rick and Morty. Am I insane? I might be. But anyway, sorry about it. It was? Yeah, I didn't think that game was that great either. From all the gameplay I saw, the game just disappeared. The only thing I know from that game is that there's an NPC that says it's a quest, and you have to come back in 10 years, real time, to complete the quest. And so they think that they're just going to patch in the ending of the quest after 10 years so you can complete it, or some shit like that. I think that does exist. It was King? There you go. At least I got some knowledge in games. I've still got my Gamer Pass. I got my True Gamer Pass, my True Gamer ID. How you doing, Moth? Looks like a puzzle game, I would assume.
Wait, that's just... It looks good, Has?
Wait. Yeah, does it? It looks good. I just paused it because I saw Plague Tale. It looks good, does it? They've made another. I was going to say it's a puzzle game because of the maze. A Plague Tale Legacy. You take back everything. Nah. Stand on business, Has. Hang on a second. You should die on this hill. It's canon now. Has likes the look of a Plague Tale. Turns out it's all fake hate. Because if you remove the title, Has actually likes how the game looks and how it handles and plays. It's just the title. It's all fake. This is fake. Plague Tale isn't done. I don't know. This could be a prequel or something. It says Legacy, so it might be like 200 years in the future or something. Looks like a puzzle game there, but Plague Tale is a puzzle game, isn't it? It's a walking simulator. It's an ASMR simulator. It's a puzzle simulator. I don't know.
Monsters have always been here.
I've got this on high definition, by the way, so sorry about the quality. It's just the video. I've got this on 1080.
They came out into the light.
Okay, so I'm actually interested in this game. So I think this is being made by the developers who, like the original developers of The Witcher 3. So they left the studio. CD Projekt Red, isn't it? I think, yeah, they left the studio and they've gone to make their own game. But that is the vampire game. I'm actually interested in it. So that actually looked like the first trailer that wasn't just a trailer. It looked like it was just gameplay, but they made it look like a trailer because all of that just looked like it was going to be in game. But yeah, no, that's interesting. I'm actually interested in this game. This game I heard about when I heard about Expedition 33, so I'm pretty keen on that one.
Introducing your new Smash Bros. Character. Super Meat Boy enters the fight.
actually a Super Meat Boy game? I don't know how people are going to handle this one. I don't know about this. People, because I'm not a big Super Meat Boy fan, but the charm of Super Meat Boy was the side-scrolling concept, right? Like the indie game side-scrolling, indie darling sort of look. So this has gone full 3D. I hope this doesn't turn into like a Bubsy to Bubsy 3D issue. I hope not. This game was insane. Yeah, no, Super Meat Boy definitely. It's got a big following, like a really niche following. So I hope that they don't. I'm wondering what they think. Did they like the idea that it's going 3D? I think it's going to lose the feel that it had. That's just my opinion. Because 3D, it looks like the gameplay was a little bit slower. I don't know. Yeah, where is Meat Boy? This looks like a Final Fantasy game, isn't it? Isn't that Square Enix though? Oh, I fucking lied. It's Ninja Gaiden 4. I might play that. That looks alright. I might play that. A hard pass. Hard pass. Indiana Jones, hard pass, man. Game of the Year, Adventure Game of the Year, 9 out of 10 from IGN. Oh, you know it's good then, right? IGN gave it a 9 out of 10. You know it's good. Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? Indiana Jones and the Great Circle? Hell yeah! Just like the one that life pounds when you bend over. What a name. For real? What is that name? Alright, I'm intrigued already. I love this style, though. It's a bit biased. I love this sort of style. It has a parry mechanic? Oh, this game's GG. It's over. When their sword looks more like a... it acts more like a lightsaber than the fucking... like, Fallen Order series. Do you see that? This fucking samurai, like this... what is this? Japanese samurai fucking... hybrid has a sword that acts more like a lightsaber. Damn. That's what the lightsaber should have done. I'm interested in that. I'm interested. I won't lie. I'm really interested. But I mean, that sort of style. I mean, I could just be biased because I really liked Sekiro. Could very well be the case, but this looks interesting at least. I don't mind this style of game. It looks good.
Let's go and end a few arguments.
Let's end a few arguments. Is this PvP? Because I think you're going to start arguments with a PvP game. Oh no, he's dead, bro. Clockwork Revolution. Never heard of it. They look like a PvP game. Either this is a new Grounded, or it's a DLC. Interesting song choice. Number 2. Was anyone interested in Grounded? This game's look dog shit. It has, hear me out, as I said, look, you can see it in the bottom there. I have this on. It could just be the screen. You have to give it some leeway. I got it on 1080 at 60 HD, but for some reason the video is just a little bit fuzzy. I don't know why. But if you're talking past the slight quality dip, and just the gameplay itself, then, I mean, so far, nothing's really stood out to me. And the two things I liked, they showed fuck all about. So, just in general, you're not into these games? That's interesting. Grounded 2 seems interesting. The first one looked fun. I tried to play the first one. I wasn't really feeling it. But I mean, Grounded 2 could be something. I thought it was a DLC, so we'll see if it acts like one. Don't use the P word here. What, Plague Tale, the one game that you liked? That was unfortunate.
Highly unusual.
Okay. Okay.
They become
Mutants, a little bit of gore, a little bit of Dead Spacey over the shoulder. We need a good horror game, you know. We've been lacking some horror games lately.
It is highly recommended to proceed with caution.
Fuck caution, just run in there. Who gives a shit? Wow, see, if you didn't proceed with caution, you'd be dead. Stupid people. The fuck was the name? Why did it show for like 2 seconds? Not even 2 seconds. Kronos. Or Kronos, the New Dawn. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. I'm kind of vibing with that. I mean, the nostalgia of Dead Space is doing some heavy lifting here. It might just be like the Dead Space-esque game that people were expecting Callisto Protocol to be, and it wasn't. But this one looks good. I'm interested. I'm going to go on a limb and say that this is not Elder Scrolls 6. Is this just like a DLC for the ESO? ESO DLC or something? I'm thinking the characters are moving around like Fable 3 NPCs. Elder Scrolls Online. Okay, yeah, so it's ESO. It's an ESO thing. Okay. Never mind, it's ESO. Mothbab told you, I don't get my hopes up for anything. I normally just... All of this shit is probably just going to be DLC for stuff. Thing is, like, Xbox has got a lot of studios. They got a lot of titles, right? Like, a lot of IPs. And I'm like, what have they been working on? Like, they've been cooking on these studios for a long time. Like, what is going on? So far, there seems to be variety in the games offered, but I'm really only interested in... I mean, the Dawnwalker obviously seems pretty cool, but I already knew about that game, so that's not really a shock. But that's going to need some time to cook, I think. The Dead Space S game, Kronos, that looks pretty cool. And the Japanese, that JRPG one, looks pretty cool as well. Otherwise, everything else has been pretty eh. They're cooking on everything except Elder Scrolls 5. Oh, I said 6. I thought it was going to be ESO. I thought it was going to be Elder Scrolls 6. Oh, that's my bad. Sorry about that. No, it would be 6. It would be 6. Because Morrowind's 3, Oblivion's 4, Skyrim's 5, ESO would be 6. Yeah, Elder Scrolls would be 6. The next one.
Thomas, wherever you are,
Aphelion.
I'll find you.
Not really for me. I think that's going to be like a quick little 4-hour game.
A
Show a cat straight away. I
offering.
mean, we already know who the target audience is. People who just lose their
The
mind.
Japanese RPG is made by Game Freak.
Japanese RPGs made by Game Freak? Is that where all their resources have gone? They've just gone, you know what, Pal World kind of fucked us up a little bit. And we're not ready to commit to the new features that everyone's expecting, so let's just make a different game. Yeah, this game ain't for me. What's up that game? What is it? Happy? Like Be Happy or whatever it was? Tentacles, though. Could be a vibe. There are no ghosts at the Grand.
누군가 당신의 분노를 이용한다. 지정태. 지정태.
Despite the fact that I'm not interested in that game at all, I just want to point out that I fucking love like just Asian voice actors, man. Like when I watch everything in sub because they just suit voice acting so good. Fucking hell, the amount of emotion that just oozes through their voices is just phenomenal. I always prefer sub over dub for that reason, but yeah. Modang. It's probably Modang. Two Hearts could be interesting. A lot of the ones that seem to be standing out to people are the ones where they just don't show much. I can see Limbo fans being pretty excited. This looks like colored Limbo. Oh, that old man copped it. You know this game? Looks like Obi-Wan just sitting in that room about to give Luke his lightsaber. Sorry. Kidding. I'm kidding. I'm sure it's a good game. Planets of Lana 2, Children of the Leaf. Never heard of the game, but I mean, it's not my style.
Is your ticket to easy living. Design and build your own little slice of paradise. A place to show off all the bits and bobs you collect in your travels. Got a green thumb?
This has to be a Fallout. It's got to be Fallout 76 DLC or something.
Plant your own peaceful vegetable garden. And nothing warms the heart.
Moth, man, I'm with you, Moth. This is probably a Fallout, yeah. Dawn Vision. Oh, yeah, it's just another Fallout 76 thing. No, thank you. No, I'm good. Thanks. Nah, bruh. Nah. This would be solo leveling, I would assume, because that's the anime, I believe. It was a matter of time before they had a game made, so 4-player co-op, solo leveling. Yeah, I had a feeling. It's just a matter of time before I got a game. Palworld DLC? I'm kidding. I don't know what the fuck this is. Wait, what if it is? Was it Enemo? It's Enemo, right? So, Palworld dating sim? Man, I really thought I was gonna say Palworld DLC or something like Palworld something. All right, my bad then. Are they making a Palworld dating sim? Huh. I don't like that. We're nearly done.
What's up, everyone? It's Tony Hawk Pro Skater. I just want to say thanks to everyone for.
I was gonna say it better be a remake of 3 or 4, and it looks like it's gonna be.
All the love.
I mean, even Project 8 or Project 8 or Project 9. Even that one wasn't too bad. I mean, totally like Thug is probably everyone's favorite, like Thug 2 maybe.
Love and support we've seen since we announced Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 a few months ago. I can't wait for you all to experience the game. It's been rebuilt with so much care and attention to detail.
Wait, so you're trying to show off a skateboarding game, and they're like, we can't show a pro skater because no one knows who the fuck they are anymore. So they showed a Ninja Turtle. Because everyone knows what a Ninja Turtle is.
Detail with some brand new parks, new music, new skaters, and more. And you can enjoy it all with your friends with up to 8 players in multiplayer. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 officially drops July 11th, and we have a lot more surprises to come.
Camilla Hemlock. Hemlock's a pretty strong last name. You're acting like Mum. The design choice in the game is very interesting. At Fate's End, it looked like that said. That's interesting.
Looks like they upgraded.
Is this a remake of the first one? Like D-Day? That's gotta be the first Gears of War. I gotta be honest, first Gears of War is nuts. It's a really, really good game. I really enjoyed it. I think number 2 was probably my favorite, though. Gears of War 3 is not bad. Lambert was an interesting concept, but I think number 2 is really good. Number 1's really good, too. As a Hades and Cult of the Lamb fan, you can get behind Fate's End. No shot! They fucking did it. You know what? It was a matter of time because they did Persona 3 Reloaded. It was only a matter of time. Ah, this has, yeah, it's better. It's a Persona 4 remake, right? All right, I'm excited. I'm excited. First game that's made me like go, okay, hang on. I'm kind of vibing for that. All right, hang on. That's got to be the biggest hitter for me at the moment, bar none. So Persona 4 Revival. Okay. I'm a fan. That's my favorite one so far. I will absolutely be playing the shit out of that. I'll even do it on stream. I don't care. I didn't play the other ones on stream, but I'll play this one on stream. Persona 6 King, I really want that to be the case. I think they're working on it, but at the moment, I mean, this is fine. You love a dating sim? Well, fuck yeah. Hell yeah.
You are pirates after all.
Sea of Thieves DLC.
Welcome, my friends,
Do people still play that game?
to the Smugglers League.
He broke his Cossacks.
You're paying for that.
I trusted you.
Ah. An invincible fighting game. Interesting they went for a fighting game. I mean, if they've got enough players, like if they've got enough characters. Live service games. Honestly, King, yeah, I'll give my thoughts on that near the end. But at the moment, the only one that's really looked good that for me was a fucking remake, and that's going to be Persona 4, which is I'm so glad they're doing that.
Yeah, how you like this? It's an army. I am ending you. I see it all now.
Yeah, it's more like a Mortal Kombat sort of thing, right? Mortal Kombat fighting style. Or a Marvel vs. Capcom sort of style. Not Marvel vs. Capcom. Injustice. A little more like an Injustice style, I should say. I'm not interested in fighting games. I'm sure some people will get excited. Oh, there's Final Fantasy. I thought Final Fantasy was specifically PlayStation, so this is really weird seeing this here. Right? A Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. I don't know what that is. All of this is coming to the Xbox Game Pass, by the way. So if there's a lot of, I'm noticing a lot of games that are just here to fill the Game Pass up to say that you have a lot of options, because a lot of these games I don't think are going to be played very, very often or a lot. That's my honest opinion so far. But they have to obviously keep handing out games on the Game Pass. So honestly, I've got a category in my head where it's just, oh, that's a game for the just to fill the Game Pass out, you know. You've never played Persona? Fucking awesome game. I'd never played it either. I played Persona 4 first.
Any objections?
Know your place, little lamb. There's no one to save you now.
This kind of looks sick. This kind of looks sick. What the fuck is this? They're gonna say it's Final Fantasy. This is going to be a Final Fantasy game. Yeah. Yeah, I thought about it for a second. I was like, okay, number one, they wouldn't back-to-back a Final Fantasy, but they fucking absolutely did. So that's the latest one, right? The Final Fantasy 432. It looked sick. I don't know, that looks really good to me. I don't play Final Fantasy, though. I've never been into the series, and I can't really get into the old ones. I think they're too old, I guess. Or they're just not my style, but I don't know. Maybe I need to play a more recent one, but yeah, everyone's favorites are always like number 5 or 6 or 7 or 9. Playing as a wandering lighthouse was not on my to-do list for a game as a main protagonist. I'll be honest with you. It looks good. I mean, that one did look good. Like, I was like, hang on, that looks sick, but, I mean... A lighthouse as the main character is a bold choice. Finally, I love it when a game has a protagonist that just reminds me of me. It looks like me. It's about time all the people out there who identify as a lighthouse get some representation. Stunning and brave. That's the thing, Moth. Like, a lot of these games, I'm just going to end up playing on the Game Pass just in my spare time, just to see what's going on. I don't think I'm actually going to like a lot of these games. The fuck is going on here, though? This is Inception stuff. What is this? Evil Within 3. He returns to the hospital again.
Fear is a powerful thing.
Why would you do that? The fuck was that? Oh, he said Mason. I didn't put 2 and 2 together. Black Ops 7? Is that how many there are? Good fucking God. I thought it was over. Still going. Okay. Well, that's the end of Xbox. All right, what's everyone's opinions? Alright, give me your opinions, go on. You were interested and then you saw the COD title. I was kind of like that too. It had me in the first half. I hate games that are like that, where they have you in the first half. Like, it's what happened to Haz. Haz got fucking hit by it. Because then it announced it's a Plague Tale. And I was like, oh man, I'm all the time. There's no way. You'd rather buy Night Rain? I'm gonna get Night Rain on Friday after my exam. I'll finish my exam, come home, and then expect that I've failed it. And then I'll just play some Night Rain to wash my sorrow away on stream. I'll stream after my exam, how about that? And depending on my mood, you'll determine whether or not I think I did good or not. So if I'm pissed off and depressed, you're gonna be like, oh, it didn't go well. Game Freak was interesting. That was... yeah, I was curious about that one. Let's have a look here. I don't care about Outer World... Okay, hang on. What we can do. So here we go. I don't care about Outer Worlds 2. High on Life, I didn't give a shit about either. I didn't care about the first one, and I don't know how many people actually enjoyed that first one. I actually don't know. I am a little bit dark. Residence, A Plague Tale Legacy. I know that Haz is pretty fucking keen on that game. I'm not a fan of that. I'm probably not going to be playing that. It doesn't look too great. But the beautiful thing is all of these games will be on the Game Pass, so I can try any of these. The problem is a lot of these just seem like fillers. The games just seem like Game Pass fillers. That's my personal opinion, because I won't play a lot of these games. Blood of the Dawnwalker, that's got a long way to go, but I'm definitely very keen for that. It's got a lot of chops to be pretty good. It's got a lot of potential to be good. And it's been a while since there's been a really, really good vampire game, right? So that could be a vibe. Super Meat Boy 3D, that's the one that's weird to me. I don't know if the transition to 3D for that game is going to go over smoothly with the hardcore fans. I don't know. When you move to 3D, it's no longer groundbreaking. We're not talking about like a side scroller Super Mario to Super Mario 64, because that shit's been done now. Because that was a wow factor because of the change in like the technology. The technology is what like brought that forward. And it was like, holy wow, you could do this. I don't know about Super Meat Boy going to 3D, but we'll see. Redfall exists. There's your good vampire game. Moth, you know for a fact what you just said was absolute fucking bullshit. No fucking way. The 2 Final Fantasy ones, I'm pretty interested in the 2 Final Fantasy ones. I could stream the exam. Yeah, but in real life stream at the exam. But like, guys, what's going on, guys? I'm at my exam. We're going to keep it down, though. But what's the answer to questions 1 to 80? Can someone Google them? Ninja Gaiden 4. That one I will play. That actually looked pretty interesting. So Ninja Gaiden 4, that's the first game on... the second game on the list that I'm kind of interested in. Blood of the Dawnwalker is pretty good. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Yeah. Beast of Reincarnation. Now, that was the Game Freak one, I believe. That one was interesting from what I saw, but once again, it didn't have much to show. So, interesting. Clockwork Revolution, not interested at all. Grounded 2, don't care. Chronos, that was interesting. I'm curious about Chronos. I don't know what it is, but I'm keen. Elder Scrolls Seasons of the Worm Cult. The ESO DLC. Oh man, it's tough. Fucking hell yeah, boys. Yeah, let's take our shirts off and just massage each other. Because we're so straight. Yeah, we're not playing that. Aphelion, I'm not interested. There Are No Ghosts at the Grand. Didn't really speak to me on at all. I don't think that's a game for me. Mudang. Mudang. 2 Hearts. It didn't speak to me, but I did praise the voice acting, obviously. But I think Moth was kind of interested in that one. Interested in Fates Behind and The Lighthouse. Same with the Game Freak one. Seems like the Game Freak one's interesting just because it just seems so left field for them to do it. They don't normally do games like that, do they? And then, yeah, so Moth, you're interested in that. Fair play, fair play. Planet of Lana 2, that was the... looks like the Colored Limbo sort of game. Not interested for me. Fallout 76, Gone Fission, just fuck off. Solo leveling, that was one that I don't think I'm going to play, but it, you know, I figured it was going to get a game at some point. I mean, looking at what the anime is fucking based on, let's be honest. Animo, I'm not interested in Animo. It looks like they wanted to do Animu, but they couldn't get away with Animu. That seems like a very... It was marketed with the music and the way that it looked. It seemed to be marketed at what you would call normies who like anime. That's what that kind of reminded me of. And they're calling it Animu. Ooh woo. I'm not interested in that. That doesn't seem to be for me. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4. That, I mean, if that's on Game Pass, I'll play that, you know, but not on stream. But that's going to be a blast in the past. We'll see if it's any good. At Fate's End... what the fuck was that? I don't remember that. Come. This. I don't know. I don't know. Did you miss PlayStation? No, Haz, we're about to do it. I was just running through the list of the things that I liked, but we're almost there. Gears of War Reloaded, I will play that. I love Gears of War. I don't know if I'll do it on stream, but I definitely... I might do it on stream. I just really like that game. It's full of testosterone, makes me feel like a man. Marcus's voice is just great. I mean, what can I say? The Coal Train runs on whole grain, baby. Persona 4 Revival. That was my absolute hands-down MVP pick. Persona 4 is the one game that is heads and shoulders for me above the rest. It's so heads and shoulders, I didn't expect it to show up on an Xbox thingo. That's kind of crazy to me. Does Microsoft own Atlas? I don't know, but that's head and shoulders for me. Absolutely the best one. Sea of Thieves, Smuggler's Tide? No. Invincible Verse, just not a game for me. But it definitely looks like they went like the Injustice 2 fighting style route, which makes sense. I mean, they're all superhumans, right? Final Fantasy, the 7, which I thought they already had a remake, so I don't know what the fuck that is. And Final Fantasy 16, I will play. Looks good. Keeper, I'm not interested in. And Call of Duty Black Ops 7.
Mason, the numbers, Mason. We're losing sales, Mason.
The numbers are going down. What does it mean?
It means that the audience is wrong. Gamers are stupid and racist, not us. Our game's not shit, they are.
The numbers. Anyway. Yeah, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the PlayStation one. So this is a video I found, Digital Trends. I don't know if this has them all in there. If I just click on this real quick, bam, up there it is. I just wanted to know. There's a couple games in there. It's definitely a list. Okay, PS5 time. This is what everyone's here for. PS5, huh? I'm gonna be honest. We'll pick we'll choose who's better at the end. I don't care about the console war because I'm a PC guy. I mean, everything on Xbox will just come to PC, and I've got the Game Pass, so I can try a lot of those games and not actually pay for them, which is great because I don't think a lot of them are really that good. But let's you know, it'll be a sad day when Xbox is actually better than the PlayStation announcements. So let's just see what PlayStation's cooking up. I'll just say PlayStation right now would win if they had one game on the list. It's like the state of play for June 2025 was 5 minutes long, and it was just Bloodborne PC or Bloodborne Remastered coming to PC. You would win. Anyway, I'll pause my music and I'll press play. All right, PlayStation. Let's give it a go. Wait, that was a game? Sorry, I thought that was the intro to like the video. That was a game, sorry. It really caught me off guard. Okay, sorry. Lumens Arise. Wishlist now. I don't even know what the fuck that was. Anyway. Okay, yeah, here's sorry. Yeah. Why would they announce it, then show gameplay? I'm gonna be honest, the track is kind of banging. I'm digging the track. Also, what is with PlayStation and what is with like one protagonist that has to like babysit somebody? I hate games like that. Didn't anyone learn anything from original fucking Resident Evil 4? Escort games are fucking fucked. Looks like a hack and slasher. Kinda interesting. Romeo is a dead man. Interesting. Oh, I've just realized they've put music on top of the game itself, like all the games. So I think they're trying to avoid copyright because I'm assuming PlayStation probably would have hit them with a copyright strike. So we're not able to actually hear the games. I think that's the case. Is it bothering anyone? Because I've only just pointed that out. I only just realized. Do you want me to try and find another video where we can hear it all? Because look up the trailer. I think I'll tell you what. Let's just look at the games on the list and we'll pull up some of the trailers. Silent Hill F looks kind of. I'm definitely down for that. So let's do Silent Hill F. Let's go to YouTube. So let's go Silent Hill F trailer. And then we'll duplicate that. Alright, so we got our first trailer. The Romeo is a dead man. I was just going to point that out and just say, I don't understand why everything has to be so fucking colourful. Why does everything have to be colourful? Everyone wants you to play Blair Witch. I think I remember that game coming out, but people were calling it a bit mid. Because it's like it's boring or something. Or someone said it's boring. There's not really a lot of horror in it. No, I didn't want to say anything has because I know that you were kind of looking at it, but I don't think there's like any combat or anything. That just seems to, it's more like it's a psychological horror. I'm pretty sure I'm fairly certain. Not too much horror. I don't think it's too scary, yeah. But anyway, it's so fucking colorful. Like even that, you think that looks interesting, but it's just everything's colored. Pinks and purples and shit. I don't know, that's weird to me. You know what? I'm just gonna play it through, and if I like the game, we'll watch the trailer. So let's start with this one. I liked this game. Let's watch the trailer. That's on PlayStation Official. Let's do it. So if we see it, because it's got music in the other video, if we like a game, I'll just trailer it up. This looks good. See what good quality on a video can do? F for fucking scary. Trip. She's gonna trip on her shoes. Oh, she didn't trip. Oh, that's not good. Kind of vibing. Interesting. They've got to be holding out. Wait, are we playing Silent Hill or are we in a fucking... She can still be... That's a good design. That's a good design. I'm gonna be honest, man. That was kind of interesting. I know they're holding out on a lot of the creature designs. They focused a lot on those puppet-looking walkers. I'm wondering where they're going with the idea of Silent Hill. Because Silent Hill is supposed to be a manifestation of the world of, like, someone's recesses of their mind, right? Is that correct? Something like that? And so people will see the call of Silent Hill, they'll see the town differently. So whatever you're experiencing, the other person will not see what you're seeing because you're going through your own experience, because that's what the city does, or something like that, or the town. They are definitely leaning heavily into the like, it's Japanese horror, which is kind of interesting. They focused on one enemy, I'm assuming because they're trying to hide a lot of the designs of the other creatures. I have to say the design of that last creature looked fucking awesome, by the way. That was really good. So, Silent Hill meets Dark Souls. I don't think it's going to be Dark Souls at all. In terms of, like, the mixture. I don't think it'll be mixing with the style of Dark Souls at all. I dare say you won't have the same movement either. It looks like the combat there actually looked a little bit more like, obviously, the Silent Hill 2 game remake that we had, and maybe a little bit of Resident Evil-ish. But probably more like obviously like the Silent Hill 2, they've lent onto that, I would say, and just followed that. But I don't think this is being made from Bloober Team, right? So, yeah, it's not going to be a walking sim. I hope it isn't. Yeah, fake horror. She didn't fall flat on her face. I thought she was going to trip. She fucking didn't. Don't judge too much yet, homie. I know you're a fan of dark and gritty RPGs, so yeah, that's like my genre of style that I really enjoy. I did say the Romeo Needs to Die, or whatever it is, looked interesting. I just made a mention of the bright colors that they chose for the design or the style, which I thought was just a little bit, yeah, for me. I was like, I don't really need like a dark and gritty story that explodes with rainbows every time I hit something. Not really feeling that. But that's just me. The rest of it's probably too scary to show. I'd say they're trying to keep it so they can cook it. You know, it's like, let it cook when people play it. You don't want to give away you show your best hand, right? For a trailer, because people are going to expect more if they like this. Alright. So I'm going to keep going through this until we find something we like. Alright, so this is Bloodstained. Whoa, wait, Digimon Story? They made a Digimon game? Hey. Only for me. It's a tactics Final Fantasy game. So Final Fantasy just showing up on both. Final Fantasy showing up on both estates of play. Okay. This gives me more like Fire Emblem feel, right? I hate it. I hate it. I don't like it. I hate it. Nah, hate it. Looks like one of them rage-inducing games that you gotta learn how to walk, and it's gonna be all janky and weird. That feels like a YouTuber game. Because I know YouTubers are gonna be laughing their ass off and doing all that usual stuff. I reckon that's just gonna be a content game. This has that, like they've hand-drawn every frame. That's what that looks like. It's an interesting style. The Hiragami, like stop motion. Everybody's golf hot shots. Oh, what a banger. Banger every game. That's game of the year right there. Absolutely. They made a game for mountain climbers? Huh. Game of the century was the golf. By the way, you said you hope they make an It Takes Two 2. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out, though, Has. Because there's such a prevalence for people, like for designers and developers to be making like fire teams of 3, they're probably just going to be like, it takes 3. And I reckon that'd be a terrible decision. I think they're going to be like, they're going to say it takes 3 because because like Elden Ring with Night Rain just did it, and I know that games like obviously Destiny's been doing 3-man strike teams for God knows how long. Games with just 2 people, or the option to play with just 2 people, just seems to be increasingly rare. And it always seems to be 3-player or 6-player or whatever, or just 1 player. For some reason, the Mythical 2, the co-op, just doesn't seem to be getting a lot of love. That's just my opinion, though. I could be wrong. There could be a billion games out there. And if there are a billion games out there that currently that have 2-player, you know why I don't know about them? Because they probably fucking suck. And no one's playing them. So how about making a good one? By the way, people are saying Split Fiction is going to be Game of the Year. It's not. Expedition 33 is going to take Game of the Year. I'm assuming this is Metal Gear Solid of sorts. Oh no, it must just be showing what you can. Oh no, it is. Oh. I'm not a Metal Gear Solid fan. I haven't played it, I guess, but I've never looked at it and thought I really want to play it. It's just he's using bullets as fucking knuckle dusters. Snake Eater? This has to be Neo 3. This is what Yul sent me. Yeah, Yul sent me this. Love the fucking design on some of those creatures, though. So that's Neo 3, for sure. I will have to play that on stream. I didn't even finish the second one. Finished the first one, didn't finish the second one on stream. But to be fair, I had 0 viewers. Even my bot didn't even fucking show up. So I felt really bad, and I started playing it offline. And then I just never finished it. But I wasn't hating it. It was just during a down period. I think I took a month off streaming. I just wasn't really feeling streaming, so... They turned Thief into a VR game. That's kind of interesting. Always wondered what they were doing with that franchise. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest, man. Like, what do you guys think so far? Honestly, I'm not a PlayStation guy, but looking at a lot of these games, a lot of them are just demos, and a lot of them also just seem to be fillers. I don't think a lot of these aren't really screaming huge releases. Get ready for, you know, I'm not really fighting over anything in this list. Silent Hill F is the clear grandstanding winner for me at the moment. Obviously, I'll play that if it's not PlayStation exclusive. But this has been, for me, honestly, I think this is also pretty underwhelming. It's just a me thing, man. I don't like games that are just fucking filled with rainbows and colors and shit. I'm just not a fan of the style of how it looks. And I don't care if someone's like, yeah, but there's one thing in the game that looks interesting. I just don't vibe with it. I don't understand why everything just needs to be fucking colorful, like bright ass rainbow colors. It's just I was like, look, that's just not a game for me. How about we just leave it at that? Lackluster. Well, where's Haz? What's Haz doing? I thought Haz was here. Haz wanted the PlayStation one, right? Wasn't this Astrobot? I thought it was, but I guess not. Is that Sea of Remnants? I wonder what that is. I'm only saying I wonder what that is because the style of it is reminding me of Expedition. What was it? Sea of Remnants. I'm just curious. I already don't like it. I already don't like it. And I'm gonna give it a chance, but I'm not gonna watch fucking IGN's 4-minute one. All right, let's just watch this one. Fucking hell, IGN. IGN. Here you go. You can have my click. How many people are complaining about the ads on the video? All right, none. So this person said Clear Obscure, but pirate version, right? So they're referring to Expedition as well. So it's not just me who looked at it. I'll give it a chance.
My old man always said to me, he told me, get a ship. Then it hit me all so clear. No old man.
Yeah, I don't think it's Clear Obscure, my bad. I made a very poor comparison there just from like the screen. I'm really sorry. The first thing I noticed before I even clicked on it, the reason why I was like, I'm not really feeling it, but I'll give it a chance, is because I just had a fucking feeling.
Nope.
Yeah, nope. So the reason why I'm not really feeling it is the first time when I saw the thumbnail and I made that comment is because I just fucking knew. For some reason, with this art style, it always has to be the happy-go-lucky, gimmicky, over-the-top fucking show of characters. I don't like that myself. But anyway, it's interesting though. Well, you can disagree with me, absolutely, and in fact, I highly recommend that you do. If you really do disagree with me, go for it. Don't hold back. Tell me why you find it interesting. Like, what do you like about it?
Just gotta share. Memories go, memories stay. Chasing the sound of the waves. It always sways, it always strays. Standing on the beach all day. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Just want to point out as well that this doesn't look like I don't think this is gameplay. This looks like a tech demo. So tech demos and gameplay trailers are different. So just be aware of that. See, if I only saw that, that's why I made that. That's why I mentioned it. Because it gave me the feeling of being in the falling ocean. Or the falling sea, or whatever it was called, in Expedition, and it looked like that sort of combat with the damage numbers and stuff. So if I'd only, it actually goes to show what a song could do on top of the actual trailer. I don't think this is interesting at all for me. I'm not interested. So that is a no from me. I'm just saying it looked better with this song over it. I don't know. Sound design is so fucking important, guys. Music is important because it helps sell the game. Buddy, I have Veilguard as a prime example of our tastes being similar and different. Our tastes are definitely not similar, if that's your example. There's nothing similar in that. Is Dragon Age Veilguard is not a game that I remotely enjoy. That genre is not something I enjoy. It's not dark fantasy. That was horrible. It's an absolutely horrible game. I was about to say that riding a sword reminds me of Metaphor. So this looks more like one of them environmental games where the environment looks amazing and you just sort of traverse through it. It's one of those wow factor games, like visual, like sort of visual stunning arts. That's a tech demo as well, I think. I don't think I'm interested in that. Deus Ex Conspiracy? And they just haven't put any of the gameplay in. So they're doing Resident Evil 2 and 3, they're just adding it to the Classics catalog in 2025. Okay. More, LGBT HD TV stuff. Which one? It's psychological horror. Which one, Yul? It looks gay. You can say what you need, King. I'm streaming on Kick as well. I think we're fine. We have similar tastes. Dark Souls, Neo. You're running through games like Elden Ring is how I found you. Yeah. I mean, there's going to be games that we like. For sure. Dark Souls 2 is my fave. Oh, of course, 100%. In fact, that game should get Game of the Year this year just because it exists, frankly. Who the fuck uses Kick? I do, Has. I do. I'm streaming on 3 different platforms. I'm doing YouTube, Twitch, and Kick just because I'm not going to stick on Be a Real Man. I am on Twitch. You're watching me on Twitch, Has. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you dense? We're on Twitch. I stream to the other platforms because if I'm going to be doing this reacting stuff and watching different videos and giving spicy opinions and takes on things, yeah, if I do that, I could get banned on Twitch. I could get a temp ban on any of this stuff, whereas being on other platforms means my eggs aren't in one basket. But speaking of Dark Souls, you got the game last year and you barely played it. Not because you don't like it, you've just been doing other things. I mean, well, there you go. You're just preoccupied. Definitely get around to it if you can. It's a good game, but, you know. So Myst is a puzzle game, right? Knight to B6. Wait, they made a 007 and a white guy is the main protagonist. What? No. I'm shocked. Okay, what is this? As I said, I have a bias for this sort of style. Because the games in this sort of style normally slap. That's why I just have a bias for the style. They just have such a consistency of being good games. I have heard of that game. I've heard of that. I have to pause it, and it's just fucking colors. But yeah, no, that game definitely looked interesting for sure. You think it is like Ghost of yeah, definitely. Let's go. So far, like fucking hell, this has been pretty. Eh. Eh. So this has more of a Marvel vs. Capcom sort of feel. And that's it, by the way. So that is everything. So that's your PlayStation state of play. Which one was better, guys? I need to know. What are we thinking? I've got to... You think PlayStation was better? Fascinating. Okay, I like it. Xbox for king. Plague Tale was on there. Instant miss. Okay, so, Haz, can I get your real fucking opinion? Not just your... Haha, Plague Tale was on Xbox, the whole thing shit, lol. I'm just curious, what do people prefer? They were both shit? There we go. Now you're talking a bit more sense. That sounds a bit more like you. PlayStation has some good games, but was underwhelming as fuck. I actually think, my personal opinion, Haz is still too shy to admit it. I mean, I agree, you'll Haz. Sometimes you need to be true to yourself. It's okay to say that you liked Xbox more, which I think is what you're trying to avoid saying, because that's what you honestly think. I think the Xbox One was better. Because I'm making the comparison based on the filler games, the games that people are just... Like, there's a lot of games in here that are just filler. I think Baby Steps is a filler game for sure. The Tactics for Final Fantasy, that's a filler game. That's an... Like, Digimon Story is an interesting one, but we don't know. Bloodstained, I don't know. Silent Hill F is the big heavy hitter here. I think Silent Hill F and Ghosts of Yotei, or Yotei, that's definitely the two heavy lifters. A 007 game, it's not exactly something that people are going to be hyped about. There was a lot of these games here with Twisted Metal 3 and 4 and the Capcom game, the fighting game, that just seems like filler games. The Firebreak looked like one as well. Sword of the Sea. It was one of those like spectacle, check the terrains. That just seems like a same thing, a filler. Sea of Remnants, I'm not interested in that at all. I don't like the design style of it. That's what's putting me off pretty severely. Astrobot was there. I mean, Astrobot's already been out. I don't know if that's like the next one in the series or something, but once again, I still think that Black Myth Wukong should have taken Game of the Year over Astrobot, but I get it. Astrobot's a bit more family-friendly and accessible to a larger audience. We all know they're rigged anyway. Tides of Tomorrow. I mean, that's a bit filler. Thief VR, Legacy of Shadow. I mean, anything that's VR is likely fucking filler. Neo 3, the first two were pretty niche, so while we think Neo 3 looks amazing, I mean, the first two look good too, and there's a lot of people who talk good about it, but it is a niche game. It's not a very widespread, everyone's fucking pumped for it. That's a very small community, but it's nice that it's there. Metal Gear Solid Delta, I don't know much about Metal Gear myself. Project Defiance was just that thing. The Legacy Collection was filler. The Karen, that was a can, that's filler. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. That could be pretty fun for people who like that old school indie style, for sure, like the old school Castlevania style. I'm sure people might like that, but I think that's not something I'm interested in, so I'm going to put that for me down in the filler. There's a lot of filler here, and I'm comparing the filler games here, Everybody's Golf Hotshots, like these filler games to the other one, to Xboxes, right? Let's see if Remnants. That's not what we want. We want Xbox State of Play. I think it was this one we watched.
Play anywhere.
Outer Worlds 2, I mean, same thing. I'm putting that in filler. High on Life 2, same thing. Resonance, A Plague Tale Legacy, I mean, it's weird, like, these games aren't... we know of these games, these are IPs that people have played and have been successful in the past. So I think the fillers so far for Xbox are stronger than the filler category on PlayStation. Blood of the Dawnwalker definitely was that's a one I'm interested in. The Super Meat Boy 3D, I just don't know. That's a filler for sure. Ninja Gaiden 4, I'm definitely playing. I really want to check that out. Indiana Jones is a fucking filler game for sure. Beast of Reincarnation, that was interesting to me, but that's because I'm interested in that style. Like, I'm interested in this sort of style, so I'm a little bit biased on that. But definitely something. Clockwork Revolution, I'm not interested in. This was a shooter of sorts. Grounded 2, I mean, once again, people know about that. I'm not a fan of that, but Grounded's got a lot of a big thing. This was a horror game that reminded me of the Dead Spacey sort of look. It could be inspired in that style, and we need a good game in that style. I think that'd be fantastic if it hits. I mean, it's got ESO as well. They do have ESO. This was a new game with a single pro tag. I don't know if that's going to be any good. I just don't know. There are no ghosts at the Grand. Just seems like one of them happy-go-lucky games. I'm not interested. That's filler for sure. The Mudang. This is something that some people might find interesting, for sure. Don't think it's for me. This I can see having an indie charm, so sure, people will probably be checking that out. Fallout 76 can go fuck itself. Solo leveling is definitely going to get some people to play it, for sure, because of the animation. The anime. This was just weird. This is just not for me. This feels like a normies, we're trying to get the normies in anime because everything's cute, but also anime, ooh-woo sort of thing. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, I mean, it's going to have a very small niche group of people, but... I'm thinking the state of play for Xbox was stronger, man. I'm going to be honest. Like, still going through this list, at Fate's End, I'll probably have a look. Gears of War Reloaded is a big hit. That's going to do really well. Persona 4, fucking... yeah. That's my biggest one. Couldn't care about Sea of Thieves. They've got their own fighting game with the Invincible franchise, which is probably going to get checked out at least. Even if it's not good, it's going to get checked out. And then they've got these Final Fantasy fucking announcements here. I mean,
it's about tree fitting.
Look up trailers for Game Freak, Final Fantasy Ones and Ghost of Yoti.
I mean,
If there are longer
game.
trailers, bitch.
And then, I mean, Call of Duty 7 Black, I don't think anyone really people will play that anyway, but I don't care. But that's the whole point, right? Like, I think this was a stronger lineup than PlayStation. Because even the games that I'm not interested in, I've either heard of, or the previous ones are done pretty well, and they do have, I don't know, I think they just look stronger. I think this was a stronger lineup. It's my honest opinion. I don't think PlayStation is shit. I'm a PC player, but I do think Xbox had a stronger lineup. Can COD die already? It's got its own platform, you know. It's just not a game for me anymore. I'm too old for that. I just don't have the reaction times of a 15-year-old kid. They're just so quick. They just fucking hit everything. Let's have a look at, what was the Game Freak game? That was Beast of Resonance or something, right? Beast of Reincarnation. Is that the one? Beast of Reincarnation. Developers a Game Freak. That's fucking wild to me, though. And PlayStation's obviously coming out on PlayStation, but that's kind of wild. Well, watch the PlayStation one. I'm not giving ING my fucking click. Oh, the Xbox one, though. The Xbox one, though, guys. We'll click the first one that isn't ING.
はるか昔この国に輪廻の獣が現れた輪廻の獣は汚れを吐きあらゆる生物を蝕む
Anytime I see that Game Freak logo, I just picture me mashing A because I just want to get to the new game to start a new Pokemon file. But, like, because the video quality is so much better, this actually looks 10 times better. I was already interested, but this looks good. Does it not? This looks good. If Haz was here, Haz couldn't knock that either, because it does look better than the video that we had. Because the video we had was, I don't know what, I was in 1080 HD, and it looked terrible, but this is in the same, and it looks great. Must have been a rendering problem. If Haz was here, I mean, fucking hell. This looks great.
西暦4026年、人類は滅亡を待つのみ。封じ子エマ、お前こそが輪廻の獣を滅ぼす刃となる。
Pretty fascinating, man. I'm sure there's probably going to be someone out there that's like, fucking female main character. No, like, I don't even think, to be fair, I don't even think people are going to be saying that en masse. There's a difference between having someone like Rey from Star Wars and how their character's written to just a strong female protagonist. There is a certain way to write those characters. This looks great. From Game Freak, man. Wow. This looks good. Reminds you so much of Wild Hearts. I was thinking about Wild Hearts. That's a pretty janky game. I did play it on stream. I preferred... I was playing Monster Hunter World at the time. It was Monster Hunter World's definitely the better of the two. But Wild Hearts had its own little thing going, and I didn't think it was that bad. It wasn't stand out like, whoa. It was okay. It had some interesting mechanics. It had some building mechanics too, which was interesting. But this looks good, man. I'm gonna be honest, it looks good. It's nice to see they can make a good-looking game. Well, because everything's being made in fucking Unreal Engine, isn't it? What engine's this being done by? Okay, hear me out. They make a Pokemon game like this, and they will instantly earn all the money on Earth. Let's get a free roam fucking. Let's get a Pokemon RPG, and yeah, it handles like this. Make it happen, Game Freak. Fuck. Japan seems to know how to make a protagonist. I agree. Their protagonists have been really good. They seem to just know how to... It's really the writing that makes them stand out. It's what separates them. There is a way to write a strong female character without writing them in a condescending manner, where it's like, I'm a strong female character because I'm empowered and I'm better than all the men around me and blah blah, and there's all this messaging, and it's just no good, and it's not needed, and the character just seems to be invincible and they have no flaws. You point out a flaw that they have or a weakness, and they fucking knee-jerk, and then, you get told that you're stupid for calling it out. It's just very condescending, is essentially that. Not to mention, they just don't look good. They don't look appealing to look at. Whether you like it or not, appealing characters in games is just a standpoint. That's just a baseline. And that goes for male characters too. Because I don't see like lots of male characters or protagonists and stuff that are like fucking, 180 kilos and obese running around doing all this shit. And everyone's like crying out for it. Essentially, they all have the fucking feministic babyface look. It's like they're super tall and they have that anime feel to them. And they're just good-looking guys, right? The women need to be the same, absolutely. Because guys will obviously... It's more appealing. You're trying to sell the best product, so you want things in the product that reach the biggest general wide audience of interest. And good-looking characters is exactly that. It's like whenever you can make your own character in any game, even women will make super hot fucking female characters. They'll make them as good-looking as they can. Seldom does a female or a chick who's like a girl gamer or like a female gamer make a character that looks exactly like them, including their weight. They just don't. And there's a reason for that. Because even women want to play as hot fucking protagonists. It's not just the men. And the Japanese understand that. Well, exactly. Because they don't do it to make a statement. They don't make a character ugly because they're like, oh, well, because we don't want our men ogling the women. And they don't do that. They just make, like, because a lot of the time they base these characters off of motion cap from actual women that are just fucking there. Not to mention their culture's different and their food is different. That's also another interesting factor. It's like there are countries out there that exist that are not America, and these cultures do matter because in like social psychology or just like socio-culture mechanics, it's something like that. I can't remember the exact name, but they take into account that your personality and your behavior and your traits and how you deal with things do change, and they do morph and modify a little bit during developmental levels because of the culture and environment around you. 100%. Like, for example, someone who's lived in America their whole life then goes to North Korea as an example, like an extreme example. You go to North Korea. You're going to learn that things are a little bit different there. And that's exactly why. Your culture has shifted and changed how you act and talk because your culture has allowed you to modify, morph, and adapt with the other people around you that are also doing the same in the same environment and stimulus. And it's really the rules and freedoms that you're given that also help with that development. So, once again, someone from North Korea coming to, and on the flip side, North Korea going to America and just seeing all the different freedoms and the cans and can'ts and all that, like that's sort of their input will be different when they're trying to create something with rules and boundaries. Honestly, you're in the business of making money. Hot chicks sell. Hot chicks sell. I want to go on a limb and say the top 1,000 OnlyFans models are not all obese, even on an average. I don't think 800 or 80% out of 100% of them are all morbidly obese. I'm going to go on a limb and say that they're probably a little bit thinner than that, and they're probably fucking hot with massive tits, on average. There is a baseline of attractiveness is what I'm talking about. Like if we lined up 10 women, you can do this for men as well, but if we lined up 10 women and they went from obese to complete anorexia, and then we asked, 100 men to rank them in terms of just physical, on view, physical attractiveness. Immediately after I've said that, if anyone's listening to me, I know that you immediately thought, oh, well, the guys will pick the ones in the middle. They're not going to pick the absolute obese or the absolute anorexic. Of course they won't. That's just a safe bet. Because of course they won't. There's a lot of variables that go into that when you look at someone. If someone's obese, it's got a lot of traits that it gives you because you can make assumptions based off of their physical appearance. When someone's obese, you think, okay, they either eat a lot. So that's a variable because then we're going to have, more food. We're going to spend money on food. They like eating out. I don't know if they cook. They probably buy takeaway, considering their weight. They don't go to the gym, so they're not disciplined in that. They're probably going to have some health issues or maybe some body issues, self-confidence issues. It just gives you tells of baggage that you need to deal with and personal challenges that you're going to have to take on board if you commit to this woman. And this is the same for men as well. This can go both ways. And then you look at someone who's incredibly skinny, same thing. You get those variables. Okay, they probably don't eat much. Are they anorexic? Are they bulimic? Do they have health issues or health problems? Why aren't they eating much? Or are they super fit and super active, but they just don't eat much? Are they a marathon runner? Like they could be super fit, but just really skinny because they run marathons. And they could be really, who knows? We don't know, but a lot of these things, the same thing about images and all, body image and whatnot. These are variables that we take into account when we see people on a physical level. So when you look at someone who's not super obese and they're not super skinny and they have that average, there's not a lot of tell we can get from that. Everything's just guesswork because we can't say, oh, well, they're not looking after themselves because they aren't fat. Well, we can't say that they're under eating either because they're not super skinny. And so you don't have a lot of tells. And so that you have to get to know them first. So you have to engage and get to know them. There's not a lot of variables just from the physical tell that we can see. And that's why I guess you could say it's the perfect trap. But that's why, that's one of the reasons why you could argue that that body shape is just more appealing and more attractive. For sure. But anyway, to me, it comes down to a health thing. I'm not going to date someone who's fucking overweight. I just won't, because I go to the gym. And I'm not going to date someone who's overweight because I have that standard for myself. That's just my preference and my standard. I hold that standard to myself. But anyway. Japan, or just fucking, yeah, Japan, they just seem to get it. They seem to understand that, you know, good-looking characters fucking sell. And it just has nothing to do with this whole male gaze fucking woke garbage that I'm just, yeah, it has nothing to do with that. Anyway, I ranted and I rambled. That's what I did. I must look insane. Oh, King. I don't even know if you're still here. I don't even know if anyone's still here after all of that bullshit. I muted everything. I just ranted to no music or nothing. Okay, let me start again. Let me start my rant again. I got some background music now. Hell yeah, now we're slapping. I'm not gonna do it again. Well, thank you, Yul. Did you message through YouTube? What you doing, Yul? Oh, you know what? Hang on, Yul. You went to YouTube because less ads. Admit it. That's what you did, Yul. You were sick of the Twitch ads every fucking minute. Does, No, you just felt like it? Oh, okay, you're back to Twitch now. That's a really weird thing about this, right? A lot of people are just... They talk about the fall of Twitch, and that Twitch is doing some stupid shit. But... people will still prefer Twitch, because I prefer Twitch. It's just better. I like how it handles, but I don't like how it's run. Does that make sense? The Twitch has better latency? Yeah, you'll definitely be a little bit behind because it's being, yeah, mirrored on through a third party. Like, for example, on Twitch, right? So on Twitch, let's just have a look. I'll be like, hey, do you have the Twitch TOS rules? So we'll just have a look at the rules, right? It's going to go and get them off the twitch.tv terms of service. It's got them here. And it'll start telling me the guidelines and everything. It'll have the you know, the service here, content ownership. You retain ownership of the content by uploading it to Twitch. Yep, they can yep, all the usual. Violence and threats, can't have that. Self-destructive behavior, sure. Unauthorized sharing, yep, that's like doxing and stuff. We totally get it. Enforcements and appeals and all that. Okay, so let me bring up hypotheticals and let me know if it's bad. Absolutely. So hit me with any hypotheticals you want. I'll break down whether they're risky, safe, or fall into a gray area. Okay, let's just mention something, right? Let's just say, what? Oh no, that, you know, no, fuck it. I'm streaming on Kick. You know, fuck it. So let's just say, what if you call someone fat? So calling someone fat on Twitch can easily violate their hateful conduct and harassment policy, especially if it's targeted, repeated, or used in a mocking or insulting context. Cool. If you're making a general commentary discussing a body image in media, keep it non-targeted, respectful, and analytical. So, kind of like what I just did. Kind of like what I just did when I was talking about the general rule of attractiveness, and that there is a sort of like, there is an average of attractiveness that we can measure based on, you know, body weight, just physical attractiveness generally. But there are a lot of variables, but there is generally a perceived average of what we would consider as just attractive, and then like super attractive. Like those women exist. Absolutely, that image exists. So that I was just I broke it down with general commentary, of course. I did a fucking good job, so I'm definitely safe. But what if they are actually fat though? So now I'm challenging it, because now we've turned it into a descriptor. So what if I just called someone fat because they are actually indeed fat? So no doubt it's probably going to tell me the context of it, like how did I use it? Was it a descriptor or what was I targeting them? Like shaming and stuff. Even if someone is factually overweight, calling them fat on Twitch, especially in a derogatory, mocking, or dismissive... Yeah, so there it is. Yeah. Yep, okay. So we knew that. We knew that. So it's based on how you use the words or what you're doing. So, what if I said that soldiers deserve PTSD? Would almost certainly violate Twitch's community guidelines, specifically under hateful conduct, harassment, and promotion of violence or trauma. Very, very fascinating. Even if it's part of a political take or an anti-war stance. What if my stance was that I really meant it? Yeah, or permanent suspension. They don't just moderate based on tone or joke context. It also... Remember, Chatgpt is 100% factual, guys. Just remember that. What about self-hate? Like, yeah, that's interesting. Because if you're curious, you may have noticed that I'm slowly diving into the comparison between Tectone and the other individuals that have not been... what I just said there, that was said by a streamer. And she did not get banned. But if you're curious, by the way, King and Yule, if you're curious about what else she said, because I've just got the TOS and the ChatGPT is just telling me if it's right or wrong. America deserved 9/11. I didn't even spell America properly, but will absolutely get you banned on Twitch, and likely on most other platforms too. Here's why. It's a glorification of terrorism, which Twitch strictly prohibits. Do they? Fascinating. It qualifies as hate speech, promotion of violence, and targeted harassment, all bannable offenses, yeah. Twitch enforces harshly when content justifies or celebrates mass suffering, regardless of the political rationale. Yeah, it's just common sense that you don't say shit like that. That makes sense. Because if a terroristic action happened, you don't go around saying, oh yeah, they totally deserved it because that's just my freedom of speech beliefs. Like, hang the fuck on. You have freedom to say what you want, but you're not free of the consequences if there are consequences that come bearing down. It's sort of like, don't draw your sword if you're not willing to use it. Don't pull a gun if you're not willing to fire it. There are a lot of things like, don't do the actions unless you're willing to commit to the consequence. This is the exact conclusion you and I drew when we looked into it. Yeah. So that was something. She also said, what if I set up a donation goal to, I think it was making a cake. Let's just assume, because I actually don't know 100% on this, but I think it's to bake a cake and recreate 9/11 on stream. That's a massive TOS violation and almost certainly grounds for an immediate permanent ban from Twitch. Once again, you're glorifying or mocking a terrorist attack, even symbolically or through parodies considered hateful conduct and harassment and promotion of violence. I absolutely fucking agree. If you're curious, as I said, this streamer did all of this. It's been clipped and shipped. The proof is there. They didn't get banned. It's fucking wild. Now, what's her name again? I think it's... How do you spell it? I don't think it's Froggy. Is it like Frogy? Something like that? It's like Frogy or something. The Twitch a streamer said all of this, did she get banned even with the roof people have clipped? I think that's how you spell it. It's going to search the web. I think that's the... Oh, there it is. Frogan. Or Morgan, right. Did make those controversial statements, and she faced significant consequences from Sports Skeeter, apparently. So went viral. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. US military boo fucking who. I hope you get PTSD. Just casually. Sure. She later clarified that her comments were directed at soldiers who showed no remorse for their action. Man, the backpedal and the fucking... I didn't stab them. They walked into my knife. I was just holding it there, just talking, and it was just kind of in my hand. Now clip this out of context. Fuck no. Don't you dare. I actually will probably end up... I will definitely get banned or in trouble, and then you're gonna have to come and hang out with me on Kick. You got no fucking choice. Anyway, after that clarification, additionally, an older clip resurfaced where she discussed a donation goal to recreate 9/11 using a cake shaped like the Twin Towers in a plane. So it was a cake. Who the fuck says this? Just, I'm not even American, man. But if I had a big, like... there was a big mass shooting that Australia had that resulted in heavy gun laws that we had over here in Australia. You don't see any of us trying to fucking recreate that on a stream out of cake? Good God. That's wild. So Twitch issued Frogan a 30-day suspension. So she did get a suspension, or like a ban, while she claimed the ban was due to a separate incident involving a controversial tier list. Oh, that's right. That's right. They I think it was on stage. They were ranking fucking races or something. Like, what the fuck? That's wild. I'm sure they've got some way to explain that, I'm sure. Uh-huh. Frogan made those statements, and despite the existence of clips as evidence, she received a temporary suspension. This situation highlights the importance of understanding platform policies. Wait, didn't someone have a sex on stream and only get a 7-day ban? Now, is this true? I don't even know if people know about this. Instances? More than one? No. Oh, these were just them streaming like stuff. Okay. Okay. No, that's they were just extreme, yeah. I mean, FauziTube, I don't think that's the person I'm thinking of. And XQC is not the one I'm thinking of either. I don't think it brought up the one I was thinking of. But there was this female who did it in, got a temp ban, I believe. I'm just going to see if it can find it, because if it does find it now, it means that I had to follow up, and it means I already had to have... See, I already had to have the knowledge in order for the chat to bring this up. Otherwise, it wouldn't have brought it up. So as I said, the knowledge is power. It's what you know, man. See, being terminally online will help you. Port Arthur. I believe so. iShowSpeed got head on stream. I mean, like, these rules just don't exist for people who are just fucking well off. If you're going to make money for the platform, there are just going to be people who look at it and go, it's a business decision at the end of the day. And I get it, it's a business decision. But holy hell, can we just have consistent rules? Because there's a lot of people out there that follow the guidelines, and then the moment they put a small toe over it, they get fucking Thor's hammer shoved onto their scrotum, and their nuts pop. And it's just not the same. The incident in August 2022, a Twitch streamer named Kamika was banned after engaging in sexual activity during a live broadcast. Twitch issued a 7-day suspension. It wasn't even a permanent ban. It's true. I remembered hearing about it, but I never looked it up. So here we are, 3 years later, talking about it, and I got a 7-day suspension for having sex during a live broadcast. And it was partially visible on camera, and they got a 7-day suspension. I could get banned just talking about this. I could. Why was Tectone's ban overturned? It was not overturned. It was a 7-day suspension. That's actually not correct. That's actually not correct. So this is outdated information. His ban. He appealed his ban, and by the way, he appealed his ban, and they approved it. But they approved it on, I think it was on Saturday or something. I'll go and get a video of it in a second. We'll just watch it. But they approved. But then, because they approved it on a weekend, they're trying to tell him that his ban won't be. The ban team's not here. They're not in on the weekend, so they can't lift the ban until Monday. And immediately, I think that's wrong. I think they lied to him, or they're bullshitting him, because I'm fairly certain that Hassan got banned on a weekend and then unbanned. So it is... I do believe they do show up on weekends. I'm fairly certain. So I still think it's a double standard, for sure. Make money or stay in line. Your Twitch overlords, 100%. Or you probably already got shadow banned. I fucking probably have. In fact, I'm going to ask the chat. So, hey, have I been shadow banned on Twitch? Let's see if it can even bring that up. Twitch doesn't officially use the term shadow ban, but there are situations where your visibility or engagement might be throttled with an outright ban. Fucking, it does happen. Signs you might be shadow banned. Your stream is live but doesn't show up in games category listings. That happened to me when I played Hogwarts Legacy during the controversial era. I showed my stats. You saw the nosedive. It plunged down to like 2 viewers to 0, and they were my bots. It was a rough time, guys. What about the in-real-life streamer that's in jail in the Philippines? The Philippines? There's so many fucking... Oh, right, Hassan, the one with shit takes. Yeah, his takes are wild, man. He admitted on live TV that he is a propagandist as well, but his takes don't make sense. They don't make sense because, of course they don't. Propaganda tends not to make sense. It's based on the fact that you just take information at face value and don't do critical thinking or research. That's what propaganda banks on. Vitali? Okay, so I've heard of the Vitali one. How many years did he get? Were they trying to give him 20 years? Vitali, that dog shit, man. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... I haven't heard good things about him. Your view count drops significantly without explanation. Yeah, all of this shit happened to me, man. Chat messages are invisible or not seen by others. I don't think that happened to me. Can't be found through the search. I don't know... I don't think people were finding me during that shadow ban, but I definitely did. Pretty sure his court trial hasn't even started. Yeah, I don't think it has. They are trying to get him for some. How many years is Vitali going for? I probably should have specified the fucking streamer. But because we're talking about it, the Russian-American YouTuber, yeah. For prank videos. It's just a prank, bro. Potential prison sentence of up to 24 years in the Philippines. The charge... Okay, what are the charges? There's live streams, yeah, including theft, attempted theft, unjust vexation, so confusion. Not justified confusion, but just blatant, on purpose, confusing behavior or something, or at least public behavior, causing public disturbances. Yeah, detained. I don't think you want to be going to prison in fucking the Philippines, man. I don't think you do, right? Yeah, it'll depend on the outcomes of the trial. Yeah. Okay. Denied by US and Russia. Both Russia and the United States have declined to accept his deportation. Yeah. They're starting to do that now. In real life, like, IRL streamers are really tanking the fucking reputation of IRL streamers. And that, I mean, what was his name? Johnny Somali tried to show up in court with a MAGA hat, right? Make America Great Again, because he was trying to get, like, a... I'm pretty sure in one of his videos he actually said he was like, South Korea is an American fucking like state or something. It was like a sovereign state of America or some shit. Like, the dude is a complete fucking nut job, and he's a very interesting psychoanalysis case study, 100%. Because the thing is, I believe he's cognitively aware of what he's doing. You don't want to be there? The prisons look like shit? Yeah. Well, that's the whole point. Like, prisons shouldn't be... It's supposed to be about rehabilitation back into society, but somewhere along the way, that just failed to happen. Prisons are just a really weird system to me. I like the fact that they exist because you have to separate some people from the rest of society. If the rest of society has an agreed set of rules and someone breaks them, then that person shouldn't just be shunned per se, but they should be rehabilitated. The problem is there are some actions that are hard to rehabilitate from. And so what do you do with these people? You give them long fucking sentences. Prison PTSD, so you don't want to go back in. The thing is with that as well, there is... It's a... It's a type of... I think it's like conditioned hopelessness. Conditioned hopelessness, I believe. I think it's something like that. I think it's called a... More accurately known as learned helplessness. That's what it is. I was so close. Psychological phenomenon where a person or an animal learns to believe they are powerless to change the situation even when opportunities to escape or improve exist. So using dogs, they found that dogs subjected to unavoidable shocks eventually stopped trying to escape, even when escape later became possible. It mirrored depressive symptoms in humans, because there are just points where humans are like we just go, what's the point in trying, because bullshit just happens anyway, and that's the point. So it's like prison is just a horrible... There's a lot of bad prisons out there, but when they're that bad and everyone in the prison is acting the same way and there's its own little culture now and it's turned into a group thing and you got to pick groups or clans or whatever the fuck you have to do in there. You've got to just mind your own business and all that. If shit's going bad for prison or bad for life and then you just feel like everyone's picking on you, even if you know you have a date coming up where you can get parole, it's like... You get that parole denied, and then it starts to seep in. It's the idea of, like, fuck it. What's the point, right? If I get out, I'll just end up being back in here anyway. And that happens a lot. It happens a lot. Sometimes there are prisons out there, or the system is like a revolving door. Because sometimes if you have to survive in a rough environment in prison, it's like when you come back from a war, how do you reintegrate into peaceful times? It's really difficult. If all you've known is war, how do you integrate back into a peaceful society? Like, what jobs are there for you? Because society, socializing in society is very different depending on, as I said, this is a very big environmental factor. This actually links to another psychological condition. Fuck me.
Enjoy your stay.
It's something. It's something.
Thank you for following
like
Hairless Kit Kat.
Socio-cultural? I think it's socio-cultural? Social-cultural is a branch of psychology that emphasizes how a person's social environment and culture background influence their thoughts, behaviors, and emotions. So the idea is that humans are deeply shaped by their social context, family, peers, media, institutions. So imagine you spend your whole life around people who just constantly break the law, or gangs, or whatever, or violence, and you spend your whole life around that. Imagine what that does do to you, and then you just big chill in a fucking prison for years on end with the worst of the worst, because they're in prison for a reason. They've broken the rules and laws of society, of acceptable societal behavior, and then you hang around them for so long, and then you wonder why it's hard to reform, right? Because this is definitely a thing. Because you've got mass hysteria, you've got faux complex. Like, these things happen when you're in a mass hysteria where one person does one thing and then you hear a rumor and then you don't even, you just fucking, well, if they're doing it, I've got to do it, otherwise I'm going to miss out. And that fucking happens. What's up with that name too? Hairless Kit Kat. I prefer my Kit Kats hairless, that is for sure. I like all the Kit Kats with no hair on them. That is not a good way to eat a Kit Kat. Not really a big Kit Kat fan, to be honest. The chocolate's kind of, I don't really care. 1 bowl of rice a day, you'll die of malnutrition. Prison PTSD, yeah. Prime Minister of the Philippines' main spiel before being elected was, we will kill drug leaders on the spot instead of sending them to jail. I think you're going to see a big dip in drug dealers. You know why? Because there's a fucking consequence. And the consequence is pretty severe. It's, that would be conditioned. That would be conditioned learning. Classic learning. That's classical, that's classic conditioning. Oh, that's the word. Classic conditioning, I think. I believe that's classic conditioning. Look at me using some of this knowledge now. Classic conditioning. I think it could be classic. I think it's classic conditioning. I did not put the D in there. Classical conditioning, yeah. It's foundational type, a concept in behavioral psychology, where a neutral stimulus becomes associated with a meaningful stimulus. Well, actually, operant. It could be operant conditioning, sorry. I think it's operant. I think it might be operant. Behavior is shaped by consequences. That's the one! Haha! See, I wasn't too far off! Look at me go! Nah, this would be better. You do something, you get a result. That result makes you more or less likely to do it again. That is just straight up, that's what it is. That's operant conditioning. At least I know the terms. Yeah, that's right. I've been studying for my exam on Friday. But this is the sort of shit that I need to obviously remember and utilize. But yeah, that's what this is. So, you know, if you deal drugs and then they're like, cool, we're just going to kill you. It's like, oh, that's a pretty big, that is a hell of a consequence. I think other people are going to be like, yeah, I don't want that. I don't like that. If I do this one thing, I don't like the reward that I get. I don't like that. And so that's probably going to deter a lot of behavior, I would say. Because the consequence is it's at the level that is acceptable for people to go, yeah, I'm not going to do that anymore. It's a pretty extreme fucking consequence. It's the previous president. I haven't had a prime minister since 2004. Are you talking about like the Philippines? Gotcha. So it was the president of the Philippines. Okay. But yeah, hopefully you're doing well. Kit Kat, hopefully you're doing well. But yeah, that's exactly what this is. Needs to be more accountability for people's actions. Oh, hello. Yeah, you just need to have accountability and actual consequence. If there's no consequences, then things are going to continue happening, right? And that just goes for anything. Like, for example, the reason why we don't have as high of a crime is because we know that there's a consequence if you commit a crime, whether it's a fine or whether it's jail. Or, you know, I don't want to commit a crime because I don't like the outcome. I just don't like the reward that I'll get. I fucking hate it. So it does help shape. That's exactly what it is. But anyway.
Yeah, I wanted to do Hairless Potter as in Harry Potter because it kind of sounds like Harry Potter, but it wasn't available, so I did Hairless Kit Kat.
Big Harry Potter fan? Big Harry Potter fan? I'm assuming you are. But yeah, well, we're just looking at some games there, which I thought were kind of interesting. Look up the Final Fantasy ones. I can do it. Yeah, I can do it. I'm not a big fan of Final Fantasy, as I said, but, I mean, if it looked good. What were they? Was it Rebirth? It was Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, because I know they've already done 7, right? Or is this like the third part to it, like the final part or whatever? Because aren't they breaking it into like 3 pieces or some shit? I think they're breaking it into like 3 pieces, but I don't know if this is that or if it's something else. But yeah, we can have a look. Is this what you were talking about, King? Is this what you were talking about? That says 2024, so it can't be this one. No, it can't be this one. 2025? Because that says 2024. Yeah, this one. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, remake. Integrate. What the fuck is this? It's IGN. Am I gonna click? No, we're gonna click Xbox. We're gonna click Xbox. I'm not clicking IGN. I don't want to. You can't make me. IGN's out here telling me that Dragon Age Veilguard is gonna be Game of the Year. I can't appreciate just lies at that level. And it's a lie because I verified it myself, because I played the game, so that I verified it. That's how I know. Might be a PS1. It was on the Xbox thingo, so let's go. It's Link! Oh, that was quick. So what is it? I thought they already made number 7. So what is this specifically? I guess? I mean, I'm going to play it. I'll check it out. It looks okay. Like, it looks really good, to be fair. I will check it out, but I thought they'd already... Xbox players have been waiting 5 years for this. Finally, exclusivity and... Oh, so it is just the number 7 that they had made. They're just putting it onto Xbox now. So it's the same thing. Winter, after nearly 6 years. That's close to a console generation. So it's just finally coming to Xbox. You have more questions than they answered? King, you can answer it. This just looks like the PlayStation number 7, but on Xbox. Is what I'm sort of getting from the comments here. They've remade number 7, or like, it looks like a remaster of graphics, and they're just putting it on Xbox now. I thought it was... That's why I was confused. So I'm like, they've already done this for number 7. Thanks and thanks again, Xbox. Simply fantastic ad. Now also give us Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So glad that I can find the... Yeah, so it's basically a remake of Final Fantasy VII on Xbox. There you go. That's kind of cool. Already played both Remake and Rebirth, but this should have been on all platforms in the first place. Okay. So the Remake is the big story version, episodic one, and then the Rebirth is, and then this will be the remake, right? Of just number 7 in general. So that's what this one is. And then Final Fantasy 16... fuck you. Xbox, that'll do.
Creative Studio 3.
I'm here to even the odds. Any objections?
If your kind are to find salvation, they must be made to serve.
Salvation! And abandon everything we hold dear!
Know your place, little lamb. There's no one to save you now.
You will answer for what you've done!
Let this place be your grave!
When we fight together!
Our flames are our own, and they burn as one!
It looks sick, man. is he about to summon that fucking thing to hit? That's overkill. Can you summon it against a level 1 enemy? Like a rat in a basement? Just have a fucking behemoth just fall from the sky through the pub into the basement to kill a rat. It looks sick, man. Also, the dude's voice at the start. I've heard his voice so much because he has such a good voice. But yeah, he did a lot of voice acting in The Witcher 3. His voice is fucking awesome. I'm here to even the odds. Yeah, this guy.
I'm here to even the odds. Any objections?
He's got such a cool voice, man. Such a cool voice. What do you reckon, King? I think it's fine. I reckon I'd definitely be more inclined to check this out. That's for sure. I think so. You're a big I was gonna say Harry Potter fan. Because I'm sorry, Hairless. I'm sorry. A big Harry Potter fan starts turning into a fan from Harry Potter. Just a pedestal fan that just is themed like Harry Potter. Sure. I think it looks alright, to be honest. I'm probably gonna... not probably. I will check this out. I think I'll definitely check this out. For sure. Were there any other games you wanted me to check out there, King? Any other games? Why? Because, I mean, I'm watching game trailers for you, King. I'm finally doing it. It only took me 5 years of streaming to finally watch a game trailer just for you. You're welcome, by the way, for just being so giving. Alright, let's have a look at this. Because I don't know what this is. It looked alright.
The predecessor, ND3500, reached. Accessing predecessor's travel log. Attempting data salvage.
Fucking Bloober Team, man. It's Bloober Team. So, as I said, look, listen. Silent Hill 2 was not exactly a walking simulator, but it was very long and very repetitive, and the gameplay was very similar. And it was a bit of a slog to finish that game. It could just be, I know they were just doing from the first Silent Hill 2. I get that. But yeah, the remake, it looked amazing, but it was a very walkie simulatory, and then it just turned into, I'll just shotgun this thing, then move on. Let's just keep going. We'll just run past everything. I just wanted to get the game done. I don't know. Bloober Team is such a, I don't know. I don't know. It wasn't exactly a walking simulator in Silent Hill 2, so, you know, they could win me over. I'm not going to demonize them just yet, but...
encountered an unprecedented orphan. It was in a state of suppressed recomposition.
The behavior pattern of the orphans populating the area is highly unusual. They become exceptionally aggressive.
Highly recommended to proceed with caution.
They seem to act more consistently, in coordination.
Destroying the nest is now a prerequisite.
Such is our calling.
Okay. Also, if you just keep sending in someone to try and destroy the nest, and you just keep making it further and further in, it's possible. Just keep chucking somebody at the nest until it finally gets destroyed. It's kind of interesting. The gameplay looked a little bit better in terms of the gunplay and whatnot, as long as there's a lot of versatility and variety, rather than just one handgun, one shotgun, fuck all ammo, and then, you know, a board and a nail. But I mean, it looks kind of interesting. The enemy design looks pretty cool. the movement looks a bit basic, so I'm wondering if all of that was just a tech demo. I don't know if that was actually gameplay. That could have been a tech demo. But who knows? I just don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Alright, let's have a look at Ghosts. Ghosts of Yo... Yeah, let's have a look. PlayStation? Oh, no, I'm kidding. I'm on PC. Is this gonna come to PC? We'll see. Let's watch the 3-minute one, right? Let's give this a good run just for you, King. Looked like a tech demo. It just didn't look like it was handling like gameplay. Mix of gameplay and in-game cinematics. Okay, well, you know, that's good. I think we'll be able to tell what the gameplay is.
Seeking vengeance.
Who are you? I thought we killed your whole family.
The snake. The Oni. The Kitsune. The spider. The dragon. Lord, sight.
What we're going to do with this one, Saito?
I'm sorry. It came to this, little wolf.
Let me guess, he's not actually evil. It's just he had to do something that makes him look evil, and you'll find out after you've killed all of them. The true evil was her dad all along. He never died. Get it? Because her nickname is Wolf. They called her Wolf. Little Wolf. Yeah, you get it? Symbology.
Situ Rainu. Why do you always call me that? It means one who is easily lost in the hunt.
So, like, depending on the writing, that could be pretty good. Because I know the argument's going to be, you know, it's a fucking female, a female samurai, wasn't even formally trained, or she could be formally trained, who knows. But she's somehow going to defeat, like, all these dudes in like, just swordplay combat with strength. And size does come into play. I get it. Like, I get that that's going to be where some people are going to go towards and be like, this just seems like a strong, powerful female protagonist, like, woman who's just going to beat up all the incompetent men at swordplay. I know that's probably going to be an argument some will make. I'm just like, if they write it well enough, you can suspend disbelief, right? It's not supposed to be like a one-for-one copy of real life or the real world. I mean, if the story's good, like, this is the sort of shit you can look past. It's how it's written that matters. So, it does look really good. It looks really good. The first one was great. What was the first one even about? I gotta stop slouching on the chair, bro. But yeah, I think it looks good. Also, there's a little bit of, at the end here.
I have to go home. Back where all this started.
So October the 2nd is when you get to play that. I've never even heard of the first one, I don't believe. So let's have a look. On PC, it's probably exclusive. That's gotta be a load of cap. That's gotta be some bullshit right here. So odds of it being released. Sony says they intend to release all of their games on once like on PC. Or once PC 2 years after console release, so basically 100% if you're patient. Yeah, first comment. Still waiting for Bloodborne and Demon Souls. Oh, what a fucking white knight. I gotta defend Sony. I'm gonna say something that is clearly incorrect. And try to put in as much facts as possible and give actual numbers. You're wrong. The Chinese invasion of... You can't remember the guy's name. Who was the main character? Like it's the same character? Oh, no. So the first one was probably a man then, right? Because this one's saying Ghost of Yotai has been announced with the femme protagonist. The girl is a problem symbolically. So Jin Sakai was the first one. Okay. Wait, this seems like a... Wait. So this is the second one? This is the second game, is it? Are we sure? Watch Ghost of Tsushima? No, I've already seen that. I'm not interested. Is it on game? Is it on Oh wait, so Ghost of Tsushima is the first one, then Ghost of Yotai is the second one. Okay, now I'm putting it together. But yeah, I've already seen, definitely. That's Jin Sakai, for sure. I know it. Now I know what you're talking about. Okay, so let's have a look at I'll just ask this, but I'll put some music on in the background because I believe Cassianka just came in. Cassianka just came into the stream, so you know that this stream is basic as fuck. I get what you're saying, yes, King, but just wait till I ask. Main... That's not how you spell it. Character. Controversy. I can spell. In Ghost of Yotai. I'm just curious to see if you can bring up some shit for me. Because I already called it when I saw her character. I didn't even know about the other one. I thought this was a standalone game, and then you're like, oh no, like this is a second follow-up. I thought she was still the main character. I didn't realize they were the same. The controversy surrounding the main character in Ghost of Yotai, or Yotai, centers on the introduction of Atsu, a female Ronin protagonist, and the casting of Erika Ishii, a gender I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it just... That word to me means nothing. The gender fluid voice actor in this role. What the fuck is gender fluid anyway? It's on Steam as well. I mean, I could check it out. I've heard of it. I've just never played it. Upon the game's announcement, some fans expressed... Also, how you doing, Cassie? Like, Cassie. You fucking Texan. I don't know why that sounded aggressive, even though it wasn't even an insult. Tone means everything. Oh, I'm not on the AI screen. Oh, my bad, my bad. There we go. Yeah, so you just because, just gender fluid voice actor, I'm like, I don't care. I don't know why that was brought up. But, see, the king, this is why I have people in my chat to tell me. Oh, yeah. Is Cassie alive, or did Cassie just go, I'm lurking, and then just completely fucked off? Good morning and good night. I am lurking. Ah. Well, when she wakes up, I hope she knows I said good. I hope she had a good sleep. So it features a new female lead instead of continuing Jin Sakai's story. Critics labeled the game as woke and accused it of pushing a political agenda due to the protagonist's gender and the voice actor's identity. So, just from reading this so far, obviously we haven't deep dove into it, just because I haven't deep dove. Reading this initially, that is a fair point, simply because I'm assuming Jin Sakai's story was it was a good game and it was a good story, and they chose not to follow on after him. They went for a female protagonist, and they picked someone which they're labeling specifically and marketing as gender fluid, which is a statement. This doesn't need to be said unless you're making a statement, because this doesn't matter. The strength of your character and your skills is what matters. Not about your gender, or not about the sex or any of that shit. It's just, can you do the job and can you do it good? This doesn't need to be mentioned in anything. Otherwise, it is a bit of a pander, of course, because you're making a statement out of it. But anyway, it's a fair point that they've got here saying that critics are labeling the game as woke. It doesn't say what critics, though. I mean, obviously take everything with a grain of salt. Developer's perspective, Sucker Punch Productions explained that Ghost of Yotei, or Yotei, is set 300 years after the original game. Okay, so they couldn't go... Okay, so they chose not to go with Jin Sakai, and they also moved it 300 years ahead. It was a choice they made. That way we can't just say they didn't pick Jin, but it's 300 years later, dickhead, so Jin couldn't be there. It's like they designed the game knowing that they didn't pick Jin in the first place, right? They wanted to explore new narratives within the same universe. The choice of a female protagonist aligns with Japanese folklore, particularly the concept of the onryo, vengeful spirits often depicted as women. Yes, well, they depict spirits as women, not real people. Like, the spirits aren't real, they're spirits, right? It's a difference. Folklore is not exactly, oh, there was actually a woman that was overpowering and destroying incompetent men who'd use swordplay and live and die by the sword and train day in and day out with the sword. Where size and strength absolutely matters in physical interaction. Like, blocking someone's strike takes strength as well to hold the weapon and absorb the impact or redirect it. Like, I'm just trying to think of, like, things that you could argue, right? To be like, well, whatever you're saying, it's like, we made a game that was based on a spirit form, and like, obviously, vengeful spirits. Like, she could still be a spirit by the end of the game, and then she's not even real, and it's like, oh, that makes sense. I don't know. This cultural connection provides depth to Atsu's character and supports the game's thematic direction. That's actually something that I am starting to dislike. The games are turning into cinematic projects rather than just passion projects. Games used to be about the passion, right? Everything's just become a fucking movie. Everything has to be a small movie. Everything has to be a very in-depth, highly detailed cutscene, and then the game itself doesn't look the same. That's kind of annoying me, where everything's just becoming story-based now, or it's like we're watching a movie and not playing a game, and that's kind of annoying. That's just my personal opinion. The casting of Erika Ishii, who identifies as gender fluid, but yeah, I've already said my take on that. It's just not needed. The only reason it's being mentioned is because you are making a statement. That's just how I would see that personally, and that's how a lot of general populace is going to see that. If you identify as, like, you say, hey, by the way, I'm the new voice actor for blah blah, I'm gender fluid and here are my pronouns, like that doesn't need to be said. Just you doing the job is what matters. Some individuals criticized this decision, alleging it was an attempt to promote a specific agenda. However, many fans and industry figures defended the casting, of course. Industry response. Now, who's making the game? I'm just curious now, because I'm gonna try and deep dive a little bit. I'm just curious. So who's making the game? Sucker Punch Productions. Okay. Sucker Punch Productions. Where are they based? Let's find out where they're based. Maybe they're playing on the narrative. That's how the story started. But this says it's 300 years after, not before, or something, right? Was it 200 or 300? 300 years after the original game, so it's not how the story started. Sucker Punch Productions is based in Bellevue, Washington. It's a first-party game developer underneath. Yeah, best known for the infamous series and Ghost of Tsushima. I mean, which would be the insight into the dev culture, past projects, or hiring patterns. Let's have a look at male to female co-worker ratio. Just let me slowly build. As of the latest available data. Okay, so approximately 79% male, yeah, 21% female. That's pretty good, you know. It indicates a significant gender imbalance. See, even the Chatgpt pulls information from online, right? And this is the constant rhetoric, is that if one field is dominated by 79% male and 21% female, for example, then there's a gender. It indicates a significant gender imbalance. I just want people who can do the job. Like, I don't want someone doing my surgery just because they needed to hire a fucking Chinese amputee, trans, Jew-following fucking, like a woke black fucking identifiers as a dog doing my surgery just because they needed to fit a quota so they didn't hurt someone's feelings. I want someone to do the job the best. I want the best surgeon for my job. I don't care about their race, their color, their fucking sexuality. Just before they do my surgery, I don't need them going, hey, just before I do the surgery, do I have permission to touch you? Do I have permission? What are your pronouns? I need you to do my fucking surgery and save my life. So this doesn't matter. It could be 100% men and it wouldn't fucking matter. If 100% men were just better at the job than 100% of the women they were hiring, then have 100% men, because you want the best for the job. If 100% women were better than the 100% men in this case, if you reversed it, then hire the fucking women because they're making better games. That's the whole point. Hire people based on their skill. This line, this is just, it's annoying. The company has a diversity, equity, and I should have read that. Rating? It's got a rating? Wait, what? Who the fuck? Whoever's job it is to rate someone's diversity, equity, and inclusion out of 5 stars. I've never heard of, like, that's a fake job. That's fake. That's a fake job. You're getting money for nothing. That's ridiculous. What a pointless fucking thing to have. Based on anonymous employee feedback. This rating aligns with the average for companies in the media and communication sector. Okay, as you can see where I'm going with this, the fact is I just asked, like, what's the male to female coworker ratio? That is all I asked. And it's brought up DEI, their rating, and how good they are at diversity. And it's brought up the gender imbalance because there's more men than women. Like, I didn't ask for any of that. And you're starting to see that even because it's pulling from online to get this information. And now you're seeing... we're slowly being pandered at because it gave me information I didn't need that was aligned with an agenda, and it wasn't needed. I just asked. It should have just stopped here. I didn't need to know all this shit. How you doing? How you doing, Down Under? Down Under? Down? Mister? How you doing, Mister?
Hey, Mister!
How you doing, TX? That's how you think colleges should accept students. I don't know how it is for y'all. Ours is just if you apply and, like, we have colleges, well, we have universities that you can get into very easily over here. They're very easy. But we have a lot less people. But the reason why I asked this is because in the American game dev industry, how many identify as Is that it? LGBTQ? LGBTQ or something like that? I don't know. I'm just curious. Because I'm multi-streaming, so I'm going to ask these fucking questions. Whoa! Now I'd heard about this. So, as of 2025, approximately 25% of game developers in all of the West, like American gaming development, like all of the 25% of them identify it, and that's increased from 21%. This growth is particularly evident among younger professionals. For instance, 43% of developers aged 18 to 24 identify as LGBTQ. Whoa! Okay. How many people in America in general identify as LGBTQ? I think I keep getting that wrong. It's like LGBTQ? I think it's LGTB. No, I'm right. So, oh, it's actually made the comparison. I was about to make this comparison myself because I was going to bring it up. So, in general, in America, of adults, because obviously we're going to have adults in the game industry, only 7.6% of all of American adults out of 352 million people identify as this in all of the country. And 25, so 1/4 of game developers identify as it. And 43% of them are aged between 18 to 24. Like almost 50% of those who are in this age bracket identify as it at that age. And so I'm not trying to say, like, at some point we have to start thinking, hang on a second, is that enough of a percentage where they are starting to become, like, they're grouping up? Because only like 7.6% in all of the country, but just in game development alone, 1/4 of the industry has them. They're such a small group, but they're so focused in here, in game development. This means the game dev industry, 25%, is significantly more LGBTQ identifying than the general US population, especially in the younger demographics, suggesting a culturally distinct subspace within tech and creative fields. Yes, it is starting to create a small groupthink. It's a groupthink exercise. When you've got 1/4 of the industry that is like that, and they're not even 10% of a population. The population is over 350 million people. That is a wild microcosm. That is a wild small group of them in terms of identification. And this is where it does show, because there are a lot of games that seem to have this ideology, LGBTQ ideology and progressiveness in them. And a lot of the time you could say initially that, hang on a second, maybe it's the developers, not the developers, but the companies and the corporations, which of course, by the way, I'm pretty sure, because corporations don't give a shit. They don't give a shit, because remember, all like the previous years for Pride Month, it was always rainbow flags everywhere, right? That's what they would show. I mean, they influence game production to swing that way. Well, that's the thing. When you had the the companies, right? When you had the corporations like EA and Blizzard and all that stuff sitting at the top, the executives were like, hey, Pride is really, that's the progressive way now. The last, like, 2020 to 2024, roughly. Ironically, during a time where mental health also surged. I can't imagine a link. I'm not saying the cause is there's a correlation here. I'm just saying it's pretty suspicious that also skyrocketed due to the way that we had to live because of a certain COVID-19 going around. So I'm not saying there's a link there, but it is certainly something to perhaps look at. But anyway, companies would normally make the call from the top, and then the devs would be happy to do so because there was a whole DEI hiring campaign in a lot of these companies. I mean, I didn't even type it in, and it straight up said, "Oh yeah, by the way, they have a DEI rating of 3.8 out of 5." I'm like, what the fuck? Because they have these places in there, right? I've always been an advocate of, if you can do the job and you're better than the rest, I'll hire you. I don't care if you're Asian or black or any of that crap. I just care that you can do the fucking job. If you want to do the job, I'll hire you, do the job. I need the best. I don't care about your sexual preferences and your pronouns. I care about whether or not you can do the fucking job. That's what matters to me. Because I'm not going to treat you any differently just because I know what your pronouns are. I'm going to treat you like a person. All that shit it's got nothing to do with me. But this was a really good example. I'm just going to use Asmongold's clip because also Asmongold said that anyone can use his fucking videos, so that's what I'll do. But I was just really curious about how we could have this. It was just an interesting statistic because the reason why I asked the statistic specifically through Chatgpt is because it is pulling from online, obviously. But I already knew this. I already knew the answer to this. It's just the reason why I asked. PNG Seal, how you doing? First time chat. Hopefully you're doing well. Looking after yourself. Thanks for stopping by. Rainbows were just cool, and it was about a pot of gold when you were a kid, and now it's about being gay. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be the colors of the rainbow representing like the versatility, right? Like the acceptance of multiculturalism, because there's going to be different colors in all these other flags, right? All these flags are made up of colors, so if you have a rainbow flag, it symbolizes that everyone is being represented or accepted, right? It's a unification sort of thing. What's going on? How are you? I'm good. How are you doing? I'm just currently asking some random questions, breaking down some things, and I'm using ChatGPT, number one, because it's comical sometimes when it comes to AI, but also number two, we all know that AI is 100% correct all the time. Absolutely. And so we take AI over here seriously, and anything it says, it's 100% correct, of course. Hopefully you're doing well. I'm doing fine. I'm still streaming, which is kind of crazy. We just checked out some games, had a look at the state of play. I think the general consensus was the Xbox state of play was a bit better than the PlayStation one. Not saying the PlayStation's terrible. I'm a PC player. I don't care. But the state of plays were pretty lackluster, personally. Mr. GPT would never lie to you. Exactly. Exactly. Seal, that's exactly right. And that's the truth of it. So, the reason why I say companies just don't give a shit is because they don't. They just want money, right? And we've all known this. We've all known they just want money. Hi, guys. I'm dense. I'm dense, guys. We've all known they just want money. We know. But yeah, Asmongold said I could use his shit, because he said anyone can use his shit. I didn't ask him directly. I just remember saying if anyone wants to use his videos, he doesn't give a shit. Because he uses other people's videos. He's a good dude. I like that he holds himself accountable to the same stuff. It didn't play? Oh, I heard it. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go sort that out for you. Hang on. Let's see. Alert Essentials. I am looking for my sound alerts. There they are. I got you, King. I got you, buddy. Here, I got you, man. I got you. There we go. Okay, go for it, King. Hit me with a dance or something. If you want more soundbite alerts, they are in the About Me section below me. I slaved. Juicy. I slaved all day, okay? All day yesterday, typing out my commands. If you want the list, they are down there. I know, King. I finally did it. I updated my About Me and put my channel commands in there. You're fucking welcome. I'm a good dude. But yeah, you should be able to hear them. I do have it playing through now. Anyway.
let's act.
Let's have a look. Now, this video was probably about two days ago, so it is outdated. Now, this could be, once again, this could be just because it was too early to tell. But, you know, the last few years, companies have been very quick on the rainbow profile change. They've been very quick on it. So, let me just go back.
Actually see how many companies are taking advantage of and observing Pride Month this year, okay? Apple, nope. Google, no change. IBM, no change. Microsoft, no change. Xbox, no change. Disney, no change. Target, no change. Starbucks. Even Starbucks roached out on the gays? Of all the people that roach out on the gays, you're gonna expect Starbucks to do it?
It's actually wild. Now, this could just be too early to tell when this video came out. As I said, it was a couple days ago. But in the previous years, they were very quick to change their profile pictures to the rainbow support display pictures before Pride Month started. They were quick on that because they wanted to get ahead of it to let them know that, hey, when Pride Month starts, we're on your side. You know? We're on your side. We're with you. We're supporting you. We're a part of the progressiveness. And now because the tide is turning in terms of the social acceptance over there in America, obviously because of the election and all that, with DEI now being looked down upon, it's not exactly a favorable system anymore. The social thought process or just the environment in America is just very different now. And so companies are exactly doing what they were doing. They were just there for the money. But a lot of us knew this already. It's wild that this is just new information for people. But companies didn't give a shit because business is business. They want your money. They don't care about your stance or what you believe in and what you want to do and what you want to achieve. They don't care about that. They're happy to support you as by giving you products that you pay a fuck ton of money for. That's what they want. They want your money. And then they're like, hey, we'll be there every second, every step of the way when you try to achieve your dream. Just make sure you buy the stuff that we have to make that dream easier. They want your money. They don't care about what you're doing.
What? Damn! Bank of America? No change. What about Blizzard? No change. What about World of Warcraft?
Blizzard not changing? That seems like that might just be a late change, to be honest.
Also no change. It's not a working day? Yeah, but usually social media is managed.
Halo or Microsoft, if he checks like 343 or something, that'd be kind of interesting because I know that they're really big on that. So I'm sure that they've done something.
Every single day. Oh, the Overwatch has got to have it, right? There's no way. There's no way Overwatch didn't make any posts about Pride. There's no shot. Sesame Street, Bethesda? Yeah, let me see here.
Let me say they didn't make a post about Pride, and it looks like they didn't, but there was someone in the shot there that was wearing a rainbow top. I don't know if that was just a coincidence or something, but I thought that was kind of interesting.
Didn't make any posts about Pride. There's no shot. Sesame Street, Bethesda? Yeah, let me see here. Wow, they didn't even post anything about
Bethesda's an interesting one if they hadn't done it by now, because when they did the Oblivion remake, they didn't have male-female, which is what it was, the original. They had Type 1 and Type 2. So it's kind of like it is in there. It's just, that's strange that they didn't have it up yet.
About it. Check LinkedIn. Okay. It looks like LinkedIn is not making any post about this at all. How about Bungie? Okay. Bungie also
Bungie for
no
sure.
change. Perfect day to test the water. If there's any backlash, they can pretend they had the day off. Which, by the way, that's exactly what I said was going to happen. Pepsi. Okay. Pepsi. No change. Ubisoft. Good one. So there's not a single one of these things. Not a single one has changed anything. Okay, let's look at Mercedes-Benz. No change again. Jaguar. Still no change. Wow. Riot. No change. Twitch. Oh, League of Legends. Okay, League of Legends is big.
Hey, we got one. We got one. Hey, here. This is such a wild experience, right? Like we all. It's weird that it's come to this. Companies were acting like this before Pride became a huge thing, like the whole Pride Month and the sexuality and stuff. Companies would always act like this anyway. They always act in self-interest because they want your money. They don't care. They don't care about you. They just lean into what is selling. And it's exactly why the majority of media and marketing is marketed towards women, because women are bigger spenders than men in terms of marketing. They buy more shit. And so marketing is tailored and targeted towards women because that's just what they do. 1 out of 30. I mean, what can I say, Mister Down Under TTV? That's it's strong. Pride Month is certainly looking strong in these companies. I'm shocked Bungie didn't do it. I was wrong on my prediction. I thought Bungie would. Bethesda not doing it's kind of interesting as well. We're on your side for money. Exactly right. It's got a bit too far. Greedy. Yeah, I have one rule, TX. I don't care who you are or what type of person you are. The moment you try forcing your beliefs on someone and get mad when they don't accept, I think you're a shitty person. That's why I'm starting to hate Disney. See, that's also an interesting thing, TX, because Disney's been doing this for a while. I think it came out like it was a couple years ago, but because remember these DEI initiatives in these companies were in-house. And they were active for a couple of years before they really started becoming noticed, because it became obvious. Because when a lot of companies and corporations are doing this, you start to see the results en masse, and people started realizing the hiring practices and that something was going on here. And it started with people going, "Hey, look, I've got 5 years experience in this," but they wanted 6 years. Like, what people were posting that they should have been fined because they answered a post or an ad and they qualified, but then it was always someone they were talking to, the hiree was like, no, they stretched the goalposts of what they needed. And they're like, no, we need an extra year. Or you don't have the experience we were looking for, or there's too much of a gap between employment, or you weren't employed here for too long, so we think that you're a flight risk and you're going to just leave this job too, and we need someone to really stay, so we'll consider you. They started seeing it and started getting called out a little bit. But anyway, I agree, TX. My stance has been that since day one. I don't care about your pronouns. I don't care about LGBTQ. And I don't care about your sexuality. I don't care about how you identify. What I care about is you as a person. If you treat me like a person, I treat you like a person. But part of that, me treating you like a person, does not extend to you forcing a belief or your delusions or an opinion onto me, and then I have to then facilitate that back. And if I don't facilitate that back, I get demonized and attacked. I don't agree with that. That is antisocial behavior. That is what that is. There is something going on with you that is not allowing you to interact with general, normal society with the rules that we have set for what is acceptable behavior. You're clearly having something going on somewhere, and it's not up to me to feed into that. As a good human being, I should be like, hey, I'm not saying there is something wrong with you, but maybe you should go and sort your shit out first, or at least go and check and go and have a look, maybe see a professional, just in case. Remember, you don't have to be sick to see a doctor. You can do a checkup. You don't have to be sick. You don't have to be hungry to eat food. You don't have to like games to play a game. So going and seeing help, because even if you don't believe that you are mentally unwell, I'm not saying I'm not saying they're all mentally unwell. I just want to clarify. But even if you don't think you are, there's no harm in going and seeing a professional just to see, just to ask. Why wait for the infection to set in before you deal with the fucking wound? You got modded? Oh, sorry, King. But I agree with you, TX. I'm like, it's just the merit of your skills is what matters. The merit of your character, that's what matters. I'll treat you the same if you treat me the same. But if you start treating me like I'm a threat or a problem, or if you don't like it when I misgender you, for example, you don't get to call me a cis male, because that's misgendering me, because I'm not a cis male. I just am a male. I wasn't assigned male at birth because I am a male. I'm not a cis. That is a pronoun, or that is an identification that you're now thrusting on me. Just like you don't like it when someone thrusts the gender that you don't believe you are. You don't like it when people do that to you, so you don't get to do it to everybody else. That's not fair. That's what we call the antisocial behavior. That's antisocial. That's a problem. It's got weak social skills. Anyway.
Gay. All right? Nobody else is gay. Halo? All right, let's see here. Halo?
Oh, Halo has to.
Change.
I said that.
No, they did do a change. Okay, so Halo made a post. Not only did they make a post about it, but they locked the comments. They posted last...
Why did they lock the comments? Does anyone know why? Why did they lock the comments? Huh. That's crazy. I guess, well, I'm sure there was going to be a lot of people in support. I don't think there would have been any troll comments or any comments opening up debates or discussions. I don't think there would be comments. I think everyone would have just been in a large agreement. So, oh, gee, why? Yeah, I'm just wondering why they locked those comments, huh? Because you know what? Maybe the moderators just wanted a day off, mister. They just wanted a day off, you know? Maybe they forgot to activate them. That really goes to show the current landscape online is that it used to be the whole display picture was rainbow and then the comments would be open. Everyone in the comments would be all up in arms supporting it. And now there are places that are doing it and they're locking the comments because the general discourse is, I think people are a little bit over how far it's gone. I think people are a little bit over it. They're a little bit over how far it's gone. It's like you have a good thing going and then you just beat it to shithouse and then everyone just gets tired of it. And that's exactly what's going on, especially with a lot of these movements.
Year on the weekend? That's a great question.
Tony from
what day
LCC
Pride fell on
sides.
last year. Last year it fell on a Saturday. It was a Saturday, and
that?
this year
What's
is
Tony?
a Sunday. Oh man, Google's homepage. Let me see. Nothing. Actually, nothing. Even
Google's
the Google
homepage?
homepage. Is it just over, or not really over, but like the mass corporate support?
Yeah, I'd say there's like other smaller companies that are doing it, but are you noticing that they've relegated themselves to just making a post and not changing their whole profile picture display? Like they're not changing the entire overlook. They're just making a post about it. They're trying to arm's length their support.
For it might be over. Did you just mix up LGBT with gay people? You're gonna be really surprised when you hear what that.
That's not a real comment. Wait, what?
Is it just over? Or not really over, but like the mass corporate support for it might be over. Did you just mix up LGBT with gay people? You're
LGBT. I don't want to get the LGBTQ community confused with gay people. That's I wouldn't get that confused. They're entirely two different.
You're gonna be really surprised when you hear what that G is for. It's for gamers, actually.
Yeah, it's for gamers. It's for the modern audience of gamers. That's what it's for.
Lesbians, gamers, bisexual, and trans. Yeah, that's true. We're all LGBT here.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Asmongold and Hassan. Oh, wow, they got his hairline right, though. That's kind of cool. Yeah, his hairline looks pretty good. Tony from LCC Signs. What is that? I'm just going to type it in. Please let me type it in. Tony L... Is it LC sign? LED sign? Which one's that? He's from China and he trolls that whole thing and then cuts to promoting LED signs. I think I've heard of him. Tony L... Is it LED or LCC? Do we have a compilation? Does he have a video or is it just all shorts? Oh, no. Yeah, no, I have seen it. 5 months ago. Yeah, see, no, I knew it sounded familiar. Yeah. Now I know. Now we good. We good. Did you see that, King? Did you see that? See how I didn't just click on it and pretend like I didn't know? I said, no, it sounds familiar. And then, yeah, a 5-month-old video. I'm like, no, I know who you're talking about now. It's the last time I saw any of it was just from his video, from Asmongold. So I know who you're talking about now. This might get you in trouble. I'm multi-streaming. We're good, man. We're good. I don't think we need to see it though. Oh, he's been around for a while. 1 year? Jeez. Anyway, I know this content can get people in trouble, but the thing is, I'm not coming at it aggressively. I'm not picking a side and just saying, oh, fuck this group or fuck them or this person is fucking disgusting. I'm not attacking anyone's character. I'm giving more constructive feedback, if anything. And I'm not saying that there is anything wrong with them, and I'm holding myself to the same standard. So I think I'm fine. Yeah. So I'm not. It's not like I'm doing anything like crazy reactions, you know. So anyway, let's look at the Jeffrey Epstein killing himself thing.
Get to it because I know it's on people's minds. Epstein, right? the reason people are pissed off about that.
How was that for a transition? King, come on, give me points for that. That was a fucking solid transition.
That is the same thing, right? 20 years ago, or whenever it was, 2006, 7, 8, Epstein gets his sweetheart plea deal, right?
Right.
After committing the most horrific crimes on planet Earth, right?
Sure.
I wasn't in power there. I wasn't in place there. I had, nothing to do with it. But people were rightfully pissed. I mean, this guy was committing the most grotesque acts you can against children.
And the reason why it's so controversial, if someone's been sleeping under a rock, is that it wasn't just regular clientele. This was supposedly a list of people checking in and whatnot, and actually putting pen to paper and showing up and getting involved. A lot of the clientele were billionaires, very well-off people, politicians, very powerful people were frequenting this, and that's why it's such a interesting concept. It's why people want the list released. Because they want to know about the list. People want to know about the list, and I think they're probably past the point of wanting to see the list. I think they just want people to be held accountable for it, and no one's been held accountable. And apparently the list exists. Supposedly, they were going to release it, and they still haven't released it, and that's what is kind of wild here. Why say you're going to release it and then don't? Don't know. But yeah, I think more people are just interested in the fact that if people are on the list, 100% we want to know. But I think people want accountability. No one's getting held accountable. Your hairline's getting up there with Asmongold's. I think we're probably around the same age, to be honest. I think I'm younger, though.
And the media spins up about it. Many in the media protected him. Why? Because of his relationships, who he knew, who his bankers were, who his colleagues were, who was on the island, and stuff like that. Some pretty powerful human beings.
There was some.
And so when you peel
the
back
absolute
the
elite
layer, and then what happened? The Trump administration, the last go round, decided, no, we're not going to let that go. We're going to investigate him. Right? They charge him, they indict him, and he's awaiting trial. And I've said it, Dan Bongino said it, we've reviewed all the information. And
I'm curious to see that, because TX, you're American, and I'm not, so I'm only going to give an opinion based on the information that I have. The only problem with all the Epstein stuff is that no one really knows why each person went to the island. So yeah, it could have been for the reason he was charged, but some of them could have literally just been regular business deals and such. I think that's the problem with why it's so muddy, is that we know what the island was used for, right? That's common. Everyone knows why the island was there and what it was used for and what was happening and what was going on the island specifically. Like the predominant business ventures that were offered were on the island. And so when people show up there, it's going to be really hard, unfortunately, that if you just showed up to say hi, or you showed up and then realized what was going on and then you left, it's going to be really hard to sort of get away from the stigmatization that you were just a part of it. You're probably going to get lynched by the mob because of affiliation, because it's such an interesting concept, right? We had the most powerful people being implicated, allegedly. I'll say allegedly because the list isn't out, but there were some powerful people, and I'm talking like international power as well. There's a lot of high up, like layers of powerful people that were involved, supposedly, allegedly. So that's why it's so fascinating to me. But I agree, TX. Like, unless there's actual footage on the actual island to clear people's names, I just don't see them beating the allegations just because of how volatile this situation is.
And the American public is going to get as much as we can release. He killed himself. Do you think? Let's play out the logical conclusion of this. Do you think that myself, Bongino, and others would participate in hiding information about Epstein's grotesque activities? Or do you think we would also participate in not prosecuting people we had evidence to prosecute people on?
Where's the prosecutions then? Because you have the list. Now, if you don't know who this is, by the way, this is the current FBI director, and one of the biggest things that he was pushing for when Trump was campaigning was that he wanted to get in and clean out the corruption in the FBI. And so now that he's FBI director, they said they were going to release a bunch of things like the JFK assassination documents, and they said it's going to be declassified so everyone can see the truth and all that. And the Epstein list was one of the big ones. I'm going to get in, and we're going to get this list out, and people are going to be held accountable. Well, he's been in, and I think the general consensus at the moment in America, because I'm not American, but I think the general consensus is that the list still hasn't been released, even though in the past, I don't know if her name was Pam or something, but she said she's the PR spokesman or spokeswoman. She said the list was on her desk. Like, they have the list. Apparently the list is there. They've got it, but it still hasn't been released. Unredacted or anything like that. It's not released, but they have it. And so people are just getting a little annoyed, I would say. The general sentiment is like, if you've got the list, where the fuck is it? And now we want to see the prosecutions that you've been fighting so hard and campaigning and talking a big game about. We want to see the prosecutions. We want to see people being held accountable. We want to see the big names on the list, and we actually want to see some action. If there's a really big billionaire that was on there and you've got the proof that he did the nasty deeds and it's no longer an alleged matter, fucking prosecute and get this person in prison. You have to show that the law is not just a tool for the rich to use on the poor. The justice system needs to be even and equal for everybody. And so it doesn't matter if you're a billionaire, it doesn't matter if you're a foreign international, all that crap. If you're a powerful individual, you can't be higher than the law. You can't be. Killed himself? Yeah, question mark. I don't know. Once again, even if he did, it's such as I said, it's such a volatile thing with so many powerful allegedly powerful people involved and groups and organizations allegedly. I just find it a bit strange that he supposedly killed himself.
Problem is, there's been like 15 years of people coming in and creating fictions about this that doesn't exist. Where's the videotape of an Epstein Island of X, Y, and Z committing these frauds? Why haven't you given it to us? Do you really think I wouldn't give that to you if it existed? I'm working.
Gotta give him, I mean, that could be true as well. I mean, if you've got all these powerful people involved, the upper echelon of the 1% involved in something like this, then I don't think the tapes would be in a vault somewhere unless you're using it for blackmail. It has to be involved in some sort of blackmail. Otherwise, the tapes you wouldn't tape this shit, would you? Because that's fucking implication 101. You'd get rid of the tapes. Of course there wouldn't be any of those tapes. It was definitely sus. I think it's sus just because of the situation. Like, there's too many variables involved that are convincing me otherwise. Unless I see the actual footage of him doing it himself, I don't think. Because I'm like, there's footage in prisons and jails. Where's the footage? Or are you going to tell me the camera is just mysteriously shorted out? Elon made a tweet about that. Said Trump was all over it. I think Elon actually said that Trump was on the list, and then he deleted those tweets, which was kind of a wild move. I mean, you made the accusation, and then he deleted his tweets. It's just, Elon crashes out a lot. He says a lot of shit. He needs to get off the internet a little bit and get away from politics. But once again, because this is interesting too, right? So think of it this way, TX, like, and King, like, also think of it this way: if Trump was on the list, right? Why didn't because remember, the Democrats, for example, were dragging him through the mud trying to get him on anything. Now, I'm not saying that the Democrats are right or wrong. I don't care about that. What I care about is that if he is on the list, why didn't they use that? Why didn't they use it if he was on the list? Why didn't they release the list and show that he was on it? And then, so we look at that and then we go, well, maybe because the Democrats were also highly involved in it. So maybe if they released Trump on the list, then everyone would be like, cool, now release the whole list. Now that you release some of it, you have to release all of it. Because if you don't, now you look even shadier. And so it would have put the Democrats in a bad hole. So while he could have been on the list, you can't release it. Also, maybe the list is being used as a blackmail tool. The moment the list is released, you no longer have a hold on very powerful people or enterprises or overseas, because we don't know really the extent of who is involved. But if you're dealing with the upper 1%, I mean, they got their hands in everything. So there's not a single type of person who isn't on it. Celebrity, politicians, athletes, everyone. Yeah, it's like, if he was on the list, why not just admit it? Like, show it, and then just... Because I think public... Honestly, if he was on the list while he was trying to campaign, I think he probably would have lost the election. I want to be honest with you. Because that sort of shit means that you're holding someone accountable. They tried to put him in prison. So, that's a pretty big smoking gun, right? That's a big smoking bullet to use. So it's just kind of wild that if he was on the list, why didn't they use that? In which case, if he is, and they didn't use it, then I'm like, well, there's a bigger game at play. Obviously, there's some blackmailing going on. The list is being used for something, because it hasn't been released yet, and they fucking have it. They admitted they have it. So that's not me just getting upset at like, oh, well, they may not have it. They've got to get it together. They said they had it, and it's on the desk, and it's ready to go, and then nothing.
Working my ass off, along with the leadership at the Bureau and DOJ, to get you what we're allowed to give
I would
you.
say the Democrats are
And you're
also
gonna
on
get
it
the
too,
video
yeah.
of the cell, and you're going to see for yourself. And we will never be able to convince everyone.
Okay, let's get into that. So, what did you think before you got in office? Did you think that Epstein was murdered?
No.
No suspicion at all of it?
He doesn't think he was murdered, given the circumstances, at all.
But I have a different background, right?
Right.
So I was a public defender back in the day. I used to spend a lot of time in jail.
Everything he says from now on, he's a liar. Public defender, he's a lawyer. Everything he says is a lie. Everything he says is a lie. Allegedly. I'm kidding. Please don't make me disappear. Although, I don't have to pay any more rent, so there could be an upside.
Jails. And a lot of time in segregated housing units, shoes as we call them, right? And so, and I've known people that have committed suicide in these cells. And I know how you get in, how you get out, who works the system. And so the way, based on public information at the time, that he ended up, the pictures and him hanging himself, I was like,
That should
guy
fix it,
killed
King.
himself. There's just no way that you could have run an op and had people go into that cell and not have any video of it and not have any people come out and say, hey, yeah, I saw that guy. He shouldn't have been there, the guard or this guy. There's just no access points into places like this in the detention center he was in, which I've been in.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but what I was told, what I'd read, was that the guards were not paying attention or were sleeping.
Well,
right?
Yeah, and in short order, you'll see it.
Is that correct?
In short order, we'll see it. Hang on, so why were the... So he's claiming that you can't run an op like this in prison. Apparently, you can't do this in a prison. You can't have somehow the guards sleeping and the footage that supposedly exists, but they haven't released it, disproving this, by the way. Because he's like, you'll see it in short order. And I'm like, just release it then, because it would dispel a lot of people's opinion on this. Because, by the way, I noticed that they're focusing on the whole, did he kill himself? I'm like, I don't give a fuck if he killed himself. What I care about is people being held accountable for this, and no one's being held accountable, and I get it. You're dealing with upper echelon, allegedly. But shit needs to be moving forwards here.
Correct?
Well, it's hard to surmise that from a video, right? Like, where they and look, do guards doze off on the night shift? Yeah. But no one can get in to the cell. And if they had gotten in to the cell, you would see it.
But we were told that the cameras were down.
Well, I don't know who said that.
But that was in the news.
We're giving you all the footage we have.
So why wasn't that released, immediately? Why?
I actually have to give Joe Rogan some fucking props here. He's pressing him on this. I actually like this. Because I'm wondering if before they sat down, he was like, I'm the FBI director, I don't want to talk about certain things. I actually like the fact that Rogan is pressing him on this, because why wasn't it released? You want to get roasted by AI, do you, GN? I can do it. I can do it. Let's get it done. I'll just do it right away because I'm here. Because I'm here. Because I'm here. Alright. I got so many monitors, man. Good God. It suggested it, so why not? It's saying something is impossible, but means you haven't met anyone that can do it. Someone can somewhere. The thing is like, I mean, there is. You could say allegedly there are prisons out there that do run ops like this. I mean, you've got prisons out there where the guards are involved in all sorts of shit. I'm sure internal affairs happen in prisons a lot, right? Because the American prison system's a little bit different, isn't it? Because you got jails and then prisons. Whereas in Australia, we just have prison. There is no jail, then prison. We just have prison. But yeah, you got a jail and then a prison. A jail is just like a timeout that you can get from the community. Whereas prison's like, yeah, you've done something wrong, buddy. But aren't they like government funded and stuff? Like there's a lot of like government involvement in the prisons. Like your prisons sort of have a bit more of like an investment culture, like a funding culture, if anything. But yeah. All privately owned? Yeah, sort of like that, I guess is what I'm trying to allege. Let's see. Jeanne wants to be roasted. She is an artist. Oh, how hard do you want this AI to go, Jeanne? Because the more information that I give... Actually, because it's going to be wholesome. It's not going to be, like, hyper-aggressive, but I just want us to let you know, Jeanne. Like, be prepared. So she is an artist who did my emotes, actually, and my layouts. She barely streams, though, and loves Genshin Impact. If I say Genshin Impact, then I'm probably going to cook a lot of the characters it might bring up. So just be prepared for that. Say hypothetically. Yeah, I said allegedly because it's like, I don't want to say it's a fact. Hey, I'm not even playing Genshin anymore. I saw you the other day on Discord, so get called out. You left your activity on. What a dingus. Coming up in here, giving me the LMAO, giving me the 5 O's of lies. Whenever someone says Lamal with 5+ O's, you know they're lying. That's such a social cue. Alright, we'll give it this and see what happens. Alright, here we go. Roast mode activated. So, Jeanne the Legend. Oh, I should have said that you're female. Oh no, it's wow, I identified it. Jeanne the Legend who can design an entire stream layout in a day. A day, Jeanne? But can't find the time to stream for 30 minutes. You've got more emotes than hours streamed this month. Okay, based. She's an artist, but spends more time drawing primogems, in her planner than actually earning them in Genshin. See, I told you I'd cook the Genshin references, alright? I'm sorry, Jeanne. You're one artifact away from turning into a full-time NPC. Her stream schedule is like a Genshin banner. Limited time, unpredictable, and ends before you know it. Honestly, I've seen more consistency from Chill Day's personality. I hope I said that right. I tell you. Only Jeanne's gonna get these, I think. And let's be real, your Twitch channel is just a flex gallery for your overlays. Streaming optional, vibes always immaculate. Want a spicy version? To drop live? Or on a TikTok Twitter clip? I can shove it. Wants to clip it. It wants me to roast you and clip it. It's literally just a child. Okay. Well. Spicy version? If it's spicy, I'm gonna cook alright, I'm gonna cook the references, but we'll go spicy. Alright. Let's, wait, hang on. I'll say, she asked for the spicy version. Alright, let's give it a go. Say less! Here's the spicy roast. Extra crispy, 0 cooldowns. Jeanne's a Twitch streamer, the way Mona is rich. Technically true, but nobody's seen proof. Does Jeanne even stream? Who the fuck knows? You've got layouts so good they deserve front page, but streams so rare they qualify as lost media. Oh, I like that. That's a good one. She's the type of Genshin fan who'll spend 4 hours protecting a fan art of Zhongli, but won't do her daily commissions. Okay. Yeah, take that, Jeanne. Totally vibe with that. Let's not talk about resin capping. It's a lifestyle. You designed my whole stream aesthetic, but can't design a consistent stream schedule to save your damn life. Okay, I said that as if it was me because, I mean, you take that. You're basically the Diluc of Twitch. Look great, dark past, never shows up when needed. Honestly, if artistic talent could be turned into stream hours, you'd still be affiliate locked. But hey, at least your emotes are carrying more viewer engagement than your live chat. Yeah, it had to go a little hard at the end. Nah, this AI got their lore wrong. See, I don't know any of this stuff. I don't know. Oh, well, you know what? We can call it out. I'll be like, hey, she said you got your lore wrong. Bet. Let's fact check and finesse. Drop the real GN lore for me. Does she stream at all? Is Genshin her main obsession, or are there others? What's her vibe? Soft gremlin, cracked artist, sleepy goblin? Give me the real dirt. I think they meant the Genshin lore. Hang on. Yeah, I think they sleepy goblin. I think they meant Genshin lore, and also they are sleepy goblin. Lamau. Genshin lore, not GN streamer lore. Got it. Time to update. Okay. Oh god, I don't even know. How do I even fucking pronounce all of this? GN is the kind of Genshin fan who knows every Fatui, Harbinger's star sign, but still gets lost walking to the Liyue harbor. I'm nailing the pronunciations. You over here correcting me on lore? Like your Celestia's PR rep, but can't even remember to log in for the Windtrace event. I hope you're getting. I hope you're feeling the burn, GN. Like, I hope you're a sleepy goblin with cracked art skills, but half your stream is just your PNG passed out while Zhongli monologues with about debt. Yeah, I nailed that. Honestly, I've seen commissions delivered faster than your Abyss clears. That's got to be a roast. You love Genshin so much, you probably dream in Mora. But let's be real, you spent more hours designing emotes of characters and actually building them in-game. GN, if Teyvat had a god of streaming, you'd still be waiting for your vision. That's got to be a roast. Come on, that has to be a roast. Those two, the Abyss and that has to be good. Until then, keep rocking those layouts and goblin naps. Someone's got to carry this aesthetic. Yeah. It's not even a roast. I wish I could deliver comms faster than Abyss clears. Okay. Can you just call her a poopy bum face? Can you? Absolutely. Let's take him back to playground tier disrespect. GN, you poopy bum face. You're like a 5-star pull that turns into a 3-star weapon. Disappointment with flair. Poop emoji. I gotta take it back to basics, because I don't fucking understand all the Genshin stuff. But that, on the other hand, now that's something I could vibe with. GN, you poopy bum face. You listen here. A 5-star pull that turns into a 3-star weapon. Poop emoji, man. Was that better, GN? Do you feel roasted? Do you feel cooked? I hope you do. It was nice. It was nice. Anyway, thanks for that. Good to see you too, GN. I guess I'm gonna go back to the spicy video that can get me banned. How do we feel about the pyramids in Giza being built at the exact coordinates that are the same numbers of the speed of light to like the 8th digit? I was gonna say I don't believe they are the same as the speed of light. I do not believe they are. The pyramids of Giza built to the coordinates of the speed of light. Or is it a myth? Ordinance, did I spell that? Oh, no, I didn't. It's just because I hyphenated it and it doesn't like it. That claim is a myth, though it's one that gets repeated a lot. I'm gonna need some advice though. I'm gonna need some sources. We're gonna challenge it on the sources. The people say the Great Pyramid of Giza is located at latitude insert fucking numbers, which closely matches the speed of light in meters per second. Why it sounds cool. The numbers are really close. It's mysterious and gives off aliens help build the pyramids vibes. That is one of the things that people, yeah. The reality, the decimal coincidence. The similarity is purely coincidental. Ancient Egyptians didn't use meters or seconds. So, that's hang on, that's an interesting fact. They didn't use meters or seconds. Coordinates aren't even exact. The center of the pyramid isn't exactly yada yada north. It's nearby, but not precisely aligned. Cultural mismatch. Ancient Egypt used a totally different measurement system and had no concept of modern physics or light speed. Huh. Alright, hang on. Well, yeah, is it facing true north? Yes, Pyramid of Giza is aligned with astonishing precision to true north. Yeah. Pyramid sides are aligned to the cardinal directions. Modern compasses wouldn't get you that close due to magnetic variation. Yeah, well, I mean, the pyramid is not a giant magnet. It's not going to be fighting. Even today's tools, yeah. You won't get like precise with a GPS or a compass anyway. Not like to the nth. Because of the interference. Whereas a giant pyramid, no interference. It's fucking stone and rock and stuff. They used Cubus. Cubus? I'm gonna type that in. Didn't they measure? Oh, for fuck's sake! Cubits with cubits? Exactly. Ancient Egyptians measured using cubits, not meters, feet, or any modern system. What's a cubit? Cubit was typically the length from the elbow to the tip of the middle finger, about 52.4 centimeters, or 20.6 inches, in the most standardized form, known as a royal cubit. I mean, this statement here, like the Great Pyramid was built with astonishing consistency using cubits, that would make sense because they fucking measured it using cubits. Like, imagine it being astonishingly close to the thing they measured it with. Like, if I measured in feet and it was surprisingly like all of them were surprisingly at the length of a foot, that would be pretty fucking amazing, wouldn't it? But that's because I measured with it. So that sentence makes sense to me. I don't know why it was astonishingly consistent. They measured with it. Anyway, its original base length, yeah, the height that was around, yeah, why it matters. Cubits show that Egyptians had a standardized, repeatable unit of measurement. Fucking shock horror. They likely used cubit rods, stone, or wood rulers to ensure uniformity. Okay. Okay, so hang on. So TX, you still believe? Because I think I've had this on my stream before, probably in my second. No, it was my first or second year. Why do you still believe? I'm curious. Like, why do you still believe? Like, what are some of the things that you are using to make the claim? Because I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong, because I can't prove that aliens didn't do it, just like someone who believes that can't prove that aliens did. And that's why it's such a great open discourse that we can have. So if you've got other reasons as to why you think, I'll just type it in for now and just say, so why do people think it was aliens? I'll just figure this out and we'll ask this first. Me over here with the facts. It's one of the most fascinating rabbit holes in pop culture, of course, because I've heard about this. Here's why the aliens built the pyramids. Well, let's just be honest here. Like, regardless of if we didn't read any further and we only had this sentence, the reason why, like, this is just really what matters. Because where the buck stops on this topic is simply because, as what I said before, I can't prove that aliens didn't do it, and you can't prove aliens did. And that's why this sentence or this topic continues to go on like this. That's the crux of it. That's really what it is. We can argue every other point into the to the ends of the earth, and it doesn't matter how consistent either side is with their evidence or facts or logic. Really, at the end of it all, I can't disprove this sentence here, just like you guys can't prove it. That's why this keeps happening. Underestimating ancient people. A lot of folks assume ancient civilizations were primitive. I don't believe. Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of people think they were. The Egyptians, I don't think they were too primitive. They weren't stupid. I mean, they did develop a way to harness the river into irrigation. They created irrigation and like a watering concept for crop rotation and stuff. They did a lot of good stuff. The Egyptians were pretty fucking amazing. Like even the Romans found a way to have like get quick cement, like essentially like quick cement to set under the like in the ocean, like in the water. They found a way to like create a quick set seal solution, which I think is something that people that we've built our own cement off of for this day, like the same technique. It's amazing that they even fucking figured it out. Like ancient civilizations they were just ancient because they didn't have as much tech as us, but the tech we have simply just built off of the shit they had to do manually, or the things that they could dream of, but they just didn't have the tech to do it yet. They hadn't figured it out. Because like I don't think technology has flung us further ahead on the like the technology scale as far as we think. Like we still do irrigation in similar ways. We just have technology to help us do it. But the idea or concept of irrigation hasn't really changed as far as I know. And that was discovered with the fucking Egyptians. The same as the wheel. The wheel itself, when it was carved, I mean, look at all the time. Like it's something that just we've got other tech for it, but the wheel relatively just remains unchanged because it's just like how far like a lot of the tech we think we've improved upon by like 100 years of knowledge, we really haven't. We've just reinvented the wheel with better tech. That's it. In a lot of these cases. People look at the pyramids as a hang on. Yeah, the bias ignores the deep engineering, astronomy. Like, I mean, they fucking figured out that the Earth was curved. Like, a curvature of the Earth, just using light and a stick. Like, the idea wasn't just a weird fucking concept. Like, even, what's the name? Galileo. Was it Galileo? It might have been him, but he figured out with gravity that if you removed all the variables of like wind resistance and density and weight, and if you just had like essentially the equivalent of gravity, a feather, like a hammer and a feather would fall at the same rate. And he fucking hypothesized this. And then they have run the experiment in like gravity chambers where it's devoid of all the variables of wind and all that other crap. And it absolutely was correct. He figured that out in the 1500s or some shit. Like I don't think ancient humans were fucking caveman stupid. They just weren't. I mean, clever use of ramps, levers, and manpower. I mean, that just came down to the understanding of levers. Like leverage is one of the like hinges and leverages is very clever. They figured out angles because you had to angle things. Because some people will say they couldn't have moved the stones, and I'm like, of course they fucking could have. Absolutely they could have. It's the idea that one guy was holding up that slab of stone and he had to lift it, and they're like, it's impossible. And I'm like, okay, hear me out. What if they had many? And what if they put logs in front of the stones and pushed them across the logs, creating a manufactured tread system, which we do now. We still do it. You can get yourself out of a bog that way. I mean, this idea, like, even with the technology they had, they still could leverage stones and lift them, even using ropes and pulleys. All that they could have, absolutely, and they did. This isn't like it can't be done with the technology they had, because they absolutely could have. Stuff like the latitude, speed of light myth makes it sound like there's some hidden code or cosmic message. Yeah, I mean, coincidences do exist and they do happen. But when they feel too perfect, people like the mystery. I agree. Like,
A kind gesture.
what was that coincidence?
Look up the heaviest stone in the
with a
Great
woman
Pyramid.
who looked and wore the exact clothes as the other woman who committed a crime. I think I can't remember the story. I don't know if it's true. It could even be fake. It's gonna have to search and find the fucking. I don't think it's that one. I think it was a woman who robbed a place, but they arrested essentially a doppelganger. I didn't even spell that right. I think it's this. I'm trying to find like I think this is normally the example of. I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure this is real. We'll see. Look up the heaviest stone in the Great Pyramid. Stone's heavy. I mean, I've seen that. I've also seen the one where someone had a similar fingerprint and he was in a different state and got arrested. I think he was in a different state. He wasn't even there. But there they arrested a doppelganger. Like, coincidences do exist. I can't find the exact one where the coincidences were just so astronomically unbelievable, but it fucking happened. But anyway, so heaviest stone. Hang on, so heaviest stone. Great Pyramid. Heaviest stone in the Great Pyramid. Estimated to weigh up to 80 tons, or 72,500 kilos, or 160,000 pounds. That ain't not what's the same as 72,500 kilos. I don't know why I looked at 100. Maybe that's why Americans like using pounds, because the number's bigger, so it just feels better, you know? Like, I can sit here and go, I'm actually 190 plus pounds, or really I could just say I'm 88 kilos. Which one sounds more impressive? I mean, it's heavy. So, let's just say, so how did they move them? So we'll just say, how did they move them in general? So pouring water, they were good with water, we know that. Pouring water in the sand in front of sleds to reduce friction scientifically does slow down. It is shown to drag cut in half, sure. The method is supported by a wall painting from a tube. 172 men in the picture hauling a statue on a sled. So ramps is a leading theory. Multiple ramp configurations is theorized. Straight ramp built directly up one side of the pyramid. Problem would have needed a massive amount of material. Sure. I mean, the pyramids aren't exactly tiny. Zigzagging ramp wound up the sides of the pyramid. Spiral ramp. I mean, yeah. Evidence of remnants of ramps and materials nearby support this theory. So they have used ramps before. So rollers probably not for large roads, yeah. Tree logs used as rollers is a common belief, but Egypt had few trees, sure. And logs likely crushed under extreme weight. It is possible. Might have been used for smaller loads. I would assume so. River transport stones, especially granite ones. Yep, floated up the Nile on large boats or barges. Shows logistics records of quarrying and shipping limestone to Giza. Okay, so they've got archaeological evidence on that. Labor organization is tens of thousands of skilled workers, not slaves, rotating in shifts. Because remember, we all thought they were slaves for a very long time. Now wood would break under... Yeah, so wood, yeah, that's possible, yeah. And you doubt they would have had... you would have had a rope strong enough. Well, that's why they just said there were signs of ramps. There are signs of ramps. Evidence of remnants of ramps and materials nearby support the theory that ramps is that's the leading theory that they have. Yeah. So surveying and leveling techniques, precise enough to align the base within inches across hundreds of meters. Yeah, when you're moving something incredibly slow, it's not like you're going to overshoot the target. You're more likely to undershoot it, or undershot, because you're not moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour. So it's easy to like click something into place if you're moving at 1 foot per fucking hour. "500 miles is a big distance, yes, King, but is it impossible?" That's the question, right? That's why this is a debate. That's why it's a debate for people, right? Is it impossible? And also, if it seems so far-fetched, why then does everyone just jump to, oh, it's got to be aliens? As an example, like, why is that the leading theory that, oh, well, it just seems so astronomically impossible, so it's likely aliens. Why? So, have any recreations been done to see how they did it? I'm just curious to see if there's any recreations. Several experimental archaeology projects have tried to recreate. The results are both fascinating and legit. Well, yeah, totally legit, bro. Like, oh my god, bro. Sled and wet sand test, the University of Amsterdam, 2014. That's pretty recent. Pretty recent. That's 11 years ago. Fuck me, it's over a decade. It's not 2020 anymore. Like, my brain sometimes forgets that, you know? So that's where they got it from. They're cutting the drag up. So researchers demonstrated that dragging a heavy sled across slightly moistened sand did cut friction by up to 50%. That's kind of interesting. They even showed how ancient tomb art depicted a person pouring water in front of a sled. Not ceremonial, but practical. Now, I know they've definitely used, they were masters of water. Proposed a spiral internal ramp inside the pyramid. 3D simulations and architectural logic show it could have allowed workers to move stones upward without an external mega ramp. They're not proven. It's one of the most respected modern theories. Egyptologist, stonemason, led a team to build a small pyramid using only ancient tools. They moved multi-ton blocks using wooden sleds, ropes, and ramps. They confirmed it was slow and exhausting, but doable. So they actually did a practical test. So they used only ancient tools, and obviously they only had a small team. They didn't have 10,000 workers. So they had a small team, and they built a small pyramid using ancient tools to sort of predict if it could be done just from a base level, regardless of how heavy. Like they built a basic pyramid. Multi-ton blocks they did move with a small team using just wooden sleds, ropes, and ramps. They confirmed it was slow and exhausting, but doable. So I like that one's an interesting one. They did that in 1992 as well. And they obviously had the ships from this test that was found. They actually found the evidence of the shipping. Ancient shipping logs showed large blocks. They could be floated up the Nile. Yeah, okay. Various teams tried stone dragging, pulley systems, and inclined planes using only period-accurate tools. Most tests concluded with a large, well-fed crew and basic engineering. Moving the stones was hard, but achievable. So look up how long the ramp would have to be to get it to the high point that it's at. I believe it had to be a stupid amount of length. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, I need specifics because the ChatGPT will not. I'm just curious, like, if you can just, like, give me specifics, King, that way I won't type in something and it would just interpret the question. I mean, yeah, that could be a thing, King. I'll type that in. At least I'll check that. But for sure, like, ChatGPT is always truthful. What's the most humans have shifted working together, such as, let's just say, was it something like a 40-ton block? How you spell ton? I think it's how you spell ton, or is it T-O-N? I don't know. Because you've got to remember that we've got to deep dive when we get an answer. We can't just take the answer at face value. We also have to deep dive. I'm curious about the ramp, though. If you can give me more specific on that, King, because that's curious. I like that. That's good. The most remarkable fate of humans moving a massive object without the aid of modern machinery is the relocation of the Thunderstone in 1768. I guess they didn't have any Pikachus around. This colossal granite boulder, estimated to weigh around 1,500 tons, so 1,500 tons, was transported over 6 kilometers from a marsh to the Gulf of Finland. This endeavor required 400 men and took 9 months, utilizing sledges and capstans to drag the stone across the frozen Russian countryside. And this motherfucker here, just on his own, lifted like 2,422 kilo. Holy hell. It's the heaviest weight ever lifted just by a human in general. Well, fuck. Lifting 2 cars with drivers. That's fucked. For context, the heaviest stones... Okay, for context, the heaviest stones in the Great Pyramid of Giza weigh up to 80 tons, particularly the granite beams above the king's chamber. They were transported from Aswan, approximately 800 kilometers away, showcasing the ancient Egyptians' remarkable engineering capabilities. Well, I mean, 1,500 tons is definitely heavier than 80 tons. And the 1,500 was moved and transported by human ingenuity with no equipment. Well, no, like, modern tech, I think. Like, modern machinery. Because they're talking about the granite beams above the king's chamber, which is 80 tons. And even though they said 800 kilometers, they also said that there is proof that they did manage to ship them up the Nile. There were logs and the boat to do that, supposedly. But also, just to get them to where they are, I also hear you, but as I said, like, it's not like they couldn't have done it. Especially with this fucking, like, holy hell. Let's just say, like, how long did the pyramids take to... Let's just say that the Pyramid of Giza to be built. Great Pyramid of Giza is estimated to have taken to about 20 years to build. Yeah, 2.8 tons are the largest, up to 80 tons. So we know that with around 400 men, it took them 9 months to shift a 1,500 ton, 1,500 tons over 6 kilometers in marsh and shit. So it is possible to shift it. And with the heaviest ones being up to 80 tons, and it took 20 years with up to 20 to 30,000 workers on rotation. I'm not saying that. But like, I'm not saying that they could that it couldn't be done, because I think it can. I think it can be done. A lot of it was like, yeah, like raw manpower, but it doesn't seem to be like hotly contested, right? Like it's the contestant. If you're arguing that it couldn't technically be done, then I would say that that's probably incorrect in terms of the information they have and the archaeology proof that they've got. Archaeological proof, that's what I want, about the boats that can shift it. They had the hieroglyphics or the documentation supposedly of the water technique. And then they tried to build some mock ones, some smaller pyramids, of course, with a smaller workforce, but they used primitive tools and they managed to get it done. It just took a lot of effort. And it took them about 20 years with about 20 to 30,000 people on rotation. So it could be done. I think it's more likely that it could have been built versus it couldn't have. And that's why I lean more towards the fact that the Egyptians did it rather than aliens. That's what I'm thinking. Only because I think there's more proof that it is doable and can be done, even with their technology at the time, versus more proof proving that it couldn't have been. It's like it's not like it was too heavy and couldn't be done. It's not like the technology at the time couldn't be utilized to get it done. It's not like they didn't have the workforce in order to get it done. And that's why I'm leaning more towards that it did rather than it couldn't be done at all. That's why I just don't jump to the aliens conclusion on this. So that's just my mentality. That's my belief on it. I think sometimes if you start looking at things too much, you start to create your own evidence and you start to create your own confirmation bias. Like the idea that, oh, it's close. It's not exact, but it's close to the speed of light or whatever. And then people are like, well, that's impossible. So it's got to be aliens. And I'm like, why does it have to be aliens? It's not even the exact number. Because for a long time, they were like, it's the exact number. And I'm like, it's not. It's close, but close doesn't mean, oh, confirmation. Close isn't confirmation. Just like when you think, oh, you probably committed the murder, so that's good enough. It's not good enough. You've got to prove it. Otherwise, you create a culture where people talk and nothing, they're just being vague, and they constantly goalpost shift. And if you make a good point, they bring up just another point from another topic that just makes your argument look worse, because it's like they're not staying on topic. They just look for anything they can to put into one pile and to see what sticks. It's like, well, I made 10 arguments, but only 2 of them make sense. And it's like, well, I made 1 argument, and it made sense the entire time. So... Bluetooth mode. It's a wild-ass coinky-dinky, that's for damn sure, but that's about it. And actually, note that's what I was saying before. I said all of this talk can just be made completely pointless simply because of the sentence at the beginning of this. The one sentence that really matters. It's pretty hard, man. We were like diving into this. Look at this shit. How did we end up here again? I think it's a bit higher up. No, it's not. It's here. This is the one sentence where this whole argument just becomes like moot, because this is the argument that's made. Because essentially we've shifted, like people have shifted the argument from when they found out that there's more evidence saying that it was technically possible for them to do it. It's more likely that it was possible than it was impossible, to the new argument is, yeah, well, you can't prove that aliens didn't build the pyramids. And then that's where the argument currently is. This is where it all stops, because I can't prove that they didn't, and you can't prove that they did. Because the argument, this is essentially a goalpost shift concept. This is what it looks like, so now you're seeing it. Because the argument used to be, it's not possible. With their technology and their workforce, it wasn't possible to build the pyramids. Now that there's so much evidence pointing towards the fact that it technically was and is, and we can recreate it in smaller doses, we're obviously not going to do a 20-year experiment, but we could. But because there's more evidence supporting that it is just technologically possible with their technology and their know-how and what the ancient Egyptians had actually achieved in their time, and the proof of the hieroglyphics, or like the, you know what I mean, the boats, all that stuff, it is possible that the goalpost is now shifted to, yeah, but it's close to the speed of light. So how did they know that? And so it's turned into a goalpost shift. You've moved it to the next thing, and we're finding something that we can no longer argue in good faith, because now it's just, well, you can't prove that it is, and I can't prove that it isn't. That's just what it comes down to, and that's why the argument just has, that's what a myth is. It just devolves into he said, she said, with no proof on anything. And then the argument is just moot. It just means nothing. So this is what a goalpost shift is in a topic. Hopefully this has been a social explanation from Saigai. It's like the religion argument. You can't prove your God exists, and you can't prove it doesn't. Exactly right, because the goalpost eventually got shifted, because it was like, oh, this is what I was told from a higher being. Oh, well, then who's the higher being? Can I meet them? No, they only met me. Because I said so. They only met me. But if you follow my religion, they may show themselves to you. And then there's what you would call the folie à deux. I think it's folie à deux. I think it might be that. It might not be that specifically, but I think it might be. There is like a case of it where it can happen, where you can have a small hysteria. But think of it this way, right? So think of all the scribes, or the people who go on their journeys, their self-serving journeys, right? Now think of it back in that time. Then we're looking at the place of like Jerusalem, where it was like desert, right? So we look at that. Well, that's kind of like the landscape. So when you become dehydrated, what happens to you? Because when you're dehydrated in a desert, what happens? Because we all know the phenomenon. It's essentially, they've tested it where it's clear that it's essentially linked to the same effects of heavy alcohol, where you hallucinate. It's like being drunk. You can hallucinate. So when you're super dehydrated, you can create illusions and hallucinations when you're on your brink of death and all that stuff. And so people have admitted to hallucinations where they had a loved one next to them, even though they had died, and they were saying that they loved them and cared for them. And like, hallucinations are a real thing. You can have them when you're on drugs. It happens all the time. It's common. You can even have like a freak out or whatever when you're on, having weed. So think of the idea that a scribe or something goes into the desert to be like, I want this up higher being to talk to me. And then they become incredibly, because there's a lot of fasting and a lot of this stuff in religion. They talk about fasting and all this stuff. You can't eat, do all this. You can't drink. Go through your challenges, trials, and then suddenly they hallucinate, and then they come back saying that a higher being has spoken to them. Because hallucinations and dehydration has existed as long as just a creature has needed water, which is forever. So, or probably not forever. Like the small little microbes probably don't need them, but you know what I mean. So I'm just saying, like, we can logically break down how these situations could have happened, rather than just say, it was definitely a higher being. But it might not have been, but it's definitely a higher being. And that's where the argument comes in. Like, we can logically explain a lot of people's actions, but that's why the argument always shifts to the next level, where it turns to something that can't be proven on either side, because then it means that I can't be wrong and you can't be right, just like I can't be right and you can't be wrong. Because now we're not arguing the initial point, we're arguing a point that no one can argue, and that's why I could never be wrong and you can never be right. And then that just gives you that self-satisfaction, and that's the problem when it comes to goalpost shifting and talking logically and making points. It's like so many people just want to move away from reality and live in a Delulu land just because it makes them feel better. Or cognitive dissonance is another big thing. You'll tout one thing, but then your actions prove the other. It's like, oh, I'm going to give you grief. You shouldn't smoke because it's fucking bad for you. But then they're a chain smoker, and I'm like, well, then why are you smoking? It's like, just because I can. I know it's bad. I can stop whenever I want. That's dissonance. You're making them uncomfortable now. They preach one thing and act another. The blue lilies are hallucinogenic. Of course they are. Like think of all the shit back then that people just didn't know about. It used to be like, oh, if you pray and make all these noises, and then you drink this water, and then we crush this very holy lily into this mixture, and then you inhale it, and then he may speak to you, because everyone's hallucinations can be different. So it's like he may speak to you when you're high as shit. So just saying, like, there's a lot of ways we can logically break down a lot of these moments. We can use logical determinants through science and from the knowledge we have of flora and fauna that was also available back then. We could, but the argument is never if what they were doing was religious. The argument is always, were they told by a higher being to do it? And we can't argue the higher being. No one can. So it just comes down to faith or no faith, and that's why. And that's what I mean with all this stuff now. Like, hallucinations are so widespread and we can induce them in so many ways, but people just, we never make that argument of, what if they were just hallucinating back then? It was a different time back then. So that's kind of interesting to me, where goalpost shifting sometimes just becomes like that. It's about trying not to argue a point that can't be argued, because that's where arguments always end up. You always keep one-upping to the point where it just can't be argued anymore, just so they can say, well, see, I can't be wrong and you can't be right either, and vice versa, and then they walk away satisfied. An argument shouldn't be about who's right or who wins. You should just be having general discourse to sort of test and check things. I'm going to be right back because I need a wee. And then I kind of want to continue. If you've got any other topics, I'd love to check some other topics, because I'm happy to keep streaming. Like, I'm good. I've done my study for the day. I'm happy to check topics as long as people want to talk about them. Well, let's check that, King. I'll check it. Do people all have the same experience on DMT? There was a study done on DMT. Nope. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, remember, Chatgpt isn't always correct, right? Many report strikingly similar themes, which is what fuels it, but not all have the same experience. So there was this study done on DMT to see if everyone did have the same experience, and they did, and you find that very strange, as it is a hallucinogenic. What study was that? Was there a study that proved it was all the same? Because remember, you can find almost anything on the internet. Anytime I see like a TikTok short or a YouTube short and it's talking about something specific, the fact is it's short form content, and so it has skipped a lot of details, and they try to like summarize it, and often the summary will always just involve like most of the truth potentially. It's really trying to find it. It's searching. It's really looking. Because as I said, you could be right, King, 100%. The one thing that makes something scientific, if it's a test, is that it has to be fallible. It can't be infallible. It has to be able to be tested to prove it wrong. Because if you can prove it wrong, it's more scientific that way. Because if you're always testing to confirm your opinion, then that's a bias in the test, because you're only testing conditions that confirm your theory. So if you're testing to disprove your theory of what you claim to be is true, and it doesn't disprove it, then that's what makes it scientific. That's what makes it a fact. While DMT experiences are profoundly personal and can vary widely, research indicates that many users report remarkably similar themes and motives during high-dose or breakthrough experiences. A naturalistic field study involving 36 participants who inhaled in their own homes found that 100% reported entering an otherworldly realm or dimension. Okay. I'm curious to see how many of them still have relative awareness, whether it be cognitive or maybe preconscious, just because if they're still aware, that might be the only way they know how to describe it, because everyone describes it in that way, of that otherworldly or out-of-body experience. I'm wondering if they were still cognitively aware to make that distinction, in which case they probably just latched onto something that they've heard from everywhere else. I'm not saying that is the case, it's just, once again, something you can test. Remember, when you look at studies, you should be looking at ways to potentially prove them wrong. That's the whole point. 94% describe encounters with autonomous entities or beings. Common themes included communication with these entities, feelings of profound insight, and experiences that felt more real than real. More real than real. People out here in the fifth dimension. Similarly, a large-scale international survey of 2,500 individuals who had breakthrough DMT experiences revealed that apparently it was like kind of looking into a kaleidoscope. So the chances are it's affecting, like DMT, there's likely a chemical or a reactant that's affecting something very specific in the brain, and it's something in the brain likely that everyone's got, and it reacts in the same manner. Sort of like when you have bacteria and you hit it with like a bacteria killer, and it functions the same way. It doesn't matter where what the bacteria is on. It's being affected by the chemical in the exact same way. Just like there's different types of bacteria, but they all still get killed the exact same way, even though you're using the same killer. Being, guide, spirit, alien, and helper. 41% of respondents reported fear during the encounter. So, I'm going to go on a limb and say that the DMT probably affects the amygdala. DMT. What's the science of the amygdala? Is that correct? No, that's not correct. I completely fucking cooked. I just face planted the fucking keyboard. We fixed it. What's the science of the amygdala being affected? I think it's affected. You said people experienced fear response I'm pretty sure the amygdala controls and regulates fear as well, not just anger, but it handles a lot of. If the brain's it's the brain's fear center, but also handles emotional tagging, especially in memory formation. It helps determine whether an experience is threatening, rewarding. Yeah, so if it's threatening, so yeah, it does have an effect for sure. It's still limited. Serotonin overdrive. DMT is potent against a potent agonist of the 5-HT2A receptor, highly concentrated in the cortex and limbic system, which includes the amygdala. So while it's not directly hitting the amygdala, I can see why people would be getting the fear response, because they're determining whether it's a threat or not, and then fight or flight kicks in, and the amygdala is a part of that. It can lead to hyperactivity in emotional processing, especially when reality dissolves or entities appear unexpectedly. So the amygdala is still functioning as normal, but the state that the state that you're in is not. So DMT shuts down or deregulates the DMN, which normally helps maintain your sense of self. Yeah. Without that filtering, raw sensory and emotional data hits harder, so the amygdala lights up unfiltered. Yeah, so the amygdala is functioning as normal, but yeah, the regulation that your brain should be doing gets completely shut off. It's essentially like being awake during sleep paralysis. Sudden ego death or breaking through into another realm. Essentially, it's just like getting rid of that control in your brain where it's regulating everything, and because it isn't regulating things anymore, and that's why it likely is creating this trip effect. Yeah, it could be either enhanced or blunted, and they did that an MRI. I believe the MRI checks through blood flow and stuff like that. Positive set and setting. Yeah. What was the other thing I was going to ask about? Good old DMT. Is this similar to the body? Wait, is this similar to the mind being severed in a way such as sleep paralysis? I would say it's not exactly the same, but I think the same thing is happening to the brain. There are parallels between DMT experienced sleep paralysis and the sense of the mind being severed from the body. Disassociation. Yeah. I reckon the people who encounter, there's like sometimes benevolent, but then sometimes overwhelming. I think people who experience the overwhelming or the scarier entities during DMT, they're the ones that the amygdala is still firing up, like it's still working, firing off, and it's not getting the regulation from the other parts of the brain because that part's been severed. The sense of self and presence has been severed. So the amygdala is functioning as normal. So it perceives the entity, and the amygdala is like, I don't like that. That's a threat, and then that's why people see it as a fear response, because not everyone's amygdala is doing that. I'm wondering if there's a chemical that's just very similar, because when you're sleeping, your body paralyzes you. It actually releases a natural chemical that paralyzes you generally, because it's supposed to stop you from moving around in your sleep. I think people who sleepwalk lack that, or lack that, like their body still what goes and functions, and they can still move just fine. They're not exactly paralyzed. The brain's trying to like, yeah. So sleepwalking's kind of interesting, but there are some people who are just like dead to the world. But it releases a chemical that helps like paralyze and relax your body. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Does the brain release DMT when you die in general? So does the brain release DMT when you die? Short answer, we don't fully know yet, but there's suggestive evidence that yes, the brain may release DMT or something like it in significant amounts near death. It's naturally produced in mammals, and it is found in the pineal glands of rats. Okay. It's possible. It's like maybe it looks like they're trying to link it to the concept of when they release it through, it's supposed to affect the brain and fire it up. And because they say when your life flashes before your eyes, it's trying to find something under the stress to find a memory revision that may help you out of the situation. That's a theory that people have, rather than just you tell me that's not strange. That's not strange to me at all. I don't think that's strange. I mean, if chemicals are in your brain, it's not exactly, they're saying it's not exactly DMT, but even if it is DMT and we grant it, I mean, rats fucking have it in their own system too, right? Like when your body dies, it stops regulating everything. Everything stops, right? And so if there are systems in your body that are in place to control the regulations of hormones or blood circulation, all of that stuff, it's no longer checked. And so there could be a release of it for that reason, because your body's not there to hold it back. Because right now, the only reason why you're not just flooded with adrenaline is because your body doesn't need it. And so it's holding it back. It's not generating it. It's not producing it. It doesn't need adrenaline. But when you die, for example, I wouldn't say it's strange to have this stuff happen if it's being held back by... It's like we don't tell our heart to beat. We also don't tell ourselves to breathe every time we breathe. These are autonomous functions that happen, just like the regulation of your hormones should be autonomous. It's happening naturally. So when you die, you can have things like rigor mortis. People can just straight up fart or shit themselves. Like the only reason we don't shit ourselves is because we have sphincter control. Babies don't have that strength in their sphincter yet, so they just shit the nappy. They don't have the strength to hold it in. You build that strength up. You build that skill up. So yeah, that's why people can shit their pants when they die, because they're not holding it in. It's a function that is no longer active. Just like rigor mortis sets in, just like you can die with an erection, for fuck's sake, because the blood just fucking whatever. It can happen. So like I don't look at this and think it's strange. It would be more strange to me if there was no other creature on Earth that had it. But I mean, they straight up said it's been found in mammals, like mammals in general, and we let's have a look. Are humans mammals? Yes, humans are mammals. So it's not like we're trying to link something that isn't like found in other fucking mammals. So I don't think it's strange, personally. And also, if we think about it and link it, King, the fact that it can be found in our brain can also explain why so many people will have such a similar experience with high levels of DMT, because it's not a foreign substance in our body or our brain. It's a chemical that everyone technically has in their brain, right? If we go off of this, then everyone's got a level of it. And so if you're just enhancing that, it's a chemical that's naturally found in the brain, and so if it was a foreign substance and everyone was having the same experience to it, that's more fascinating to me, because I'm like, hang on, it's a foreign substance the body has nothing to do with, never dealt with it, doesn't have it in the system, has never handled it before, and everyone's having the same hallucination? That's strange. But if it's something that's naturally found in the body, just at a really small level, and it's regulated, and then suddenly you up it, and everyone's having similar experiences, it's like when you get angry, your body is releasing, your fucking fight or flight is kicking in. Adrenaline is surging through. People react to adrenaline pretty similarly. But is that strange? Like, for that example, like, is that strange? It's a chemical that everyone's got, but, the body can produce it. Some people just can barely produce any of it, but it's naturally produced. And then if we, induce more of it and everyone has a similar reaction, is that strange or is it not strange? That wouldn't be strange, obviously. And I think that's kind of what I'm looking at from this perspective. That's the perspective I'm leaning towards. Because remember, when it comes to stuff like this, you've always got to ask yourself, can you logically explain through it rather than just jump on the, oh, that's fucking crazy. If you can logically just talk yourself through it and it makes sense, do that first. Critically try to like shut it down. Like try to find a way that we can go, look, let's scientifically look at this. If you're ever looking at something scientific, generally scientific, always try to prove it wrong first before you start going, you know what, I can't really prove it wrong, so I guess it's true. Always try to prove it wrong first. Always. Because sometimes you'll impress yourself and you might find that there are a lot of other similarities elsewhere, and then suddenly it doesn't sound as strange because it isn't as much of a leap. You made it? How you doing, Hack? We're talking about DMT. Not kidding. But once again, King, awesome topic, man. Like that was fascinating because I didn't know that we produced it. I didn't know that we're not so much produce it, but have something similar in our brain, and it's still just a suggestion. So I didn't know. You'll take it. I'm just glad you made it to the stream. I appreciate that. I did my game reactions. We were looking at the state of play. Have you seen those, Hack? Did you see the Xbox state of play, or the showcase, the Xbox showcase, and then the PlayStation state of play? Did you see any of them? And if you did, which games did you like? Oh, I'm curious. Can you say hi to Hack? She never shows up anymore. I think she hates me, and she is my acting mod in Discord. Hack! Where have you been? The server's collapsing, the vibes are in shambles, and your mod sword is collecting dust. Your streamer misses you. That's me, by the way. Your community misses you. Ah, fuck them. Even the bots are starting to notice your absence. That's bad. Are you ghosting us? You just on your 37th Genshin daily streak. Why are you still on Genshin? Come back and at least pretend to ban someone. Take that, Hack. Take that. So that could explain people's experiences hearing/seeing gods, and you're pretty sure you read that monks can make it to that state with meditation. I mean, meditation essentially can be that as well. Like you could be accessing that heightened state, because remember, the brain essentially does have like 3 layers. I mean, if you follow the psychoanalyst theory with Freud, you've got the id, and then you've got the ego, and then the superego, or you've got, that's probably the behavior stuff, like the cognitive thoughts. But you've also got the conscious, the pre-conscious, and the unconscious. And the id is where the unconscious exists. But yeah, we've got like the initial sensory adaptation. Like I know that I can see that. I can see there's books there. That's the initial cognitive thing. I know that I'm conscious here, and I can think the memories I'm thinking of, they're mine. The pre-conscious is essentially like, it's information you do have, you're just not thinking about it, but you can easily think about it and go, oh, wait a second, yeah, I remember that. That was the other, you recall it. That's the pre-conscious. And then the unconscious is, yeah, that's the unconscious. You ain't aware of that shit. But that does have, supposedly, if you follow, Freud, that does have where like the sensual emotions are, like the desires, the sexual desires, the intrusive thoughts, so to speak. That's where all that collection is hiding in there, and because it's unconscious, it does show up and act indirectly depending on our situation, but we're not ever thinking about it at that time, because the moment we're aware of it, it's no longer unconscious. It's the conscious mind. So I didn't mean to bore the shit out of you, King, but yeah. So it could be interesting. Wait, do the poster? What's the poster? The poster. Hack. Give me more information. No, you haven't? Oh, thanks, King. This is the stuff that I've been learning. I'm going to be getting tested on it on Friday, and I've actually been glad that I've been able to recall certain things. Yeah, forget it says about making a mock poster. Oh, it does. Hang on. I want this formatted for a Discord ping or turned into a mock missing mod. A mock missing mod poster, please. It's gonna generate it. It will do it. Oh, I thought it was gonna... Well, we've got a missing mod alert. I'll get it to draw it up. I'll actually get to make one. So name, hack, role, acting mod, Discord enforcer, vibe stabilizer. Yeah, when hack gets here, the mod, like the vibe just stabilizes. It's not cool anymore. It's not boring. It's there. Last scene, possibly lurking in voice, ghosting chat, or farming primos in Genshin. Why? What's with the Genshin stuff? You don't even play Genshin. I'm gonna get it to redraw this up. She'll be here soon. Yeah, known aliases. She'll be here soon, probably asleep, just taking a break. You know what? That's pretty fucking accurate, right? You can say that for a lot of people. You're hurt? Yeah. As an image, yeah, as an image was all I needed to write. That is a good... Okay, hang on, let's do this. Alright, I got this. Bam. As an image. Oh, it's doing it. Yuck. I got you, Hack. I've got you. I've got you a poster coming up. It's doing the thing. Yeah, it is. It's getting it done. That's gonna take a bit. Also, how you doing, Infinity? It's been a while. Shout out to you. Over in I assume you're in Germany, Berlin. I don't know where you are specifically, but shout out to you. You're the German I keep thinking of, right? I think it's you. Unless you're just like, I'm actually a 37-year-old Peruvian woman with Jamaican heritage, so you're way off. Near Frankfurt? Oh, look at me go. It's making it. We're on it. Missing! It's starting off with a missing sign. Alright, we like it. Hack is missing, it's true. Where the fuck have you been, Hack? What you done? Mod alert. There's no way it draws a picture of you. Oh, it's actually, like... looks like a Wild West poster. It fucking should be. It should be. I should have just said, could you do it with brain rot? I should have just said last scene gooning or something. Last scene destabilizing Skibbity. Yep, there we go. Once the Guardian of Chaos swung the banhammer like a mythic weapon, gave perfect emoji reactions and ignored pings with grace. Now, dust in the wind. Dust in the fucking wind. Reward the return of a functional mod team, emotional stability, streamer closure. Also, we miss you, Hack. Just say hi. Copy that and put it on the notice board. Oh, that's good. I like it. All right. Where be me downloads? I'll put it in the Discord for now. A 1-minute Samsung ad. What the fuck? Look, Infinity, I'm telling you. Fuck. Look, Infinity, I'm hearing you. In fact, Infinity. I should be fucking live on the other ones. Now that I think about it, I might not be. Which is kind of concerning, actually. Oh, no, I am. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, I'm there. Okay, so Infinity, yeah. I am also live on, because I'm multi-streaming now, because Twitch with their ads is ridiculous, and the platform's just being a little bit fucking goober lately. I'm good on YouTube. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was in. I'm also on Kick as well, just in case, because you never fucking know. But I am streaming to YouTube, Kick, and Twitch currently, Infinity. So I know Twitch has a lot of ads. So if you don't want to be on Twitch, that's totally fine. I'm just essentially offering up other platforms for people if they want to watch, especially if you want to avoid ads, but you don't want to subscribe and stuff. I'm sure, like, if you've got YouTube Premium, you won't get an ad. I'm pretty sure you won't. I don't know about Kick. I'm sure Kick probably runs ads, but I don't think it's as bad as Twitch. Because Twitch just seems to run like 14 fucking ads nonstop. Where did Hack go? Is Hack still on an ad? Like, what the fuck? It's okay. Like, the thing is, I love how you're not opted on Twitch. Yeah. Well, I'm on YouTube as well, Infinity. So, just as a point out, if you ever want to check it. So, there's my YouTube link there. So that's where I post my shorts, maybe some VODs here and there. But yeah, if you're not really on Twitch and then you see me streaming on YouTube, it's because I'm multi-streaming. So. If you want to catch me there, you can. You love that poster, but work calls. Oh, that's lame as fuck. I'm gonna be honest with you. You show up and then you're just like, "Hey, what's going on?" "Oh, sorry, I can't hang out because work." And I'm like, "Oh, you didn't even give me 5,000 bits. That's wild. That's wild." Like, who the fuck are you anymore? I remember the days when Hack would come in and be like, "Here's 5,000 bits," and I'm just like, "Oh. You're so awesome. That's why I modded you. Because you bought your way to the top." You have a free day today, so no work. That's good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I was just watching some videos today. I didn't really have any other games planned but yeah, I was going over some topics, talking about some videos and stuff. German holiday. Current holiday in Germany. Aren't your mods usually always nowhere to be found? It's fucking true, Yule. I resent that, Yule. It's fucking false, Yule. Newt's always here. Christ. Better check yourself. Today, Monday, June 9th, 2025, is... Finchmontag. Okay. A nationwide... I butchered the shit out of it. I'm hearing you. A nationwide public holiday in Germany. What is it? Insert word here. So, is the day after... Huh? Oh, Montag and then Sonntag. Okay. Commemorating the descent of the Holy Spirit upon the apostle. Oh, it's a religious one. So this... Was this established during the Holy Roman Empire? The Holy Empire? Could have been. As a public holiday, most businesses, including shops and offices, are closed today. However, exceptions may include essential services such as petrol stations and certain restaurants. Even petrol stations. Where? Public transport may operate on a holiday schedule. Yeah, I know where it's from. Oh no, you're fine. Yeah, you're fine, Infinity. I'm not here to test you on your historical accuracy. You're fine. Alright, this is Newt's channel. What? Clearly it's not. It's not. It's my channel. I'm fucking here. It's mine. It's me. You had 45-kilometer traffic in Austria all the way back to Bavaria. There were people standing like 5 hours. It's yuck. That's disgusting, and I don't like it. That's unreal. Literally, you get pinged when someone mentions mod. Oh, that's why you always... Okay, I like it. You can no longer imagine how it is to be religious. Your parents usually took you to church every Sunday, and then you got lazy, and then that also affected them. Well, the reason why I was like, I said, oh, it's religious, but I didn't just take a shit on it and go, a religious holiday? Yuck. I'm like, because I benefit from them. I mean, it is a self-interest thing. I'm not religious, but I mean, I get, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Good Friday. I mean, is Easter religious? I think it is. I don't know why they were trying to hit us with the Easter bunny, but I'm pretty sure Easter is like that whole period where it's religious. The fact is, it's a self-interested benefit. I mean, I don't believe in religion, but I also benefit from it in society. So that's why I'm not against it. So yeah, it is a selfish thing. Absolutely. It is a selfish reason why I like religious holidays, is because I benefit from them. That's, I'm not going to lie about it. You're back? Easy call. That poster was amazing. You're amazing. You're breathtaking. Plot twist, Easter Bunny is a local deity somewhere. It could be it's a fucking pagan deity. Easter Bunny is. Did you hear that? It's true. Oh, can you call hack a wee bum head? It's because you weren't here. Of course, let's take this to maximum playground insult level. Hack, you absolute wee bum head. Not even a hi in chat. That's a ban-worthy offense and you know it. I mean, you said hi in the chat, but you are an absolute wee bum head. I said it, Hack. I did say it. It's been said. I forgot. I should probably make it just a little bit. Yeah, sorry about that. So, it's a public holiday here for the king's birthday, and you owe me a roast. Do I? Oh, shit. Did I miss that? When was that? Oh, that was ages ago. Oh, because it happened to be when I typed in my YouTube thing, and all I saw was King Plumbus 2023. No YouTube link anymore, so that's why I missed your comment. But yeah, okay, King. So let's get something going for you. Like, what information can we give it? Wait, yeah, that's how you spell it. Wants another roast. We gotta get him good. Okay, we need information, King. You need to give me some stuff to work with. It lets you keep updating the poster too? Oh, hell yeah. I can update it until the ends of the earth. This is my content moderator. So this is actually a Chatgpt bot that I have. So as you can see, I've got the plus version because I paid for it. I had to work with a lot of AI with some of my units. Oh, fuck, did I get how did I get a Discord message? I am currently live. Wait, how'd you ping me, Yule? There's nothing here. How'd you do that? You probably posted like a fucking full stop or one letter and then just deleted it. Fucking troll. Not worthy of a kingful roast? You're busy? But then why'd you ping me? What? Collects Pokemon cards and plays Pokemon TCG? Okay, okay. Let's do that. Let's do that. So, bam. Let's just say he does that. You got anything else, King, that you want me to add, or you happy with that? Because once you get the roast, you've got the roast, you know? I don't know how you got a ping. I've got backlogs on, so I should be able to check if you actually type something. So if you type like the letter A or I or whatever and then deleted it straight away because it would ping me and then there wouldn't be proof, I will see it. So if I'm just saying, I'm hard to get gaslit. I'm gonna check the receipts, Yule. You don't know? All right, well, King, let's just leave it with that. Let's just see what happens. Oh, it's on. Here's a roast fit for a Pokemon TCG Goblin. King Plumbus. You're out here collecting Pokemon cards like it's gonna unlock the secret to charisma. You've got 900 hollows and still can't pull a win on Tinder. Why did it... Would that be true, though? Probably. I don't think women are into Pokemon collectors. You play Pokemon TCG so much your keyboard's covered in Cheeto dust and GX counters. You don't shuffle decks. You perform ancient rituals hoping Arceus will fix your draw luck. Every time you say, I built this meta deck myself, a real strategist loses their wings. Alright, alright. Your opponents don't scoop out of fear. They do it out of secondhand embarrassment. And bro, don't flex your binder like it's a portfolio. You've spent more on cardboard than rent, but you still live in your mum's basement next to the bulk box. Wow. Want to tailor it even more based on his style, e.g. competitive player, waifu card collector, reverse hollow hoarder, I got more ammo. You'd be happier with 900 hollows rather than a Tinder date. Oh, okay. I like that. Tinder's kind of fucked up, huh? It's kind of wild. Didn't they do an experiment? Like, speaking of Tinder, didn't some dude only get one match? But it went nowhere. I think it was a recent thing. Like, it was a full study or something. He swiped like 10,000 times or some shit. You have 2 kids and you're a parent. Was it Tinder that was going to add a height slider? A height slider? No, that's fucking hell. Women are like, and I don't know how we're going to figure out how many women are using Tinder because they're about to be fighting over like 10 men. Fuck, you know, those guys are probably sitting there like, nah, man, add the height slider. They're gonna drown in puss. Oh, partner. Okay, sorry. I thought you meant like 2 kids because you're a parent. Yeah, absolutely. No, hang on. I need the data. There was a guy that actually did. No, it was like he swiped 10k times or something. Was a recent experiment. I'm pretty sure this was real. If I can't find it, I mean, ChatGPT completely confirmed to be a cuck. Man, a height slider. That's fucked, man. Like, what are the statistics on that? Don't they want? Isn't like 6 foot like a minimum height, and even then they don't even want that? I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm gonna have to look. Like, I'm sure Tinder has stats. There was a recent viral story about a man who reportedly swiped right on 2 million profiles over 5 years and ended up with just 1 date. Okay, hang on. Did he shower? Was he like fucking 55 years old? Is he bald? Does he look like he headbutted a belt sander? Does he have disabilities? Like, does he smell like shit 24/7? Does he just shit himself? Is he always coming? Is he an actual stalker? Is he the local serial killer that just got arrested? Like, what type of guy are we dealing with? The case has sparked discussions about the challenges men face on dating apps like Tinder. Experiment, a user named Hayden. No, that's downfall already. His name's Hayden. Unlucky. May as well have called yourself Braden or something. Or Yule. A user named Hayden described as a 26-year-old fishing enthusiast. I mean, that's pretty common, right? Probably has a photo of him holding up a fish. Or a photo of his car. He's probably got a car display picture and him holding up a fish. Claimed to have swiped right on 2 million women over 5 years. Despite this massive number of swipes, he only secured 1 date, which reportedly it ended without any connection. The story was highlighted. Okay. So match rates. Okay, match rates. Studies have shown that men often have lower match rates on dating apps compared to women. For instance, one analysis found that women have an average match rate of 30%, which is kind of low. Because most of the guys that I've ever spoken to like years ago when they were using dating apps, they were just their technique was just yes, 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 yes. They were just hoping to see the word match come up. And then I'm gonna be honest, the first thing they checked was if she was built like a fridge. I just that's the first thing they checked. You know, people had preferences. I'm not saying all people, like all men hate that. I'm just saying that they just had a specification. You're allowed to have your preferences. Men average just 2.63%. That's a fair point, though, right? Because it's the difference in how men and women will see dating. Because women have to bear a pretty big response, right? Like they have to bear a child. And obviously, naturally, I think it's an instinctual thing with women is they're going to be more selective about their partner for that reason. But then again, when you talk about like how active women are in these different age brackets, they're also incredibly active. So it's not like they're being picky because they're looking for the man to bear a child. A lot of them are just fucking, or they're just fucking, but they're being very specific because clearly it shows that women are averaging, like they're getting plenty of matches because, as I said, men are just like, yes, 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 yes. And women are like, no, 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 he has shit shoes. Ugh. Only 6 foot? Yuck. I don't like his hair. You can never change his hair. That's, ugh. Too muscular, too skinny. Anyway. I could be just being cheeky, you know. Men tend to swipe right more frequently. Yeah. Women are more selective, of course. Even balance can lead to fewer matches for men. Yeah. Algorithm factors. Dating apps use algorithms that may deprioritize users who swipe right excessively without meaningful engagement. Oh, well, it's over for men. It's over. 1 centimeter below 6 foot. Ew. Absolutely. You're 5'11" at 3/4 of an inch. Yuck. Disgusting. Filth. What a fucking beta male. Okay, so if you're interested, I can provide tips on optimizing your dating app profile to increase engagement. That could be kind of meta. Could be kind of hot. We could probably figure out what I could be. Maybe I'll do that in a second, actually. But let's have a look at like what a percentage of users on Tinder, Bumble, and Hinge, male versus female. Those are the 3 that I'm aware of, but if there are other ones that are really big, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Instagram's just a glorified dating app as well. The foot system is so weird. Why not use centimeters like normal people? I normally just tell them, I know myself in centimeters, but yeah, sometimes people are like just, because so 170 something centimeters and people are like, huh? What is that? But, here's what it is. Okay, so on Tinder, good fucking God. Significant male majority. Yeah, gender ratio varies by region. Bumble is a 60-40, and Hinge is a 60-40. And yet, you're telling me that the platform is predominantly male, and they only have a 2% match rate? That's why. Is that real? That's fucking wild. Wow. Predominantly male, and it has a 2% chance of a match. That sucks. I guess women have a pick of the litter, I'm assuming with those stats that these women are probably picking the same men, or the same type of men as well, which is why 2% is so little. You'd think with 75% worth of a pool, you would have such a wide range of options that more men would be getting more matches. But that is clearly not the case. There is a certain preference with the smaller bracket here.
A kind gesture.
Why aren't you looking up the platform you use, Grindr?
Yeah, you second that? You second that, do you? You second that, do you, Yul? Actually, I use Christian Mingle. I use Pentagram Pals. Farmers Only. Inbred incentive. Where yeah, nah. I was gonna say the intrusive kick thoughts kicked in. I reminded myself that I'm on Kick, and so it just like the intrusive thoughts came out. But then I was like, hang on, I'm also on YouTube and Twitch. Let's just dial it back a bit. We can't. Yeah, give me some of that J date. Let's Okay, so hang on. Okay, so let's optimize my profile. It's going to say you spell optimize with a Z. I just don't fucking care, right? So let's optimize my profile on Tinder. Let's say Tinder. Why not? Hell yeah. All right, let's go. We're going to optimize my profile. First, quick questions. Let's just start with... Okay, so once you give me that, we'll build out other things. Okay, let's start. So let's go... What gender am I trying to attract? Okay, let's say women. So we want women. What's my vibe? Serious, chaotic, flirty, funny, deep. Let's say deep. And you'll... King, shut the fuck up. I'm deep, alright? I'm a pretty deep guy. Go fuck yourself. I didn't even need you to be on the microphone and I knew exactly what you were thinking.
Hi guys, I'm dense.
Could already hear you. I'm a deep guy, alright? All of the vibes. We could say all the vibes. I want let's... Okay, hang on. You know, let's make this serious. How about we say deep... wisdom... Widom. Deep widom. Wisdom. Let's say humble. And quiet. Let's just say deep, wisdom, humble, and quiet. Those are pretty good, right? They're pretty good. What are your best traits, personality or lifestyle? My best traits. Let's see. I don't think we got a chance. I don't think we got a chance, lads. My best traits. It's not looking good. Dense guy, humble for the money. Let's see. Best traits. Committed. Level-headed. Critical thinker. Educated, musically inclined, love entertaining. Yeah, that'll do. Any photos you want me to review or edit? Nah, my photos are awesome. I have a photo of my car and one where I'm holding a fish up. And do you want more volume, more matches, or better conversion, more convos and dates? Let's go. I want more matches. Let's hope we don't match with an English major or something. I want more matches and convos. All right, that's the preliminary information. Perfect. Your vibe is fire if positioned right. You're not loud, you're magnetic. Here's a full Tinder profile optimization to reflect that. All right, beautiful. The bio. Swipe stopping, authentic, pulls curiosity. Yeah, this definitely screams confidence and not cockiness. I'm the last stop, ladies. I'm the final boss of swiping. If you swipe past me, you've got no soul. Could talk with a mouthful of marbles underwater. Yeah. I'm more fascinated by that, Emily. Quietly intense, educated, musically wired, committed to what I care about. I don't chase noise, I build meaning. That's how you know it's AI, because what does that mean? This is like, what does that mean? This is how you can identify AI and stuff, where it's just like, I don't chase noise, I build meaning. What? If you've ever debated something at 2 a.m. and loved it, we'd probably vibe. True, though. That's true. Guitar in one hand, black coffee in the other. Am I building this for Newt? Newt just looked up and he was like, motherfucking what? He was probably holding his black coffee. So, yeah, let's talk ideas, not just vibes. So why this works, it's calm and confident. It signals depth. Quietly intense is the hook and invites curiosity without trying too hard. Are we sure? The 2 a.m. debate line makes introspective women see themselves because they need to be represented and seen. I like that. We have to manifest a safe space for them. Brave and stunning. Ends open, inviting convo without begging for it. Photo lineup strategy. You already have good pics, but order and context matter. What do you mean the pic of my car and me holding a fish isn't good? Strong portrait, eye contact, relaxed face. Lead with this. You with your instrument, if you have one. Full body shot, outdoors, casual, entertaining. You at a party, game night, hosting. Car photo, clean, not flexy. Fish photo, only keep this if you look great in it or it's part of a joke caption. Even the Chatgpt is warning me that the fish pic is just fucked. Let it go, man. It's over. The wave is gone. Don't throw the fish back out to sea. Toss yourself out. Actually, yeah, let's ask. You do have a black coffee account. I fucking knew it. I knew it. Okay, hang on. We have to do some follow-up questions on this. Like, what in the... Hang on. What does this even mean? Great question, and that line's doing a lot of quiet heavy lifting. Heavy lifting? What it means, I don't chase noise. I'm not chasing trends, drama, clout, or shallow attention. Yeah, I'm not a streamer. That's a good point. I could use a little bit of trends, drama, clout, and shallow attention. To be frank, I might have a better stream presence. I build meaning. I focus on depth, connection, and things that last. I'm intentional. Yeah, I don't think people are gonna read "I don't chase noise, I build meaning" and think of all of this. I'm gonna go out on a limb and just say that it just ain't happening. Why it works on a bio, it communicates that you're grounded and not chaotic, emotionally mature. You're not here for bullshit. Focused on depth, which attracts women who are burned out by superficial swipers and blown out by the last 10 dudes they matched with. Allegedly. Basically, they're looking for someone to settle down with. In the famous song from Psycho Stick, they slept with everybody but me. Basically, it filters. I'm joking, by the way. Relax, guys. Like, hang on, chill out. Just back it up. I love women. I respect women. They're great. You know, we need them. Basically, it filters for deep thinkers without sounding like a TED Talk. Want a slight variation if it feels too abstract? The I don't chase noise can mean less social media presence. The build part, you don't know. Yeah, it seemed a little too vague. It was too abstract. When they have more miles than your car, yeah. I mean, women can choose what they want to do, right? It's freedom. We're in a free, open sexual market. So be it. I think gone are the days that were, yeah. Anyway, I think it's just my preference is just, a woman that hasn't been with like fucking 5 different dudes and then just sleeps around when they're not dating. I think that's the biggest thing for me. Like, sleeping around when you're not dating someone is just strange to me. And by the way, I hold that standard to myself. I don't sleep around if I'm not dating. I only ever sleep with someone I'm dating. I'm with them. So that's part of the process, right? That is the level up. That's part of the nice reward. If I'm not dating them and you've already had the sex, then you're already acting like you're in a relationship, but you don't have to commit. And so it's easy to just cut that off whenever you need to because it's convenient. It's essentially getting everything you want without having the responsibility of it. And so that's why, like, and as I said, I hold myself to my own standard. It's why I have my own morals. I won't sleep with someone if I'm not dating them, and I would just hope that the woman I'm with also has the same morals, because it also shows, like, a strength of character to me. It shows that even when they are lonely, or they're not with someone, they're not just filling the void with men or just sex. It's not just about sex for them, because if they're just having sex because they're depressed or bored, that doesn't show a lot of, like, character for themselves to me personally. So that's just my personal preference. You know, I'm not out here saying that every woman has to be like that. Absolutely not. It's just my preference because it's my standard that I hold myself to as well. I think that's fair. In German, we say, talked like a lion. Sigh the no try before you buy guy 2025. That's also, like, wild to me, right? Like, it's like, if I like someone enough that I want to fuck them and, like, like, shed and share fucking bodily fluids, you know, and put my nose near their asshole and sniff and just do all that gross shit with them. If I like them enough to do that, why am I not dating them personally? I'm not going to do that for someone that I'm friendly with. Otherwise, I'd be fucking all my male friends too. Just because. It's just more like characteristics, right? It's self-control and characteristics, and it does take strength of character and willpower to have morals and stick to them, because every day your morals are challenged. They get challenged by the environment, by the social pressures of life and social media and people around you. And it's always just, you've got one life. There's always a justification. And I think I said this to Haz, where I went, if you want to live like that, you can. But to me, I mean, do I look weak-willed? Hell no. My willpower, like, I'll pit my willpower against Batman, for fuck's sake. I'll do it. Because I don't crumble with my morals under that. I just don't. These morals, especially when it comes to a significant other in the field of love, is important. I treat love with the respect that I think it should have. That's as I said, I'm referring to me. I don't write the rules for love and relationships. You want to sleep around, you do it. I'm not gonna, it just means that I'm not for you. That's it. I don't have to sit here and say that you're a whore or a slut or anything like that. Absolutely not. Nothing like that. It's just, you're not for me. That's it. Just like if you're a woman and you have an OnlyFans, you're just not for me, because it's clear that you're for everybody else, because you're sharing yourself for everybody else for a monetary gain. And I'm not invested in people like that. I don't want somebody like that who sees themselves as an object to sell themselves in that manner. That's a private thing for me. Your body is when you're not clothed, you're at your most vulnerable. It's a vulnerable state. I think that's something that should be shared with someone that you trust and respect, and that's built over a long period of interaction. I don't think just a random person should be seeing that, because it does affect you mentally as well. Because then if they say, well, body, like, I've heard the argument too, right? I've heard the argument about body count doesn't matter, or that body count shouldn't matter. And to me, it does, only because of a couple of things in terms of your characteristics, right? It shows that you sleep around. There's a pattern of sleeping around. So the chances of you being committed loyally to one individual is a lot lower, because it's a pattern of behavior. You're used to sleeping with people and hanging around with them for a couple of months at a time or a little bit longer, but you never committed to them because you slept with other people. And so when you finally find the one you want to be with and they set boundaries, for example, just like you'll set boundaries, but if they set boundaries, you may have an uncomfortable realization that these boundaries might feel like you're getting locked into a lifestyle that you don't want to live because you're not used to it. And it could just be, hey, if we're dating, don't sleep with anyone else, please. I think that's a fair boundary to have. But yeah, when someone sleeps around, that is essentially showing me their activity, like what their behavior is like. It's essentially behavioral psychology. I'm just learning based on observation on what they're doing without getting involved and drawing up a pattern of what they are like. Humans are very patterned individuals. We're patterned creatures. And so when I see someone with a high body count, for example, they've slept with multiple dudes, or, a guy has slept with multiple chicks, same thing. You know, what's to say that he or she, both of them, I'm not just singling out women, but what's to say that they are just suddenly like, okay, I'm just loyal to you and no one else? The chances of that is just, it doesn't look as good. The trust factor is just not as high because your past actions are speaking against that. There's a clash. So for me, the body count does matter. So if you slept with 5 guys, for example, or you've been with 5 people, and you know you're 30 years old, I'd be like, okay, what happened with those relationships? Were they just within a month, or were they over a few years, and each individual one had their own challenges? Normally that pattern would speak a little differently, where it's like, you know, I'm 21 and I've been with 30 guys. I'm like, okay, that's not looking good in terms of, but then again, by the way, I'm not there to wife them up, right? And they're just not for me. They can do whatever they want. I don't control them. Absolutely not. But yeah, I think that's why little things like that matter to me. And because and by the way, I hold myself to that standard, because before anyone thinks like, well, I bet you he slept around, I didn't. I hold myself to the same standard. A friend of yours broke up with a girlfriend and she instantly hit on some other guys in the group. So something like, now you can touch me again. Or said about your best friend for sex, I would take him, but nothing more. She's so weird. She's not weird, Infinity. If you have to know, she was... Women, the chances of a woman breaking up, like if you break up in a relationship, if she's with some guy immediately or she's just talking to somebody else straight away, that didn't just happen overnight. They were still chatting. The statistics are there that it's a very high chance that they were still involved. They just... You were in a relationship, and then, yeah, that's still... It's much higher for women, I believe, to do that. Let me just double check first, because before I make any claims, let's ask ChatGPT, because they're 100% correct. Percentage of behavioral... That's correct? Whoa! I'm awesome. Patterns between men and women who moves on to a new person faster. I'm just curious. I think this is kind of what I want to word. Like, if you've got a chick that's in your friends group and every guy's hitting her, then she's just ain't for you, man. And a lot of your friends probably aren't either. There's got to be some rules there, right? I guess it's a bro code. Just comes down to it. Like, if, for example, if Newt or some of the other people that I know dated someone and then they split up, I'm not going to be 2 seconds with my foot in the door going, yeah, I'm gonna hit what you don't want anymore. That's just, number one, that's just rude, and that just it's insulting, frankly. And it's always going to be weird. It's going to change the friendship dynamic severely. The friendship dynamic is going to be strained, and it's always going to be remembered as well. What research was this? Women tend to process their emotions more thoroughly, leading to more complete recovery over time. Percentage of women on antidepressants. Didn't even spell that right. It's 1P. I always do 2 Ps. Right. Let's just go from the US Centers for Disease Control and so the CDC, covering the years 2015 to 2018, 17.7% of adult women, just in the United States alone, reported using it, which was more than double than men. Women just seem to be using antidepressants a lot more than men. Let's just say that. But they move on and recover more thoroughly with emotional healing. They process their emotions better though. Times of India gave this. Hang on. Scholarly articles. Let's ask for scholarly articles. Am I gonna reach sagehood? I mean, I fucking could. You got to be careful, Yule. If I start going like white haired, like gray haired, or just lose my hair in general, it's just because I'm just fucking so intelligent. I'm just super smart. So we know about this one because that was the CDC. That's obviously going to be a little bit scholarly, sure. This is just really sad to see, unfortunately, about the antidepressant prescriptions for young adults in general. Adults and adolescents increased by nearly 64% from 2020, which was the COVID periods, which is really sad to see. With a significant rise among female teens. Yeah. So, like, we know that during COVID, mental health fucking skyrocketed. And then suddenly we have movements left and right, and we have all sorts of just crazy shit going on right now, and it was never addressed. I've always had the idea that my mentality because I want to get into the industry of mental health, my mentality with that has always been either, I've always thought, how can we be in a time where we have the most unprecedented amount of mental health going rampant? Like, it's fucking rampant. It's everywhere. We just, we can't just say, oh, it's because we just came out of COVID. We've been out of COVID. We're fucking over it. It's past. We should be dealing with it. We're in an age where we have the craziest amount of mental health going fucking rampant. And yet, we also have some of the most expensive resources being put into mental health, like with professionals and systems in place, and mental health is being treated seriously, and we're in such an accepting time of emotional mental health, and yet it's skyrocketing still. And so I looked at that and went, is the system wrong, or is our social trajectory got something to do with that? Is social media's damage outweighing the mental health recovery that professionals in the industry can give, or is the system corrupt? Are the resources we have in place just allowing people to just take advantage of people who are mentally ill because they're just looking for some money? Like, what's going on? Is it a mixture of both? Because we can't have our cake and eat it too. You can't say we have one of the greatest strengths of mental health awareness than ever right now, and yet it is fucking rampant, and the amount of people that are on antidepressants and continuing to rise at an astronomical rate. It can't both be true. Something is going wrong here. And that's why I want to get into the mental health industry, for that reason. I think something is wrong, and I don't know what it is. Corona was the downfall. It definitely did. It definitely did have a hit. Corona was great. You didn't have to deal with annoying little shits. I mean, there are different people. I prefer not to be around people, but I don't find that to be depressing. There are people who are wired like that, where they just like being on their own because they can function just fine in silence. They can function with just one or two people around them, or maybe one person, or just know people. But there are a lot of people, but humans are naturally social, so we have to socialize, and that's what online for me is for. But versus there are a lot of people out there that just love socializing, and they didn't realize it, and they have such a dependency on the acceptance of others, you know? There is a psychological condition for that. I can't remember what it's called, but there is a psychological condition for that. But it is essentially just what we all think. Essentially, we're all just fighting for the acceptance of others, whether it be in small groups, in workspaces, workplaces, strangers. There's always this innate idea that we just want to be accepted or be a part of something or go along with things because we want to try and break the ice or fit in. There's always that self-acceptance that people are fighting for, and it is something that humans do. We are socially inclined. So suddenly when everyone's, isolating and whatnot, and then you've even got fucking multi-millionaires in their mansions trying to be like, I can't handle the loneliness. And I'm like, you don't have a fucking clue what people are going through. Because you're in a different class, you're in a different world, and that is just the most wild mental reading of a room that I've ever seen. Just fucking ridiculous. Anyway. Antidepressants use use is higher for women around breakups than men. Yeah, well, we knew that, but they heal more fully. So the antidepressant use is higher for women than men, but also the use for women is skyrocketing, and it's already higher than men, and it's still going up. The amount of women versus men are still on antidepressants and all that medication. But I thought they healed more thoroughly, Chatgpt. What you're saying is not correct. That wouldn't be correct. It means they are still trying to deal with their stresses and their pressures and traumas and their damage. They're still dealing with it because they're on antidepressants still. Gender differences in depression and response to antidepressant. Gender differences. Women are approximately twice as likely as men to experience depression and are more likely to be prescribed antidepressants, sure. Explores gender differences, just sex differences, right? And treatment responses with side effects. Yeah, well, men and women are very different with their hormones and their regulations. They are different. Our bodies are different ecosystems in terms of what's made up in them and how they function. Social economic factors associated. Yeah, well, there's I think it's like sociocultural psychology, as I discussed before, where obviously culture, environment, education, all of that stuff has a prevalence in this. It all takes part in this. Not to mention, there is a difference. There is really is a difference between the use of online social media and versus reality. And online really is taking leaps and bounds over the type of world that people want to live in and fall into versus reality, which is it doesn't function the same way as online. There's a skill that is utilized to navigate and encounter and overcome and get better at using social media online or just online in general, because the social life, like the social structure, is different. You can think about the perfect response and wait 10 minutes before you post something perfect. Whereas in person and someone's talking to you, you need to respond straight away. You have to. And so it just the skills needed when you're talking online versus social is different. Also, when you're online, you have more control over the groups that you want to watch, the groups that you want to fall into, the concepts that you want to believe in. The information you want to find is more easily accessible to be found. Whereas in person, you can have an opinion, and the person ahead of you may not have the same opinion. And there's a clash in person, which you then have to deal with. Whereas online, if there's a clash, you can leave the chat room or you can leave the group, or you don't even have to post and you can sit there. So you can essentially create a different online persona than you would in person. It is possible. Especially when you fall into the trap with social media where it's like perfectionism is a big one. Perfectionism is pretty dangerous. I think a lot of people fall for that one. Hell, we all do. I fall for it sometimes. Where we see other lives that are happening and they have similar pathways to us, but they're more successful or they're doing better. And you start to think, why can't I do that? Why am I not as good as them? What's going on? You base yourself off of somebody else's blueprint. And then, of course, they're always selling a course. They're always selling a course. Just do what I did. You'll get rich as long as you keep paying me, bro. And I'm like, yep, gotcha. Anyway. Clint the Artist, how you doing? First time chat. Hopefully you're doing well. Do you think OnlyFans and webcam culture is a manifestation of women getting back at the patriarchy? OnlyFans and webcam culture. Webcam culture. What do you mean? Like, explain a little bit into depth about webcam culture. I don't know if it's a manifestation of women getting back at the patriarchy in terms of OnlyFans. Number one, if basically the supply and demand, right? And supply and demand works both ways. If someone's supplying it because there's a demand, then the demand's going to be there to buy it. Obviously, women predominantly are on OnlyFans, and they are making the most money. Men absolutely buy a shit ton of OnlyFans. But in the reverse flip token, if women weren't providing the service, then men wouldn't buy it. So I don't think that's a patriarchy thing at all. A manifestation of women getting back at the patriarchy, maybe using OnlyFans to say that it's their bodies, their choice, their freedom, and they can do whatever they want. I don't think so. I don't think it's a manifestation of getting back at the patriarchy. But the webcam culture I'm kind of interested in. It's a two-way street. I'm trying to think when it comes to OnlyFans. It's a two-way street. Because you could remove the supply or the demand and it would just be fair on both sides. And that's why the argument always exists. Well, we use OnlyFans to take advantage of men. I'm like, men are taking advantage of you too because you're giving them a service and selling your body. So, I mean, you're supplying it and men want the demand. You're meeting a demand that men are demanding you give them a service and you're like, okay, and you're giving them a service. So you're not taking control of yourself. You're just, once again, conforming to a demand that men want, which is they want your body and they want it at a cheap price. So but you're also monetarily gaining something off of it. So I don't know how you're taking care of the patriarchy. So I don't know. I don't believe so. OnlyFans makes women have less significance in a patriarchy. Well, ironically, the biggest buyers of it is men, and men have the demand, and so women are giving the service. So yeah, I mean, their job exists because of men once again. So I guess in this case, I mean, they exist because the patriarchy has a high demand for the service. So, because it's not like OnlyFans is women, it's just for women, right? And it's only women buying it. Absolutely not. So they haven't broken anything from a patriarchy concept. I mean, if we're leaning into patriarchy and feminism, then yeah, what I just said essentially explains that. It sounds like an illusion. It almost might be a contradiction or a double standard, or it might just be delusion at this point. Because if we link it to patriarchy, essentially, as I said, I mean, they're using capitalism, which they think is dominated by men, in systems that are built for men to succeed and not women. But men are their predominant user base that are buying their shit. So they're profiting off of men in a system that's supposedly designed for men, but they're saying, we're taking advantage of men and we're taking the money off men. And I'm like, no, you're just in the system like men are. You're just doing business. You're providing a service and there's a demand for it. That's a system that has existed for a very long time in a free market and capitalism. Anyone can use it, not just men. You're just in a part of the industry that is utilizing the same concept that other industries use that may be male-dominated. Only balls? Yeah. No, that could be a vibe. You're falling asleep. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Thanks, King. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Yeah, because I remember seeing that. We were like, well, we wouldn't have to do only. Maybe you should get up, not get up women, but you should get up men because they are buying the fuck out of OnlyFans, and that's the reason why women are doing it. And I just kind of went, well, no. Because it works both ways. Supply and demand exist in both manners. If someone has a demand but there's no supply, then the demand's not going to be met. So no one's buying it. They'll just go to an alternative platform or an alternative means to meet the demand. And if the demand is there's no alternative, then the initial idea is going to be built and then the demand will be met because that's just business. And on the flip side, if there was no demand for the service of OnlyFans, then there wouldn't be an OnlyFans. Women wouldn't be doing it because there's no money in it. Because ultimately, what I honestly believe, right, is that women aren't just doing it for the sake of doing it. They're not doing it to say that they're free to do whatever they want to do and to show that they got control over their lives. I don't think they're doing it for that reason. Ultimately, it's money. And before people come at me and just say, oh, you're objectifying women, I'm objectifying myself too. Because this is entertainment, or this is a business. I'm giving you a product. The fact is, I'm selling myself on a stream because I want people to watch, or I want people to listen, or I want people to care about my opinions, or I want people to enjoy my streams and to feel good about themselves. Whatever my goal is, I mean, my goal is so that you have a good time, sure. But I'm selling myself. That's what I'm trying to do, because I want you to be here for me, because this content can be done by anybody. And so if you don't like the sound of my voice, or if you don't like how I look, you'll just go to somebody that you do. We do it all the time when it comes to like tone recognition or visual recognition. You'll watch a YouTuber on a topic, but then you'll be like, I didn't really like how he sounded or his presentation. So you'll find other videos that are offering the same topic you're after. You'll pick the person you like the most based on the variables that you've covered, like their voice, how they look, the presentation, all that stuff. You're fighting for people's attention. We're in an attention economy. We need people's attention in order to survive. And that's what essential business is. I'm selling myself as a product in order to keep people here because I hope to make money off this one day, sure. Just like people on OnlyFans, the women are selling themselves as a business. Their business is them. They are selling their body in the hopes that they are the body or the item that men want and will pay them. And other women will do better than other women. Of course they will. Because men will look for the best that they can. You want the best product for your time because your time is finite. And that's and honestly, when we break it all down, that's what I mean by the supply and demand argument. It's not just we do this because there's a demand. Because I said if none of yous offered the supply, then the demand wouldn't be met. That's pretty much it. It comes down to monetary gain. They're doing it for money. If there was no money in OnlyFans, you wouldn't have women on there doing it. En masse, like on bulk, you wouldn't have women up there doing it if there was no money in it. And that's totally fine. It's a self-interest thing. Most likely these men, most likely these men are most likely sexually deprived. Maybe it's their way of the woman to use that to their advantage, a dominance move. Well, we did cover that, right? Like you could have some credence in that. You could. I think it was up here when I tried to make my own Tinder profile, but this is where I was going. So we're up here. We'll start here. So the match rates. So the studies have shown that men often have a lower match rate, of course, on dating apps. Absolutely, right? So for instance, one analysis found that women have an average match rate of 30%, while men average just 2.63%. But the pool of men is so large, right? Just on Tinder alone, there was 75% rough male users versus 25% female users. So with a pool as large as 75% they're basically the dominant sex on the platform, but they only have a 2% rating to get a match is wild to me. That is highly, highly selective. Absolutely. So you could say that there are a lot of men who are involved in the dating world or the sexual world where it comes to dating apps, or they're actively trying to find a partner or to have sex with, whoever they're attracted to. Whatever it is, they're in that pool of what they're doing. That's where they're basically, based in. You could argue that they are sexually deprived. You could. Because statistically speaking, there is a large pool of men that only 2.3% are even getting a match. And they're the dominant user on the platform, including Bumble and Hinge. They are relatively the dominant, but, it's even weirder because this is more balanced here, and they still is only a 2.3, like 7.3% on average rating. So you could say they are being sexually deprived because they're not engaged in this activity. It is absolutely possible. We could use the data for that. Because then you can say that women are technically, on these platforms, they are sleeping with a very specific man. And this man obviously is fitting their criteria, and their criteria is quite high, because when you have a dating pool of 75% men on just Tinder alone, and only 2.73% are getting picked, obviously there's a very specific man or male that the women are looking for. So these men are getting a bit of the run of the litter, you could say. They are getting the most matches and the most, it's easy to benefit. It's human nature. We love a system that we benefit from, and so it's self-interest. There's nothing wrong with self-interest, because you should be doing things out of self-interest, right? You need to obviously either benefit or gain from something in some way from what you're doing. Otherwise, you shouldn't be doing it. You're wasting your time. It should be self-interest. And so those men are obviously going to be pretty happy with how things are going. Absolutely. So, yeah, you could make the argument. You could make the argument that the men are most likely sexually deprived. We can also break down the variables and just think, what type of men are these? Because we can't say that's 75% of men that are all over the world, right? There are a lot of men that you could say that are good men per se, or have stronger morals, and they're not on these apps. because they have stronger morals, or they have stronger virtues, or they have their own rules, or whatever you want to call it. You could say there's a lot of them that are just not on these apps, and a lot of the women are just not on these apps either. Clearly, a lot of the women are not on these apps. They're in the minority on them. So you could say they're sexually deprived on the apps, according to the data, but that is in a world where everyone's trying to hook up and fling. That's the whole point of those apps, right? And by the way, I should have included Instagram, because we all fucking know Instagram is just a glorified dating app. That's what it is. Instagram is not just I'm going to take a photo of my life in this wholesome way, and hopefully people just like it and just enjoy my life. So, no, it's a glorified dating app. You see someone that you're interested in, you go to Instagram. Okay, yeah, they got a bikini shot. Fuck yeah. Well, they're wearing this very revealing dress, and then they're complaining that everyone's looking at their tits. I'm just saying, that's just my opinion personally. I know it's a strong stance, but fucking Instagram just is. That's how I'm seeing it. That's yeah. Anyway. Wow, this has been a fascinating... wasn't I supposed to be watching the fucking Jeffrey Epstein thing? I was just basically testing it. I don't give a fuck. I'm multi-streaming anyway. I could be anywhere I want. So, I was covering the Tectone stuff as well, because I was curious about that, because I've been streaming on Twitch for 5 years, not that you could tell. But I've been doing this for 5 years. Oh, wait. Maybe I should type that in. Hang on. So it was, I think Tectone actually gave advice. Tectone's advice on building a following. I'm pretty sure he said something about it. Maybe we should go over the list. Prominent Twitch. It'll get there. It'll get there. Maybe Newt, maybe you could get some, maybe you could follow some of this advice as well. So Tectone, a prominent Twitch streamer and content creator, has shared various insights on building a successful following. He hasn't provided a formal guide. His experience and statements offer valuable lessons. Now remember, Chatgpt is 100% accurate, okay? Embrace your niche and then diversify. So Tectone initially gained popularity through his engaging content on games like Genshin Impact and Ark Knight. Genshin Impact. However, hey man, the audience was there. Remember? Supply and demand. He emphasized the importance of not being pigeonholed. I agree. He obviously didn't want to get... he wanted to stay versatile. He didn't want to just get caught playing one game and then that's just his audience, because then he doesn't get to... He can't benefit from that. He's stuck on the game. If the game gets stale, the audience gets stale. So... That's the eternal mystery, right? Stick to one game and then try and build a big following forever and then hold on to what you've got if you pivot, or start as a variety streamer and pivot your content everywhere and just offer a wide array of things. But you also don't get to hold people who are dedicated to that one interest. So there's always the takeaway, right? And so the trick if you're doing a variety, as I've said, is you need people to be there for you. So you need to be offering a take that either other people don't have, or you have to be offering up a way of thinking that not very many people are thinking in that manner. Or you can just end up on a live stream fails or something and try and go viral. Like, who the fuck knows? Who knows what happens in this world? I could wake up tomorrow and have 1,000 followers on Twitch. I don't fucking know. We don't know. One of my clips could get viral. I don't know. I got an 80+K TikTok for a gaming clip that I think was pretty mid, but I mean, I got no followers off that. I mean, who the fuck knows what happens? There is a little bit of luck in it. A lot of content creators kind of get locked and pigeonholed into an area, currently trying to find their way out of the box. Well, it's been recently because of the controversy, and Asmongold covered him, that he also said this has been like the best couple of months of his streaming career so far, you know? Well, anyway, I don't think it brought up the concept of what he really said, but he also said, just make sure you get yourself a YouTube platform, start uploading clips. Make sure you've got TikTok, upload some clips, you know, get the ball rolling. I've been doing that. And as I said, like, once your content's out there in the algorithm, just good luck. Sometimes you just need someone to give you a break. That's all you need. All you need is someone to give you a break or a really big raid to kick you off, and you get the ball rolling. You get the ball rolling. You can make content on YouTube for 5 years and just get nothing out of it. It's entirely possible. Who was it? Was it Pegasus who said that? It might have been Pegasus. I think he said he was making long-form content for like 2 years. long form content for 2 years, which is fucking ballsy in this short attention span era that we're in. But he was making it for like a fuck all views, like a couple views, 10 like 10 views or so. For 2
You
years.
have returned.
Oh, finally. You have returned. Hack. Hack. Oh, I can't do it anymore. I'm laughing. I can laugh like plankton. Something like that. Anyway, I was on the spot. You scared the shit out of me. Stop it, you. I was going to say, I finally got a subscription, so I tell you what. The stream's successful. It took me 5 hours and 40 minutes. Good fucking grief, Hack. Hey, Hack. Hey, Hack. Hack. Got a question for you. I've got a question for you. Dude, I can't breathe without scaring you. 100%. To be fair, I didn't actually hear the notification come through. Let me just pause this real quick. I got way too many monitors, bro. Bruh. 3 monitors. I need more. Yeah, Hack. I got a quick question for you. I'm watching. Let's just look at the Epstein stuff.
Why did this speculation escalate?
I think you'd have to ask whoever the Attorney General back then was, Bill Barr.
Did you ever see? Do you remember that HBO autopsy show? Dr. Michael Baden. He's a famous forensic.
I don't think I've
scientist. So he's a pathologist, and he reviewed the case, and it was his determination that it was a homicide because of the way his neck was broken. And what he said was it was indicative of a ligature strangulation. And it was because
I like
of
that
the
he's pressing him on
positioning
this.
on the neck where the marks were, that it wasn't indicative of someone hanging by their weight, which had been higher on the chin. And there's a specific break of the bones and the vertebrae that's consistent with someone who is just strangled to death.
I haven't seen it. I'll definitely take a look at it because that's part of my job.
You haven't seen that?
The report on that? No, I haven't looked at that.
Did you see any...
I'm curious. So what was the... So the claim there was an autopsy, right? I'm just curious. You know, ChatGPT is 100% true. We all know. Now, if you're curious, this is Kash Patel, the FBI director. The FBI director, right? And he's talking. His belief currently is that Epstein did in fact kill himself, and he's claiming that supposedly when you see the footage, you'll also come to that conclusion. And then Joe Rogan actually asked a really good question and said, "Why didn't you release that day one? Why hasn't it been released?" Because I'm pretty sure Cash's big push before, like during the Trump campaign, was that he wanted to get into the FBI and break down the corruption, and he wanted to they wanted to declassify the JFK files and stuff, and the Epstein files, and suddenly we have nothing so far. As far as I say we, I mean Americans. I'm Australian, but it's just if you're making a claim that you've seen the footage, supposedly, why isn't it just released? Because then people would just know, right? You clear all of this up to start with. And also, I wanted to add that I don't think people in America really care about whether or not he did or didn't kill himself. I think they just want to see the list and then see people be held accountable because of just the heinous goings on. And also, I think the general populace, especially in America, wants to also see that even the elite, allegedly, if the elite are involved, allegedly, that they should also be getting held accountable, because it was also part of the whole MAGA movement, right? Or is make it great again, drain the swamp, so to speak, get rid of all the corruption. I'm like, totally, but we need to start seeing, we Americans need to start seeing some people being held accountable if they are, in fact, super bad. So yeah, if the footage is so foolproof, why has it not been released? And actually, I liked Joe Rogan here before because he pressed Cash on that. He did press him on that, and I said that was fucking awesome. That's what you should do. You do care, but only because the list isn't being held accountable. Yeah, exactly. I hope I did say that. I hope I said that, Hack, because then it means that I'm kind of keeping my finger on the pulse. Because as far as I know, it's the accountability that Americans really want here. Because if it is, as I said, allegedly the upper echelon, the 1%, the powerful figures, they shouldn't be above the law. And so with this list, it would show that you're not above the law, no matter how powerful you are or how much influence you have. You should also be getting treated fairly like everybody else. Otherwise, it just shows that it's just a blatant middle finger to be like, your justice system it only serves the rich because it bullies the poor. And at that point, it's just going to be obvious. And you already got a lot of turmoil going on in the country as is. I'm not saying there's a civil war or anything. It's just this sort of shit is just people are getting tired because there's no accountability and there's no consistency. And that's the biggest issue. And that's why this list is really important to the American people, right? People want to see accountability to the names that are on there. Anyway, I'm just going to ask this because he's making a claim he hasn't seen that autopsy. I'm just going to make sure, or at least see if I can find anything on ChatGPT just briefly. So, Cash claimed that he hasn't seen the supposed autopsy report, autopsy statement, sorry. Statement that said it was a homicide. Is this true? I'm just curious because there's a question I do want to ask about this. Because if I can find a file or like proof of it, it'd be kind of interesting. But then again, ChatGPT, as I said, tends to lean somewhere. Yeah, we do care. Only because, yeah. It wouldn't be as distrusting of them saying, trust me, bro. That's the interesting thing, right? I'm going to keep watching this because, as I said, this topic's been I'm curious on this topic. Yeah. Okay. That seems okay for now.
Was there any other autopsy done other than the official one?
Not to my knowledge, but if there was, you'll get it. And that's what we're doing.
See if you can find that Dr. Michael Baden thing.
Yeah. No,
Did you remember that show, the HBO show?
No.
Pretty.
If there was another autopsy done, then you'll get it. Like when? If the autopsy's been done and you have the footage, why has it not been released? It almost smells like, I'm not trying to say they're doing it, but it almost smells like they're just waiting for like AI to get good enough to fucking recreate it without it looking janky. It's almost like they're waiting for AI to just get there. Someone's probably sitting there just like, nah, that wasn't good enough. I need to make better prompts. Nah, that wasn't good enough. I need better prompts until they get a good portion of the footage. I'm not saying they're doing it. I'm just trying to add a comedic effect in. I'm sorry.
Pretty cool show. So this guy, Dr. Michael Baden, he had a long career of catching murderers, exhuming bodies, finding trace amounts of poisons, different kinds of things. And it was a crazy show, like all these wild ways.
Well, I love watching shows, and I spend a lot of time on planes. So.
Yeah, it was an old show. It was a show like from the early 2000s, I believe. But this guy was like, this very well-respected forensic scientist who would analyze these bodies, and it was his determination that he was murdered.
Yeah. And my job, going back to the core of what I've been doing since I studied Russiagate, was to get is to get everybody the information.
When did you get here? Epstein's autopsy points to homicide. Pathologist hired by brother claims. New York City medical examiner strongly disputed the claim that the evidence from the autopsy suggested strangulation. So let's go to by the way, this is the New York Times, and they never lie.
Yeah, I think using the New York Times there and claiming that they never lie, that doesn't look good because of their reputation in America, right? I don't know if it sounds good, but with Rogan and Cash both saying that. But anyway, sometimes you got to filter through the shit. What was the thing I was going to ask as well? When were the files the files initially on? Let's have a look at this. I'm just curious because they're saying that he's trying to get the files, right? Now I could have swore that there's a spokeswoman in America who said that the files are on her desk, and that was a while ago. And I'm like, if they're on your desk, then the files are clearly printed and ready. Like, why, how come no one's got them? And so that's why all the speculation on these files are going rampant. Like, it could just be that the files are just like, they're using them for blacklisting. They're blacklisting a lot of clientele all over the world and the elite, allegedly. Like, it's possible. And so they can't just release the files. They might be trying to work on the inside and make final deals before they release the files and stuff like that. So that some people can sidestep the accusations or allegations because they've already prepared a defense in advance. Like I don't know. I'm not in the FBI. I don't know at the top level. I'm not privy to these conversations, but I'm just trying to find reasons why the files aren't out. So I'm fairly certain she said they're on my desk. I just haven't reviewed them, but you should have. I think she said, didn't she say they should be out within the week, or give her a week or something, or a week or two? That was what, a couple months back now. And yeah, there was an initial release as well, but I'm pretty sure everything was just fucking redacted. Declassified and publicly released a collection of documents. First, flight logs, a redacted contact book. I think people probably pissed off at that. Many of which had been previously leaked but were now formally disclosed. Okay. Well, the release aimed to enhance transparency. Yeah, primarily reiterated information that already... Yeah, public... I think that was the issue. They released information that was already technically known, like the public had already known, and they redacted the important shit that would have given the extra... Yeah.
The private pathologist, Dr. Michael Baden, said the morning TV show Fox and Friends Mr. Epstein experienced a number of injuries, among them a broken bone in his neck, that are extremely unusual in suicidal hangings and could occur much more commonly in homicidal strangulation. I think the evidence points to homicide rather than suicide, said Dr. Baden, who observed the autopsy done by city officials. Dr. Baden, a former New York City medical examiner and a Fox News contributor, said, I have not seen in 50 years where that occurred in suicidal hanging case. Findings by Dr. Baden were strongly disputed by the city's chief medical examiner, Dr. Barbara Sampson, who previously ruled that Mr. Epstein's death on August 10th in the Metropolitan Correctional Center was a suicide. I stand firmly behind our determination of the cause and manner of death in this case, Dr. Sampson said in the interview on Wednesday. She added, in general, fractures of the hyoid bone and cartilage can be seen in suicides and homicides. The hyoid bone is near the Adam's apple. Dr. Sampson also dismissed Dr. Baden's contention that the circumstances around Mr. Epstein's death suggested other people may have been involved. She said her office had done a complete investigation, taking into consideration information gathered by law enforcement in making the determination.
So this is a perfect example of going back to my public defender and prosecutor days.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we call a war of experts. You can always find someone to come in and say the opposite.
Right.
And I used to do.
That's actually a fair point. That's a fair point, especially with the way that the internet is. I think the reason, like the interesting thing about this and why it's so muddy is just because of who's involved. The clientele. Like when you're looking at some of the most powerful people that were involved in this and the amount of influence and connections and networks that they may have, we're talking about like an upper echelon of the world that exist. And because of that, that is why it's so volatile at the moment. It's why it's so easy to say something must have gone wrong, simply because of the people involved. And that's why you should have just released the fucking foot. You should have just released the footage. If you claim that you've seen it or you've got it, and it's like, it doesn't confirm what you guys think it confirms, you know, this, and I'm like, well, then just release it. Why is it not released? So, at the moment, the source is, trust me, bro. And I don't think that's a very strong defense.
Do it all the time. I mean, I represented some of the worst humans that you can possibly imagine on Earth. Literally. The guys that were trafficking children from Mexico into America. And you could put up a professional expert to say, and this is what's going to go on forever. And my job is not the forever. My job is to get you absolutely everything that we can give you. And that's what we're going to do.
When did you...
He said, my job is to give you absolutely everything we can give you. So hang on. Was that a slip? I don't think so. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Why do you say can? I thought he was just going to give everything, and now it's something that we can. I'll see if he says it again, because it means that maybe the pattern is that the conversation has happened. It's possible. Or maybe he's just tired. I mean, it looks like he's working hard, so I don't know.
You become aware of this video that showed that no one had gone in and out of the cell?
Recently.
So why was it recent, though? I mean, if this death was... How long ago was this death? 2 years?
Good. Press him.
Couple...
2019?
2019.
Oh, really? Why? Time flies. So, 6 years.
Well, again, that's part of what I'm going to try to answer for you.
Jeffrey Epstein jail CCTV erased by technical errors. Whoopsies.
No way.
Well, you see how anybody on the outside... I mean, this is like a perfect storm.
Yeah.
For some... Can you pull that article up so we can read what it says, Jamie? U.S. prosecutor said the jail mistakenly saved footage from the wrong cell.
Yeah. No, you can start to see why it just sounds fishy. Come on. It's obvious the data's writing itself. It's not... This isn't too far of a conclusion to make. That's why. It's not too far of a conclusion to make.
Sorry. Epstein, a convicted sex offender, first tried to kill himself in July last year and hanged himself in jail.
Hang on.
Yep.
Reread that line.
That he first tried to kill himself in July of last year. Yeah.
How much of the American public do you think knows that?
I didn't know that until right now.
There you go.
Maybe I heard it and forgot. Did you?
What do you mean, there you go? There are plenty of people who've... Hey, that's a weird... I hope he explains a little bit further, so maybe I shouldn't just dive on him too quickly. But even I've tried to do it myself, and I'm still here. I'm a former... I've tried it when I was a kid, to start with. Like, if we're talking about time limits and time length, just because you've previously tried to remove yourself off the census doesn't just mean that that's going to imply the pattern that, yeah, well, see, he just officially did it this time. That's a strange leap to make. There are lots of people who try and then come out on the other side quite well. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way that he said it, as if like, oh, I've got you. I debunked that. I don't know about that one. You're still here because someone hasn't come into your cell to finish the job. Yeah. I think they got the schedule confused. The timetables were swapped. That person. The schedule was mysteriously erased in the paper shredder, so they never got it. Says the jail.
You ever hear it, Jamie?
That's why he's on suicide watch, I think.
Oh, okay.
So a guy
hanged himself in jail in August while serving trial on federal sex trafficking charge. He pleaded not guilty to abusing dozens of girls, some as young as 14. Yeah. Soon after Epstein's death in August, two of the CCTV cameras outside his cell had malfunctioned and were being examined by the FBI.
Why is it that his death, the cameras had malfunctioned? And hang on, so okay, so here's what we've got so far. This is why this just looks really shitty. So essentially, Cash has said that he's seen the footage, and recently he's seen the footage. But for a long time, this is what I also heard as well, even in Australia, is that the footage was mysteriously lost. The guards were asleep at the desk. You know what I mean? Like that, all that shit, just the coincidences were so sus. And as I said, it's heightened by the concept of the people involved, right? Like the powers that be. We're not talking about just your usual gangbanger in a prison. We're talking about like the most powerful people in the world that may have been involved, allegedly. And so when all of this shit just seems to add up, like, this is a guy that was very high profile. There is no way that they would just not be watching this guy or maintaining him or treating him as a high, because he was going to go to trial, right? And the trial could have revealed a bunch of stuff. He had a whole list. He had a lot of influence. He had a lot of networks. that's why this just looks fishy. But now we got Cash saying that, oh no, I've seen the footage. But we did have confirmation even through like FBI and beforehand and court, which didn't happen, I guess, saying that the tapes were erased. Like it just mysteriously malfunctioned.
Found semi-conscious in his prison cell with injuries on his neck on 25 of July. After this incident, he's placed on suicide watch.
I'm not saying every single camera in the place was working. I'm saying we've got footage and you're getting it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can make up your own mind. And
right.
Why don't we have the footage now? Where's the footage now? Why do we not have it now? Whole idea was that once you got in, you said, once I've got the stuff, I'm handing it out. Now that you've got the stuff, it's not being handed out. Why is there a delay? It doesn't look good on your end because you're at the top and you're at the head of the FBI or whatever. You've got the stuff apparently, but you're not releasing it. And that's what looks really sus. That's what's causing this distrust again, because there's already a high amount of distrust in your American government. It's the whole point that the whole MAGA movement went through and Trump won. The whole, like, the people were just tired of the bullshit. And out of the two, he was just the lesser of the two bullshits, right? So he swept. And now you've got this person coming in who was talking a big game about releasing everything, and they just haven't done it. They've got it, apparently. They just haven't done it. And that's why it's almost like you traded one bullshit artist just for another bullshit artist.
The theories can continue, but my job.
So you became aware of this footage recently.
The ones that we're looking at, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, but this is like an article from quite a while ago that was saying that the footage was mistakenly erased.
Look, I mean, it goes back to the same. Ask the people that were in power then. I mean, I get it that you want to hold me to account for their actions, and
no, I'm not saying,
not you.
I'm not saying.
Well, fucking, we're not going to hold you account for their actions. We're holding you accountable now for the action. Well, the Americans are, because you haven't done what you promised.
Saying that.
Not you, just the public in general, and that's okay.
What's confusing to everybody today, first of all, it's very confusing because AI can kind of make anything. You know, which has got to be a bizarre position for you to be in.
Yeah,
when
absolutely,
you're
good point.
Videos. I mean, I've watched Viking videos. It looked real as fuck, you know? They just make Viking towns. I mean, it's really quite incredible what they're doing now, and it accelerates every month. I mean, I talked to Elon about it, and he said we're blown away literally every week. Every week there's some new breakthrough that we're like, wow, we didn't expect that.
Well, I can tell you, after having looked at it, this ain't going to be AI.
You don't think so?
It's just not great. You know, it's like if it were AI, like someone wanted to come in and make it, they'd make it better.
But why would you make it better when people could, you know, you could have ambiguous footage that is, you know, totally generated by AI. I mean, AI can generate blurry images. AI can generate night vision. AI can generate essentially anything that's already existed, like really shitty 1984 VHS tapes. They can do that.
They can. But I'm telling you, I'm giving you the tape from the tape. You know, there's just like I'm giving you the documents from the vault, just like I'm giving you information to Congress on COVID origins or what have you. What we find is what you're getting.
Okay, so now it's saying 2019, missing jail video from the first Jeffrey Epstein suicide. So for the first attempt has been found. So maybe, let's put it into perspective, jails are not the most efficient, best run places. It's not like
Fort Knox?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
It's, yeah.
You know, we're working with what we got.
Right.
So, and listen, this guy's not the only guy to kill himself in prison. It happens, I don't know how often.
Right.
Yeah, of course. I don't think the general animosity with the public is that they're trust borrow trust. It's giving off similar vibes as someone who keeps writing the essay after the pencil's down call, and they're like, yeah, I'm finished, you can have it, all the while they're still writing on the page, not coughing it up. Yeah, I think that the general animosity here is not that he killed or didn't kill himself. It's just how flip-floppy this information is and how much it's just being dangled in front of people like a carrot at this point. It's like, we got the information, you're going to get it. It's like, when? If you've got it, give it. I can't. Why? Because we're still sorting through it. What does that mean? What do you mean you're still sorting through it? It's either you have it or you don't. You said you had it. Now you're saying you can't release it because you're still sorting through it. And this is the confusing concept about all of this. Because if you didn't do it, who cares? As I said, the general public in America wants to see the list and people held accountable. And that's what they really want. They don't care about a list that takes 14 years to come out and it's all fucked up or it's been edited heavily or redacted. They want to see people who did something incredibly wrong get held accountable, because they would. The general public gets held for this shit all the time and crucified. They want to see even powerful people get held accountable if they allegedly had done this too. That's the whole point. And because of the delay in the release and the delay in the list and the first attempted release, which was just information everyone had anyway, that's the biggest problem. So anyway, that's why all of this is just like, trust me, you're gonna get it. Well, you had it. Yeah, we had it. You're still sifting through it. Yeah, of course. So can we get it? No, we are still sifting through it. But I thought you have it all. Yeah, we have it. It's runarounds. And I can see why people will be getting frustrated. And also, Joe is pushing on the right comments. He's pushing on the right ideas. He's challenging him on the footage. He's challenging him on the supposed lost footage, and now there's found footage. First it was erased, now it's not missing, it's found. And now he's talking about the AI fears, which is a relatively good thing to bring up. I think this is good. A kick bot is there. I don't even know how, Newt. I don't even know how. Do the same commands work? Oh, there you go, Newt. I gave it to you, Newt. You are indeed a moderator. Cool. Now that we've sorted that, I can close this.
Right.
All the time.
Even if he killed himself in prison. So if he was murdered in prison, crazy, right?
Yeah.
You could see.
Yeah. I think we've got the general idea of what's going on. I think we've got the general idea. I think the rest of this conversation is just going to be more trust me. And unfortunately, I don't think anyone gave Cash the memo. I don't think anyone gave Cash the memo. And the memo would be that the general public and the trust in their government right now is at an all-time fucking low. It's not a very... yeah, trust me, bro, it doesn't have a lot of weight. There's a huge social shift in the viewership from the general public to now. And that definitely happened because of COVID. That was kind of the final nail. Just because of the way that the government's treated everybody during COVID. And so the trust in the government is at an all-time low because everyone saw how much they got taken advantage of. But anyway, that's what that's about. Yeah, I'm kind of done. I'm kind of done with that. I'm kind of fucking over it. It was fucking bullshit. But who even am I, man? Who even am I? What is my take? My opinion? Who knows? No one cares. Keep talking like you have an opinion worth saying. That's what matters. All right. I think I'm done. I think I'm done. 6 hours in. I'm tired. I'm tired and I'm done. I'm gonna have to play a game on my next stream, you know? As I said, it's a stream reset. We gotta refresh the vibes. We gotta reset. I got an exam on Friday, and then, you know, the usual, so I'm still studying for that. But, yeah, we just gotta refresh and reset. Just gonna start covering some of this stuff, get into the gaming news sphere, find some cheeky controversies or whatnot. Old school Sci-Guy numbers, yeah, and it was no games at all. Didn't even play a game. Trying something new, different content, you know? But yeah, we watched some gameplay, we watched some new games, checked out a couple new ones, then we discussed some topics, fucked around with Chatgpt as always, because I just enjoy fucking with it. And then yeah, I think just need to offer up this different content. I just have to, right? Got to try something new. I'm just feeling it. I've always wanted to do just a video react stream where I just kind of watch stuff, because eventually I'll get better at it. Well, you got the trucks stuck in mud. Are you doing like a truck simulator or something? But yeah. It was a vibe. I think so. I'll come back to doing these streams. Maybe the next one will be the same, and I'll just cover some news, and we'll actually watch a lot of the videos. So we'll watch a lot more videos and then give an idea. SnowRunner, is that a truck simulator thing? I guess so. Might be. But yeah, I'll do more of this. I enjoyed this, and even if I don't get a lot of viewership for it, I don't care. I'm here doing this for me. I really liked it. So, yeah, I'll just do more of this. And then when I get more confident watching these videos, I'm going to start trimming them, and I'm just going to make a YouTube video while I'm streaming. We'll just do that, and then I'll just start uploading. I'll cut them, and then I'll make a React video for YouTube while I give my takes. I think that's pretty important. But yeah, I want to cover a lot of topics. I don't like taking sides. I just try to break things down rationally if possible, or using logic if possible, and I'm not always right, and ChatGPT is 100% right, so we have to remember that. AI is always right, alright? And that's why I use ChatGPT, because it's always right. Does that make sense? Alright? Yeah, it makes sense. So, let's go. Stream is ending. Let's wrap it up in style. Here's a solid stream outro that I can drop. Yes, because no one can see this. That's a wrap, legends. Appreciate everyone who hung out, lurked, or dropped a W. Dropped the W take today. I appreciate that. Basically, it was just me, let's be honest. We laughed, we roasted. We may have even learned something. Don't tell anyone. Catch you next stream. Same chaos. New content. Stay with... It really is new content. We are just doing different stuff. I'm going to do some more video reacts. As I said, I want to do this more often because when I get comfortable and confident on stream with it, as I said, I will cut these and trim these and put them onto YouTube. And then, yeah, I'll leave the chat on the screen just in case it kind of pops off, you know? So you guys, if you want to be on there, you can. My YouTube may have nothing now, but it won't be like that forever. Just saying. It's only a matter of time. Only a matter of time. I'm leaning into that content I said I always wanted to do, so we're going to do it. Because if not now, then fucking when? When, people? Anyway, thanks for being here, Hack. Thank you, Newt. Kayla says hi. Tell Kayla I said hi back and enjoy that incredibly low water bill. It's much lower. As I said, I'm the problem. The issue is me. I just use all the water when I'm there. It's my fault. You have to catch more streams. Hack, I'm hoping to stream a lot longer because gaming is just not... like, this isn't as demanding, so this is kind of easier. So we'll do this. You look after yourself, Hack. I'm out of here. What?